Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Grindelwald. Dumbledore frowned as he looked at Grindelwald, who had appeared on the roof of Hogwarts at some point. In other words, he didn't know when his lover left Nurmengard, got the wand, and came to Hogwarts, and he was completely unaware of all this. Kaysen in the office did not have so many inner thoughts. He ran quickly towards the element synthesizer. At this moment, the magic seeds had been completely made. The moment he was held in his hands, the timeline of General Kaysen was reconnected, and the time rules from this world finally discovered such a time ghost. Destroy him. General Kaysen regained his consciousness in an instant, and then he felt the strong attraction of the timeline to himself. After figuring it out, he quickly shouted at Kaysen, "No, it can't be destroyed." Grindelwald, standing on the roof of Hogwarts, shook his head imperceptibly, and the next moment a bolt of lightning suddenly struck him from the sky. This was the last magic cast by General Kaysen. Immediately afterwards, he was entangled by the time chain that had emerged from behind him at some point in time and was dragged towards the timeline behind him. The moment General Kaysen disappears from this timeline, pixel flames will burn in Kaysen's hands, and the end crystal will fly towards the elemental synthesizer. Bang! The magic seeds were quickly annihilated by the pixel flames. The end crystal flying towards the elemental synthesizer was blocked by a thin figure. "What are you afraid of?" Grindelwald asked calmly. "Get out of the way, sir. The thing behind you is not a good thing." The staff appeared in Kaysen's hand. "Are you afraid of sacrifice?" Grindelwald asked. "What sacrifice, Gellert?" Dumbledore appeared in front of the French window. He knew that Grindelwald was a prophet, but he was confused about the sacrifice he mentioned. "A greater cause, Dumbledore. The seeds of magic that can make the whole world a world of magicians." Grindelwald responded, "I'm sorry, you can't take this thing away today. To be honest, I spent a lot of effort to correct the so-called mistake." Kaysen held the staff in one hand and put the other hand in his pocket. A remote control, made of redstone, appeared in his hand. At the same time, the space-based, dragon-slaying cannon hanging on the top of the office also unconsciously lit up with purple light, and end crystals kept stacking in the pool. An explosive arrow was already waiting there, ready to be fired, waiting to destroy the machine as quickly as possible if the negotiations failed. Even the machine is not important, as long as the enchanted book inside the machine can be destroyed. "Are you afraid of sacrifice?" "Professor Kaysen, can I call you that?" Grindelwald asked. "Random. You're afraid of sacrifice. You're afraid of that sacrificial future. But that future, strictly speaking, is not your fault, and the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Compare to everyone in the world having a spark of magic. It's only 1 billion people. Even if it's 3 billion, it's not an unacceptable price to pay." Grindelwald put his wand back into his pocket and spoke with his arms spread out as if embracing the sky. "Such a selfless sacrifice will eventually lead to the extinction of the entire human race. It's not that there is no bottom line. The source of that future is not a certain ambitious person, or you, but the lack of a person who can unite those mobs with magic and unite again. Do you want to be that person? Or will Dumbledore be that person?" "I think you can," Grindelwald said. "I know my own worth. I've read a lot of books. You can't fool me." Kaysen tightened his hand around the remote control in his pocket. "So there's nothing to talk about, Dumbledore?" Grindelwald shook his head helplessly and looked at Dumbledore, who was standing between the two of them. "There's a greater future ahead of us. We can be together again. Gellert, we are old." "But he's not old." Grindelwald pointed in the direction of Kaysen. "He's still young. He has such an impressive talent. But what is he doing now? Being a little professor at Hogwarts? Playing house with you and your chess piece called the Savior on campus. Albus, this is the last time. I beg you, stand with me again," Grindelwald said with a compassionate expression. Dumbledore was silent for a while and then moved. He walked towards Grindelwald, who smiled when he saw him. Just when he thought he had won the battle and the world was about to become a greater place, Dumbledore stood opposite Grindelwald, face to face and eye to eye. "Gellert, get out of here." Grindelwald's expression suddenly became a little lost. "Do you really think so?" "Get away from here, away from Hogwarts, away from my professors, and away from this machine," said Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, you are indeed old." Grindelwald shook his head helplessly, and the next moment a lavender spell flew directly towards Dumbledore's face. "Boom! Is this all you have got?" Dumbledore said coldly. "Of course not." The next moment, a ball of azure blue flame burst out from Grindelwald's body, instantly forcing back Dumbledore, who was closest to him. He then cast a spell to shrink the element synthesizer and pack it up and take it away. Kaysen, who was standing on the periphery waiting for the negotiations to break down, finally saw his chance and pressed the redstone remote control in his pocket. As the end crystal exploded, the huge impact force carried the arrow and hit the shrinking elemental synthesizer almost instantly. Bang! Grindelwald was blown away by the explosion. Kaysen hurried over, picked up the magic seed enchantment book from the ground, and burned it to ashes with a flame. Haha! For more than 100 years, I have never seen anyone install a cannon above his office as a chandelier. Dumbledore actually recruited you as a professor. This shows that his preferences have not changed over the years. Grindelwald stood up on his knees and said to Kaysen with a gasp, "Yeah, you don't need to tell me. The old man has always liked the rebellious kind." Kaysen waved his hand, and 3 withered skulls stood ready behind him. "Kaysen, put that thing away." Dumbledore walked over and waved his wand, and the wand in Grindelwald's sleeve flew into his hand. "Didn't you come here to see how this matter would end?" asked Dumbledore. Grindelwald snorted coldly. "You know I don't believe in that stuff. A prophet who does not believe in prophecies," Dumbledore said, and looked at Kaysen. The latter nodded and waved his hand. The Ender Pearl that had just imprisoned the entire Hogwarts space was in his hand. Then he tapped it twice lightly, and the pearl dimmed. The confined space was also released again. Dumbledore held Grindelwald's shoulders, and the next moment the two of them apparat away. Only then did Kaysen breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at his messy floor and French windows, he reluctantly took out the blocks and filled them up again. Only after finishing everything did he finally heave a sigh of relief. The huge rock that had been pressing on his chest was finally broken by him, and Sirius, who had been blind in the bedroom on the 4th floor, regained his sight after Dumbledore left. He came to the office on the 3rd floor and was a little confused. He didn't know what had just happened, but it looked like nothing had happened here. Maybe it was just a side effect of the ring given to him by the General Kaysen. And Sirius, who had been blind in the bedroom on the 4th floor, regained his sight after Dumbledore left. He came to the office on the 3rd floor and was a little confused. He didn't know what had just happened, but it looked like nothing had happened here. Maybe it was just a side effect of the ring given to him by the General Kaysen. At this moment, poor Sirius didn't know that General Kaysen had been deleted from the timeline. Well, the truth is that even if he knew it, he would not be interested in the work. After all, it was General Kaysen who used cold violence first, and there was nothing for me to communicate with him, so why was I wasting my time monitoring him? Of course, the most important thing was to leave here quickly and go to Gryffindor Tower to see my beloved godson. As for the surveillance work, he will tell you when to contact him online. Just as he was thinking and running, and was about to gain freedom within his reach, he was suddenly picked up by 2 arms. "The castle is full of little wizards. I dare not let a dog as big as you roam around freely." As Kaysen put Sirius on the desk, a pair of pixel scissors suddenly appeared in his hand. He quickly cut the nails on Sirius's claws. After cutting the 4 limbs, he subconsciously wanted to cut the middle. Then he realized that it was the little dog of the big dog, not the villager's nose, so he couldn't cut it. Sirius, who was lying quietly on the desk, didn't know that he had almost said goodbye to the last bloodline generator of their black family. He was still enjoying the nail trimming service of his owner. The next moment, he felt an invisible hand strangling his throat. It was a collar. "Sirius, you scare yourself?" In the meantime, Kaysen engraved some words in small gold on the name tag on the collar. Bruce. Then he attached magic to the collar to prevent Sirius from biting people. And then he felt at ease to take him off the desk and let him walk and play by himself. The most important thing for Kaysen at this moment is rest. He really needs a rest. Very necessary. I slept until the evening, and the little wizards who had finished their Christmas vacation returned to Hogwarts on the Hogwarts Express. Kaysen was pulled into the auditorium by Professor Sprout. Dumbledore had written on the notice board that the basilisk had been killed and all the young wizards could take off their glasses. In this way, Kaysen once again set up a small table in the auditorium and sat in the auditorium to work miserably. As for the work content, it is very simple. Take a scaled-down version of the grinding wheel and gently rub it on the glasses frames of the little wizards. The binding curse within it is removed. However, other magic on the glasses, such as cleaning magic, comfort magic, and curse defense magic, are still retained, as well as the corresponding teleportation device. This can be considered a small gift for the little wizards. The basilisk crisis has been resolved, and they also have an extra life-saving device that can save their lives at a critical moment, as long as they break their glasses. It can be considered an alternative Christmas gift today. After all, there are so many bad things about Christmas this year that he really had no time to prepare Christmas gifts. Not even one for anyone. It can't be said that there was no one there. Sherlock did prepare gifts, and he prepared two at once. One of them was the case for Myrtle's bathroom, but he seemed quite disdainful of it. However, he had a lot of fun playing the second Hogwarts holographic puzzle. After Kaysen removed the binding curse from the last little wizard's glasses. Huh, did you forget someone? Meanwhile, in the bathroom of St. Mungo's, Lockhart filled the pool with water, held his breath, buried his whole face in it, and swung around madly, hoping that the flowing water could slightly wash his eyelids covered by the lenses of his glasses. Hey, life isn't easy. Lockhart took out a towel and wiped his face behind the glasses, muttering helplessly. Professor Kaysen, Professor Dumbledore wants you to go to the headmaster's office. After removing all the binding magic on the glasses of the young wizards in Hogwarts, Kaysen was about to pack up and go home when a young wizard was suddenly sent by Dumbledore to deliver a message. Oh, okay. The sun outside had completely gone dark, and the entire Hogwarts was illuminated by torches or candles hidden in every corner. It was during this inauspicious time that Kaysen arrived at Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore? Wow, he's not dead yet. After Kaysen pushed open the door of Dumbledore's office, he saw the thin old man sitting on the sofa in the corner. Should I say, Dumbledore, you should eat less sweets. Look how thin he is, and he looks very stylish. The candy I eat is not from your house. Dumbledore's brows twitched, and he said, somewhat embarrassedly, don't be so cautious. Didn't he ask you why I'm not dead yet? Grindelwald asked slowly in the corner. I'm out. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I got up and updated a chapter. Dumbledore took off his glasses somewhat awkwardly and wiped them again and again. Don't worry about the details. By the way, I still don't know who this old man who suddenly appeared is. Kaysen scratched his chin and asked. Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald said, straightening his back slightly. Who is it? You don't read any history books about the wizarding world? Grindelwald said with a frown. I have read some unofficial history before, but it was mainly about the time period of the Hogwarts Big Four. Okay, Gellert, you also said that we are old now. There is no need for every wizard to remember us. Dumbledore tried to smooth things over while trying to hold back his laughter. Why did you call me here? Kaysen asked. To ask you about the future, said Dumbledore. Oh, just ask. That person is me 9 years later. Dumbledore nodded. So it's like what Gellert said, because of the plan that would allow everyone to have magic. Kaysen looked at Dumbledore in surprise. Don't tell me you were persuaded by this guy. Just consider it as satisfying a professor's curiosity. This is enough for me to know. Thank you for coming here, Dumbledore said with a smile. Kaysen's brain rarely shut down for a second, but this time he didn't raise his middle finger. After all, the old man named Grindelwald looked like an old friend of Dumbledore. Give the principal some face and don't make any mistakes. The next day, Kaysen sat up from the bed in a daze. He had no intention of putting on slippers and planned to go down barefoot. Then he stepped on something warm and soft. Woof, woof, woof. Sirius raised his head in confusion, with a huge look of confusion on the little dog's face. "Ah, you had a nightmare, right? It's okay, go back to sleep." Kaysen patted the dog's head awkwardly and let him lie back on the wool mat to continue sleeping. Kaysen himself went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. It was quite stimulating to do this in the middle of winter. After getting dressed, he looked at his watch. If nothing unexpected happened, the little wizards should have already sat in the classroom and were ready for class. He straightened his collar and appeared in the alchemy classroom in the blink of an eye. "We're already falling behind." Math Fish Limited Kaysen. The Weasley twins raised their hands simultaneously. "Explain." "But Professor, the entire 4th grade is in one classroom. How can we fall behind?" "What do you think of Cedric, who is also in the 4th grade?" Kaysen said as he personally closed the front and back doors of the classroom tightly. When the little wizards in the classroom saw Kaysen's expression, they immediately realized what he was going to do, and their eyes lit up. "I still haven't forgotten my promise to you. These are the last few classes of this semester. If I don't teach you now, you will probably have to wait until next semester." As he spoke, he took out an infused ender pearl and tapped it gently. The power of confining space spread out from it, ensuring that Dumbledore's Phoenix could not enter the classroom within a radius of 500 meters. "Unless he walks." "Okay, little wizards, who can tell me what course I'm going to teach?" asked Kaysen. "Wither." A young Gryffindor wizard raised his hand high and said loudly before Kaysen pointed at him, Tell me what this thing is good for." "It has a very powerful effect in repelling undead creatures." "Yes, it has a very obvious effect on repelling undead creatures, but I still want to explain the principle behind it. In theory, a complete wither, which is made with 4 cubic meters of soul sand and 3 normal wither skulls, has no effect on repelling undead creatures, because the wither is the most powerful undead creature. But the wither amulet I taught you is a calcium-deficient small wither. This type of wither is still the most powerful undead creature, but because the wither's growth is incomplete, it will be very eager to devour other undead creatures to strengthen itself. The principle of the wither amulet is that the wither, due to hunger, sends shock waves to the undead creatures and uses the screaming sound that humans cannot hear to drive away the undead creatures. The scope of these undead creatures is also very wide, including but not limited to... Kaysen paused shamefully when he said this. He quickly took out the illustrated book of dark magic creatures that Lupin gave him last time from his ring, and quickly turned to the chapter on undead creatures according to the catalog, including but not limited to ghouls, inferi, zombies, female ghosts, and dementors. These are all within the range of the wither amulet. So theoretically speaking, in theory, I definitely don't mean to let you practice it. In theory, as long as you wear this wither amulet, you can go to Azkaban for team building. Your laughter can blow the roof off Azkaban, and those dementors won't dare to get within 50 meters of you. After Kaysen finished speaking, he noticed the whispering of the young wizards in the audience. He was really afraid that these young wizards would awaken some strange and weird ideas after listening to his lessons. In order to dispel their thoughts, he quickly picked up the Dark Magic Creatures illustrated book again and started to change the subject. One more thing. The Wither Amulet also has the effect of repelling and shocking ghosts and night spirits. And because the so-called repelling and shocking is that the Wither uses the screaming sound that humans cannot hear to make the undead creatures feel pain. So I sincerely hope that you will not show the amulet when you encounter the Hogwarts ghosts and the night spirit carriage on your way from Hogsmeade Station to Hogwarts. Professor, what does this have to do with the carriage we're riding in? Angelina asked, raising her hand. The book says that people who have not experienced death and have a certain understanding of death cannot see creatures like Yechi. The carriage you're riding in is pulled by Yechi. I'm not an expert on the details. You can ask Professor Snape. Isn't he teaching you defense against the dark arts now? He is a professional. Okay, enough of the nonsense. I certainly can't just let you start with creating the Wither. Let's start with the shell of the Wither Amulet Take out the obsidian, gold, mithril, a chain, and the enchantment table. The Weasley twins, gold? After class, Kaysen returned to his office refreshed. He leisurely took out the instruction manual for freshman magic arts given to him by the civil servant Kaysen and began to read it. In a while, the semester will be over and he needs to find something to do. For example, researching your own new module. Cube Head Limited Kaysen. Hogwarts, late at night. A book, a shovel, a pickaxe, an axe, an iron sword. After tinkering on the workbench for a whole morning, Professor Kaysen finally succeeded in making the novice spell book for the new magical arts. Oh my god, this doesn't look any more advanced than a magic manual. He sighed as he looked at the magic book floating beside him, which had a purple cover and golden edges and looked very powerful. He waved his hand, and the magic book flew into his hand. When he turned it over, there were only 5 basic magic symbols. 3 of them are the ways of casting spells, namely launch, self, and touch. The other 2 were the effects of casting spells, namely damage and destruction. For example, the transmission method of launch is to let the spell fly forward. Combining the launch rune with the damage rune can create the most basic damage spell. The damage can cost a person 1/4 of his life. A normal healthy person will basically die after 4 bites. As for the expressiveness of this spell, Kaysen recalled the magic of the Hogwarts professors he was familiar with, as well as the original magic of this world. The damaging spell only caused damage to life itself. There won't be any problems with the rest of the body and mind. If you really want to find a spell that matches Avada Kedavra, that's all there is. Although the degree of the curse is different, in terms of their underlying logic, the 2 are terribly similar. Of course, in addition to launching, you can also choose to touch. The damage increased by touching is basically equivalent to hitting the enemy with 4 big by pockets, which can knock the enemy away and team up with the god of death. As for the other magic symbol in the spell effect, destruction is easy to understand. It destroys matter and is of no use to life and the body. At least in Kaysen's experiment, it should only be able to destroy inanimate objects. This kind of destruction can only be used in conjunction with launching, because if it is destruction combined with touching, he can do it himself. Didn't you see that when he and Harry went to Diagon Alley for the first time, they knocked down the wall of Diagon Alley with 2 bangs? All in all, the expressiveness and excavation capabilities of this magic book are very powerful. Most importantly, it is much more fun and easier to study than the Mysterious Age, and it is also safe. The only problem now is that there are too few magic talismans that can be used in this magic book, only 5 in total. There are only 4 that can be used because the spell transmission method itself is useless now. In his thinking, the spell transmission for himself should be to add a buff to himself. But as I said before, there are too few magic runes and no buff magic runes. However, there are ways to increase the number of magic talismans, which are also recorded in this elementary magic book. The first is the copying table, but Kaysen thinks it would be better to call a research table. This copying table is not an easy task and requires a material called supreme wood, and a special parchment is also needed. This parchment is different from ordinary parchment. According to the records in the magic book, a kind of magic fiber is needed to be made together with ordinary parchment to make this kind of parchment that can record magic. However, Kaysen has not yet figured out whether this special parchment has any necessary connection with the research on magic talismans. But he now has 2 more jobs before he even has a holiday. The first is to find the supreme wood, and the second is to find the raw material for making magic fiber, the mana flower. Kaysen leaned back in his chair somewhat helplessly. He remembered that he had been on vacation last year when he and Lupin went around the world searching for magic crystals. At that time, he was much stronger than he is now. Now I can be said to be a real headless fly, but last year I had a clear goal. A light bulb suddenly lit up above Kaysen's head. Who set the goal for myself last year? Professor Trelawney. If it worked last year, it should work this year as well. It should work. Kaysen left the office somewhat excitedly and headed straight for Professor Trelawney's tower. Then he saw 2 entries in the corridor. human, magic. The two entries were floating empty in the air, and Kaysen felt helpless. The only little wizard who could do this in Hogwarts was Harry Potter, who used the invisibility cloak. Other young wizards can also use the disillusionment charm, but their level is obviously not very good. It is basically equivalent to optical invisibility. If you look closely, you can still see the outline of the shadow. He subconsciously reached down and tried to grab Harry's invisibility cloak, and then he felt something strange in his hand. It felt furry, like the person's hair, not the slippery feeling of an invisibility cloak. And the heights are also different. Harry is still a little kid now, but at this moment, Kaysen feels that this so-called Harry, he might be riding on Ron. The next moment, he felt his hand being waved aside, and then he finally saw the true face of this person who was walking around in the middle of the night. It's been so long. Why haven't you left yet? Kaysen opened his half-moon eyes and looked helplessly at Grindelwald, who was stroking his hair with one hand in front of him. Is Hogwarts your property? Grindelwald asked. Not really, but I'm a professor at Hogwarts, and I have the right to expel dark wizards. What's more, you're not imprisoned in Nurmengard now, but have been living under the nose of your mortal enemy. So, did Dumbledore find a new cell for you, or give you the position of defense against the dark arts professor in the future? Kaysen complained speechlessly. Do you know me? Looking back at a few pages of history books from the beginning of the century, you still haven't answered my question, Mr. Grindelwald. In theory, Al is not my mortal enemy. We just have different ideas. What's more, he hasn't really sent me back to Nurmengard yet. Isn't that enough to prove the situation? Grindelwald said with his hands elegantly behind his back and his chin slightly raised. There's another question. You guessed right. He did give me the position of defense against the dark arts professor next year. The corners of Kaysen's mouth twitched. What the Daily Prophet said is right. Dumbledore is indeed getting old and confused. He murmured and quickly changed direction, walking towards the headmaster's office. Do you believe it now? Professor Kaysen, Grindelwald said behind Kaysen. I believe in Dumbledore's brain very much. What does he think? Kaysen walked around Grindelwald and went straight to the principal's office. Then he saw a series of entries in the corridor. Human magic. Human magic. Human magic. Human magic. There was an empty corridor and 4 pairs of entries. Kaysen could guess which, for they were just by thinking with his knees. He reached out and grabbed the invisibility cloak, looking at the 4 confused and embarrassed Gryffindor members. Go to my office, and when I come back, I will supervise you to run around my office twice. The 4 little ones looked at each other, and finally Hermione said the words that she should never say. How about we deduct points, Professor? Kaysen looked at her with some confusion, but Hermione quickly gave the answer. It's a very simple math problem, isn't it? Running around your office will take until tomorrow morning, and if we deduct points, we will probably only need a few classes to solve it. Kaysen couldn't help but applaud after listening to Hermione's well-reasoned and convincing reasons. Very good, very well said. You're also very good. The basilisk has just been destroyed. You are out for a night stroll right after. To be honest, the danger level of Hogwarts is much higher than when the basilisk was there. Gryffindor will be deducted 40 points. Then you'll go to my office now. When I come back, I will supervise you to run 4 laps. Harry, Neville, and Ron stared at Hermione in amazement. The woman whose 2 sentences not only caused them to lose points, but also make them run 2 more laps. Wow! A voice appeared behind Kaysen. The next moment, he quickly recognized who the voice was. He quickly hid the 4 little ones behind him like an old hen catching chicks. It's a pity that his body is not wide enough, so he can't hide it no matter how hard he tries. You can rest assured, this is Dumbledore's territory. I'm not that cruel. Besides, the young wizards are the future of the wizarding world. I have infinite tolerance for them. Grindelwald explained. Ah, yes, yes, Kaysen said, wishing he could teleport directly to call Snape over so that the 4 little wizards behind him could close their ears and listen. Or, if an old hen passed by in the corridor, he would simply pluck a handful of chicken feathers and stuff them into their ears. Perhaps you can hand them over to me. I know where your office is. Little wizards of this age are the most mischievous, in case they run away. Of course, Grindelwald didn't really want to bring a few little wizards back to Cason's office, but he had to do it. But his real idea was to see what was so magical about Harry Potter, who was always on Dumbledore's lips and could be considered one of his favorite students. What kind of secrets are hidden behind the so-called savior? So, I refuse. I could take them back by myself. As for you, quickly find a place to sleep. Of course you can't sleep in my office. I only have a bed and a doghouse for Bruce to sleep in. Of course, if you want to sleep with Bruce. Crackling. Cason rolled his eyes inwardly, then took Harry and Neville in his left hand and Hermione and Ron in his right hand, tucked them under his arms, and walked quickly toward his office. I likes this one. The so-called love? Ha! Grindelwald curled his lips helplessly as he watched Cason running away quickly. Professor Cason, who is that person? Cason returned to the alchemy office and picked up a glass of water and drank it, while Hermione asked with some confusion. Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, is he more dangerous than the basilisk in the castle? Cason explained. Dark Lord too? He looks much more normal than Voldemort. Harry whispered. Well, if he knew you compared him to Voldemort, he might get angry, said Cason. Oh, so Professor, why is he here? Hermione finally asked a serious question. That's why I'm going to Dumbledore to confront him, and that's why I ran into you. I originally wanted to find Professor Trelawney. Then Professor, let's go find Professor Dumbledore and Professor Trelawney. We can go back by ourselves and make sure we stay away from Mr. Grindelwald. Ron said with a smile. The other three kids nodded in agreement. No, I'll just watch you guys run 4 laps here. It's already this late. Dumbledore and Trelawney might have gone to bed. You guys run, and I'll watch. Cason waved his hand, and the space-based, dragon-slaying cannon and redstone lamp on the ceiling of the office lit up instantly, illuminating the entire office. A huge square circle of redstone lamps appeared on the outer floor of the office. Run outside this circle, don't run inside, otherwise something terrible will happen. Neville swallowed. What is it, Professor? The chandelier on the ceiling of my office is actually a giant cannon that relies on kinetic energy to fire. If you get lazy while running, I will put you into the muzzle and shoot you into the Black Lake. Cason said. Times 4. What? Go. Run now. Cason waved his hand. The 4 little ones looked at each other and started running around the outer ring with hopeless looks. Soon, Sirius, who was sleeping comfortably on the woolen mat upstairs, raised his head in confusion. He was a little confused as to why there were clanging and be ********** G sound downstairs. Could it be that someone stole something? Sirius then remembered that he was a dog now, unlike during the day when he thought he was a damn man and actually snatched a bacon sandwich from Cason's mouth. And the terrifying thing is that he actually succeeded in taking it away. But this is not the point. The point is that he decided to be a dog for a while at this moment and do some of the dog's job, such as guarding the house. He staggered on his 4 legs to the office on the 3rd floor. The lights were already on, and Cason was sitting in a chair reading a novel. In the distance are 4 figures running. Sirius suddenly lost interest in this scene and turned around to go back upstairs to sleep. Then he heard Cason's voice. Neville, run. Harry, Ron, hold on to Neville. Harry. Sirius quickly grasped the key word, and the next moment he ran towards Harry like crazy. Cason didn't care much about it, thinking that the dog was energetic and there was nothing wrong with it. Then, just as he lowered his eyes to take a sip of coffee and then opened his eyes again, Harry, get off Bruce. Riding a dog will ruin your pants. Don't you know that? In the end, Harry still didn't complete 4 laps on Sirius, because Sirius was under Cason's crotch. All in all, Sirius runs really fast and is really strong. Cason can run so fast, even riding on his back. Really pure talent. Even Sirius could chase Harry closely from late at night till dawn. Sirius was still circling around Harry's feet, who had already sat on the sofa to rest. Okay, drink this cup of hot chocolate milk, then go back to bed. Today is Saturday, otherwise you could go to Madame Pomfrey to get a refreshing potion and go to class. Of course we will. Harry looked listless as if running these 4 laps had taken half his life away. For now on? Well, I also know that I can't control you Gryffindors. I have always turned a blind eye to your night outings before, but Grindelwald was in school yesterday, and it was too dangerous for you to go out at night. But since you didn't know that he was coming to Hogwarts, I'll give you 40 points for Gryffindor. Now go back. Kaysen pointed to the office door far away in the horizon. At this moment, Neville suddenly stood up. Professor Kaysen, thank you. He bowed solemnly to Kaysen. I just made a small contribution. The bulk of the work was done by Lockhart. Have you thanked him? Kaysen said as he quickly helped Neville up. Well, we invited him, and he went to Longbottom Manor to spend Christmas. But it's a pity that you were not here, Professor, Neville said, rubbing the corner of his eyes with his hand. Well, I can see that you had a very happy Christmas this time, Kaysen said with a smile, and then he noticed that Harry, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly looked a little lonely. At this moment, he is the only one among the 4 Gryffindors whose parents are not around. With Harry's kindness, he was of course happy for Neville from the bottom of his heart, but under this comparison, he must have felt uncomfortable. Harry, Kaysen fell silent halfway through his speech. He really didn't know what to say to make Harry feel better at this moment. Then, Professor, shall we leave now? Harry also noticed Professor Kaysen's embarrassment, and with great emotional intelligence, he wanted to pull his friends away. Wait, I have a gift for you. Kaysen quickly stopped Harry and waved his hand. The Z9 broom that he had modified appeared in his hand. This is the flying broom I modified. Do you like it? Of course, if you don't like it, I can make you a new one as a Christmas gift. You 3 will get one too, don't worry. Neville shook his head. I already got my Christmas present. Okay, then you too. Ron and Hermione looked at each other and said, no, we don't need it. No, let's give our share to Harry. Yeah, give it to Harry. Harry took the broom and nodded. This one is good. I hope so. Sirius, lying at Harry's feet, had his eyelids drooped and looked uninterested. He now has some doubts about himself 12 years ago. At that time, he was willing to accept the so-called punishment and atonement, but he let a child who lost his father stay outside. He now even thought that the fatherly love that he, the so-called godfather of Harry, gave to Harry was not even as much as that given by the professor sitting on the sofa opposite him. No, that's flattering. He was thrown into Azkaban before he even had the chance to pay the price. The dog looks very sad, Neville said, looking at Sirius at Harry's feet. Well, this dog understands human nature. Harry also looked at the big black dog lying on the ground with some amusement and touched its head with his hand. Then, Professor, are we leaving now? Harry said, holding the Z9 broom. Well, ride the broom slowly. This one is much faster than the Nimbus 2000. Kaysen reminded. Harry nodded, and the 4 of them walked towards a door far away in the sky, and Sirius also walked with his tail hanging down to see them off. Kaysen put the tea set on the coffee table in the corner, and the house elf came back and took it away and washed it. He himself teleported out of the office and appeared in the principal's office, intending to question Grindelwald for talking nonsense and staying in Hogwarts. Dumbledore, why are you still here? Kaysen was halfway through his sentence when he saw Grindelwald sitting in the corner of the office. Apparently, Al thought no one could keep an eye on me, so he decided to do it himself. Grindelwald answered, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, reading the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald said yesterday that he would be the defense against the dark arts professor in the future. Kaysen sat down in front of Dumbledore's desk somewhat helplessly. I think he would be very good for the position, said Dumbledore. Kaysen nodded. It was obvious that he had received personal confirmation from Dumbledore himself, and he now understood that the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald should be very good, and not just ordinary good. In short, it was so good that there was no need to save face. Wow, Dumbledore. You were really creative. Let me think about it. Last year you let Quirrell in. That guy has a Dark Lord on his head. Kaysen glanced at Grindelwald and added, the 2nd generation. This year's notebook contains the youth version of the Dark Lord too. I don't know if there will be a Dark Lord next year, unless Lupin also goes out for a walk and gets possessed, but that should be impossible. We can make other guesses. As a result, the year after next, you invited the first Dark Lord to come to Hogwarts to teach the defense against the Dark Arts class. Is this some weird hobby of yours? Or is it the so-called filling the gap of Hogwarts without the Dark Lord? To be honest, I have less and less trust in your brain now. Excuse me, what kind of medicinal material is in your head? Is it Ren Zhong Huang or Wang Yusha? Or something else? Honey, ahem, Kaysen, we can talk and curse each other, but please don't make personal attacks. Dumbledore said, touching his face awkwardly. Oh, it's me sitting here instead of Snape. Just be happy. Everyone, hurry up and bring gifts and urge for updates to make the dog author a jerk. Because I changed a typo in the picture of the previous chapter, all the previous comments were deleted. How miserable. Thank you very much for not calling Severus along. Dumbledore nodded sincerely. Is it too late for him to come now? I'm sorry, but I'm late. But please rest assured that Gellert will never hurt the little wizards. Even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic don't think he will hurt any little wizard. He also promised me that he would never indoctrinate the young wizards with his ideas in any way, Dumbledore explained. Then why did he come to Hogwarts to be a professor? Everyone in the entire European wizarding world knows that if someone wants to be a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, he either has something to hide or is a complete novice. If Mr. Grindelwald can really make such a guarantee, what's the point of him becoming a professor? Kaysen told the truth. Has Hogwarts become like this under your governance? Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore dimly, and his words turned into a sharp blade, stabbing towards Dumbledore's chest again. I'm sorry, this is another selfish reason why I hired you as the professor of defense against the dark arts. This position has been cursed by Voldemort, and you know that I'm not as good as you at this kind of illusory, curse magic that exists in the void. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald and said, As you wish. Grindelwald nodded obediently. Is this okay? Dumbledore looked at Kaysen resentfully, obviously still a little upset about the fact that Kaysen told him the truth and made him embarrassed in front of Grindelwald. It's okay. So where has Mr. Grindelwald been living recently? Kaysen nodded and asked a piece of gossip. Well, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I won't ask anymore. I'll go see Professor Trelawney. At this moment, Grindelwald, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly said, I can only say that you won't get any answers if you go to that crappy fortune-telling witch. What other unknown specialties do you have? Kaysen's eyes darted back and forth between Grindelwald and Dumbledore's faces. He is a prophetic magus who can see the future. Wow, so awesome. Kaysen asked in surprise. If you want to find that special wood, go to the Amazon rainforest or the African savanna. Grindelwald said casually. Wow. Thank you so much. Are there any of that kind of wood in both places? Grindelwald shook his head. It is the future I saw. You only went to these two places to look for it. As for whether the wood is in these two places, it is unknown. Maybe there are other opportunities in these two places. Okay, thanks, but I still have to go to Trelawney. I have prepared a gift for him. Kaysen said and left Dumbledore's headmaster's office. Why did his words of thanks sound so sarcastic? It was just that sentence, wow, thank you so much. Just get familiar with him. Then he will speak to you in an incredibly familiar way, making you miss the time when you first met, Dumbledore explained. It looks like you're starting to miss it now. Yes, at that time he was so frank, so shy, and so... Ahem. Dumbledore pulled out a bottle of potion and tossed it to Grindelwald. Take medicine if you feel your throat is not feeling well. Oh, yes. Yes, try to open your third eye. Everyone has a third eye. It's just a matter of whether you open it or not. The moment Professor Trelawney saw Kaysen, she forcefully dragged him to his seat and forced him to sit on the chair. He then began to teach him divination. Yes, how is it? Do you feel your third eye opening? Asked Professor Trelawney. What am I supposed to see? Kaysen asked. You have to ask yourself, what do you want to see? I saw that Hogwarts was in ruins, but no one was injured or killed. I took the cubes and rebuilt a new castle on the ruins. I also saw that I had found the two plants I needed for my vacation this year, wood and flowers. I also saw myself becoming a writer, and readers loved my books, and they inundated me with gifts. That's enough, Kaysen. Try to combine them together. Professor Trelawney said step by step. I should see. I used the reader's gifts to find the trees and flowers I wanted and use them to rebuild Hogwarts. Kaysen made up a story. Excellent. Professor Kaysen, you are very talented in divination, Professor Trelawney praised. Kaysen, who was sitting on the chair, gave an awkward but polite smile. He has no talent for divination. This is not just expressing the first impression in his mind. As for the final future, it is just a fusion of three ideas. But to be honest, it's very good that Professor Trelawney didn't predict his death this time. Professor Trelawney has also changed. She is no longer keen on feasting, but of course this remains a question mark. Well, it's indeed a question mark. Okay, Professor Kaysen, keep doing this every day and maintain your third eye training. Sooner or later, you will open your third eye and become a prophet like me. Professor Trelawney said softly. Yes. Kaysen nodded awkwardly. As for the so-called Timu training, there is no need for it. Even though he didn't know much about divination before, he could tell from the complaints of the young wizards in the senior grades that it was a subject that relied purely on talent. If you don't have the third eye, it doesn't exist. It's unlikely to open it later. As for divination, if they don't know how to do it, they don't know how to do it. Maybe predicting their own tragic death will help Professor Trelawney avoid failing the final exam. But the future will always tell them the truth. Kaysen had just sat down in his office and hadn't even warmed up his chair when the crystal ball on his desk lit up. He casually stretched out his hand and clapped it, and the office door in the distance opened, revealing 4 small figures. Sirius on the 4th floor seemed to smell something and came down quickly, almost running towards Harry. After an unknown amount of time, Kaysen had already boiled the water. There were 5 teacups on the coffee table, with a plate of snacks in the middle. Only then did the 4 little ones finally arrive at the place. Professor, I would like to consult you about something regarding our choice of elective courses for next semester, Hermione said as she warmed her hands with a cup of hot tea. Well, go ahead, Kaysen said after taking a sip of black tea tactically. I originally wanted to sign up for all the courses, but when I looked at the course schedule with the senior students, I found that some courses had conflicting times, so I wanted to ask how to choose between them, said Hermione. According to your interests, of course. Kaysen said, I must sign up for Alchemy and Ancient Runes now, but I want to sign up for all the other courses. However, there will always be conflicts in time, so I want to ask which courses are valuable enough to be worth giving up the courses that conflict with my time. Hermione said helplessly, supporting her chin with both hands. Kaysen leaned back in his chair. He knew that Hogwarts had a time turner to deal with class schedule conflicts. After all, I've been teaching alchemy for a whole year and a half, and I have heard a lot of gossip in the classroom and office. Even now that Quidditch can be played in his office, there are still little wizards who come to him with their brooms to gossip after class. But he didn't intend to say this, even if it was just to Hermione. After all, a time converter that can travel through time is still too dangerous. Not to mention that he actually experienced a chase from the future during Christmas. Even if Hermione is reliable, he is not going to say it. Hermione is more reliable than the other 3. Harry, Neville, Ron, that one seems reliable. Harry, obviously naughty. Neville, looking mischievous. Ron, being silly and naughty. Let them know about the time twister. Is there still hope in this world? So, in summary, well, what are your conflicting courses? I'll give you some advice. Kaysen said. Hermione took out a 3rd-year timetable for the next semester, and the conflicting courses have been marked out. These 4 classes are divination and arithmancy, magical creatures, and Muggle studies. Well, I'll talk about the last 2 classes first, the Muggle studies class at Hogwarts. I've attended a few classes, and I've also read Professor Bubbage's lesson plans. In short, it has nothing to do with modern Muggles, and it's not even remotely related. As a Muggle-born wizard, your blood pressure will probably rise. As for divination and arithmetic divination, divination requires talent, while arithmetic divination requires logic. I won't tell you about divination. If you sign up for the divination class, it will be very easy to get a good grade at the end of the semester. All you have to do is predict your own death in a fancy way on the test paper. But if you're aiming to improve yourself, I don't recommend it. Of course, don't take my words as the golden rule. Maybe you really have a talent for divination. But I still want to add that divination classes are different from other courses. If you have a talent for divination, you can accurately predict the future even if you have never taken a class. But if you don't have a talent, you will still make mistakes even if you read the divination book to pieces. And the so-called good final grade in divination is like a muggle learning magic and pretending to be able to do magic. It's fine to fool outsiders and professors, but don't fool yourself. After talking for so long, Kaysen felt his mouth was dry. Little Angel Neville had already poured another cup of tea into Kaysen's empty cup. Hermione frowned. "Professor, if that's what you said, then for those who don't have talent, isn't this divination class just a trick of playing house?" It's not polite to say this, but it's true. Divination classes are like this. Magic still has some logic, but divination classes have no logic at all. Neville and the other two, sitting in the corner of the sofa, looked at each other. They didn't hear anything about divination talent or anything like that. They only heard Professor Kaysen say that the final exam of divination class was easy. All they had to do was predict their own death in a fancy way. Isn't this the guaranteed course for them? Praised Trelawney. But Professor, this kind of course has almost no impact on the improvement of young wizards. Why should we continue to offer it? Hermione still asked in confusion. It's okay not to know, but it's important to have it. And Professor Trelawney is really gifted in divination. Even though her talent is sometimes effective and sometimes not, she really knows her stuff. And what if by chance she finds a little wizard with a talent for divination? That would be a treasure for the entire wizarding world. Kaysen explained. "Oh, then I guess I have to give it a try, just in case I have it too," Hermione said suddenly with great enthusiasm. When Kaysen heard Hermione's words, he felt a little embarrassed. How could she say that? Hermione, I have to remind you that you must not get angry in Professor Trelawney's class, especially for someone like you who is very pragmatic. Okay, Professor, I'll remember that. But Professor, you said Trelawney's class is irritating? Hermione asked. Yes, just before you came, I was taken to a private lesson by Professor Trelawney. Are you angry, Professor? Harry asked. Anger is reserved for enemies, not for relatives and friends, so sometimes people have to learn to digest it themselves. Kaysen touched his stomach helplessly as he spoke. Thinking of all the various death predictions Professor Trelawney had made since he first met her, he immediately felt that there was no need to eat lunch. Well, Professor, from your look, we probably understand how, it's actually not that bad. It's very simple as long as you turn a deaf ear to the various ominous death prophecies that are surrounding you, Kaysen added. This time, before the 4 Gryffindors left, they very carefully helped him put away the tea sets, which made Kaysen sigh that the children had grown up. It was not until half an hour had passed that Kaysen, who was correcting homework, finally realized a terrible idea. He quickly took out the tea set which had been cleaned by the house elf. This scene reminded him of his high school days in his previous life, when one of his roommates had a craving for food in the middle of the night and finished all his snacks. When he woke up the next day, even the hot water for washing had to be fetched by that roommate. At that time, he just thought that his roommate had grown up and knew how to be filial to his father, and then he waited until he was almost starving to death that night before opening the cabinet. At that moment, he felt like the sky was falling. He looked at the tea set carefully. Well, there aren't any strange bumps or bruises. Maybe the child has really grown up. He murmured a sigh of relief and continued to correct homework. Then the crystal ball on his desk lit up again. You can't blame me for this. Kaysen casually put his homework aside and tapped the crystal ball lightly. He always looked upon those who disturbed him during his working hours as angels. Professor Kaysen, the latest news. Professor McGonagall flew to his desk on her broomstick. What's wrong, Professor McGonagall? Kettleburn plans to retire next term, said Professor McGonagall. Wow, he finally decided to retire. But this is a good thing. Considering his style of studying magical creatures, it would be better for him to retire early. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that he will die at the hands of that 5X level magical creature. When it comes to magical creatures, he still doesn't take his safety seriously. Kaysen touched his chin with some melancholy, not because he was sad about Professor Kettleburn's retirement. As he said, early retirement was a really good thing for Professor Kettleburn. What he is worried about now is what kind of retirement gift to give. Professor Kettleburn's classes will end early this semester, so the farewell party will be held tomorrow in the auditorium. Remember to attend. I haven't seen you have a good meal in the auditorium in the past few days. Professor McGonagall reminded. Of course, I won't forget it. Professor McGonagall rode away on her broomstick with a puff, while Kaysen walked to his own work area at the side. It was not that he did not want to correct the homework properly, but the farewell party was too close and the homework was too far away. As for what to do, he just felt that there was a voice in the dark telling him, flesh and blood are weak, while chain gold can ascend. Well, it was the memory of his previous game that woke up and started attacking him. He stood in front of the workbench, stroking his chin and thinking for a while, and soon he got to work, using redstone circuits to make a complete set of prosthetic limbs. Kaysen promised that if he gave this equipment away, there would probably be a new name like Kettleburn Blackhand in the magic world in a year or two. After finishing the gift and putting in the gift box, he looked at the homework that was still waiting for him to correct on the desk. The next moment, he turned his legs and walked straight to the wine cabinet. Given Dumbledore's nepotism, he could easily figure out who would be the next professor of magical beasts after Professor Kettleburn retired. Hagrid, drink, quick, and there's good news. Hagrid opened the door and smiled as expected. Come on, come on. Kaysen, this is a cushion I made of unicorn hair. Professor Kettleburn will definitely like it very much. I think so. By the way, Hagrid, congratulations. After Professor Kettleburn retires, you will probably be the professor of Fantastic Beasts next year. Kaysen said with a smile. Me? Impossible. I can't even use a wand openly now, let alone be a professor at Hogwarts. Hagrid waved his hand and said, Oh, I have to go find Dumbledore. You should come here quickly, too. The real murderer of Myrtle has been found. He is now in Severus' office. We should call those idiots in the Ministry of Magic to give you your freedom before the basilisk body is made into potion. I'll go find Dumbledore, and you go find Severus. Forget it, I'll go find Severus. I'm faster. The next moment, Kaysen used the Ender teleportation and arrived outside Snape's office. Snape opened the door not long after I knocked. Severus, where is the specimen of the basilisk? Asked Kaysen. I'm preparing a specimen, said Snape. It's good that it's still there. This basilisk was the real murderer who killed Myrtle. But we need to let someone from the Ministry of Magic come and take a look to confirm that there is really such a thing in Hogwarts. Kaysen explained. Oh, Snape nodded. You want to give Hagrid justice. Kaysen scratched his head awkwardly. Thank you for your help. Snape was silent for about 2 seconds. Don't bother. This basilisk corpse is a pleasant surprise. It is in my office now. You can ask the recorder of the Ministry of Magic to come and take a look. Thank you, Severus. After saying this, Kaysen quickly teleported to the principal's office. It must be said that this was the first time he saw Hagrid move so quickly. The two of them arrived almost at the same time. Oh, what do you want? There were only Dumbledore, Kaysen, and Hagrid in the principal's office at this time. Old Man Grindelwald was nowhere to be found. I've always forgotten this. The basilisk was the real murderer of Myrtle. This means that Hagrid was framed. And now we have proved the existence of the basilisk, and its corpse is in Snape's office. So can we now give Hagrid justice? Kaysen said in one breath. Dumbledore took out a bookmark and put it in the novel he had not finished reading, then put it back in a corner of his desk. Let's go directly to Fudge's office this time, Fawkes. Dumbledore waved at Fawkes. Aren't we being too presumptuous? Showing up directly in someone else's office? Hagrid asked curiously. Dumbledore looked strangely at Kaysen, who was standing aside and looking at the ceiling. He doesn't deserve my respect anymore. Ahem, I have an unwelcome request. The Phoenix's flames enveloped the three of them, and when they opened their eyes, they had arrived at the minister's office at the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore, why don't you knock on the door? I'm so overwhelmed with so many things to do. If you don't have anything urgent to do this time, please leave. Fudge smelled of smoke, and the mess on his head looked like it hadn't been washed for several days. In a magical society with 4,000 people, what important things can the Ministry of Magic have? Kaysen found a sofa, sat down with his arms around his shoulders, and complained. Oomph. Sirius Black, a prisoner of Azkaban, escaped from Azkaban. Isn't that important enough? Fudge roared at him immediately after hearing Kaysen's sarcasm. Dumbledore and Hagrid's faces changed when they heard the name, but Kaysen was different. He thought it was just a random prisoner in Azkaban and immediately responded. It wasn't me who rescued Sirius. If you think I've offended you by saying the Ministry of Magic has nothing to do, please stick to the facts instead of attacking my eardrums with your high-pitched voice. Hagrid stood in front of Kaysen at the right time. He was not sure whether Fudge would take out his wand the next moment, or whether what he was doing now would intensify the conflict. He just felt that Kaysen definitely would not want to see Fudge's face now. What are you doing here? Fudge looked at Hagrid, who was standing in front of him like a small mountain, then looked at Dumbledore, who was still standing in the middle of the office, and said after taking a deep breath, "The real murderer in the Myrtle case has been caught, and Hagrid is innocent." Dumbledore said concisely, "Okay, I need to get my Ministry of Magic people to take a look at the real murderer and take him to Azkaban. You can look at it, but the murderer is now dead and has become part of Severus Snape's private collection," Dumbledore explained. Fudge's face suddenly turned pale. He has finally come to this point. The murderer is a basilisk, which is the legend of the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts. Now that the basilisk is dead, it has become the material for Severus' potion. Kaysen looked at Fudge, who was obviously thinking wrongly, and explained, "Effectively avoid damage to Snape's reputation. Go to the Deputy Minister's office next door to find Umbridge." "No Umbridge," Kaysen said subconsciously. "Then go to the Auror office to find Scrimgeour. He will handle this matter. Now please don't bother me. I really have a lot of troubles right now," Fudge said, scratching the few hairs on his head. "How did Sirius escape from Azkaban?" asked Dumbledore. "I don't know. Maybe someone rescued him, or it could be a traitor, or the port key was leaked. It's not impossible that he accidentally picked up an abandoned wand and repaired it." Fudge replied. "How do you plan to solve it?" Dumbledore asked. "We are currently investigating the security loopholes in Azkaban and investigating all Aurors, strikers, and prisoners who have entered and left Azkaban within the past year. This matter is currently under secret investigation in order to avoid causing unnecessary panic. It would be best if it could be resolved before Hogwarts goes on holiday. If it cannot be resolved, we will have no choice but to issue a wanted warrant," Fudge replied. "Well done. Why do you think Sirius came out?" Dumbledore rarely praised Fudge for his normal operation. "What? Do you need a reason to escape from Azkaban? Of course it's for freedom." No. Let me ask you another way. Where do you think Sirius will go after he leaves Azkaban?" "His home, and possibly his former Death Eater accomplices. If he didn't get the wand inside Azkaban, he would have needed a wand after he got out," Fudge replied. "So what will he do after he gets the wand? What does he want to do most?" Dumbledore asked. "Think about how he got in there. He wants to hurt Harry Potter." Fudge finally came to this conclusion, and Kaysen, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly started coughing. He quickly pulled Hagrid over. "Who is this Sirius? And why did he want to hurt Harry?" Hagrid's face looked a little bad. "In short, he is a traitor and a coward. He is even worse than a real Death Eater. James and Lily are so good and close to him. Pettigrew is his good friend, and he also—" Wait, Hagrid, just get to the point." Kaysen listened to Hagrid's increasingly long speech and was really afraid that if he didn't interrupt Hagrid, he would really talk until the Ministry of Magic closed down. So he interrupted him immediately. "He is a Death Eater, so naturally he wants to kill you-know-who's enemy, Harry Potter." "I understand." Kaysen nodded, while Dumbledore on the other side continued to say something to Fudge. "If we still can't find Sirius before school starts, the Ministry of Magic will have no choice but to send Dementors to Hogwarts." Kaysen rolled his eyes helplessly as he listened to Fudge's outrageous remarks. Now he felt extremely sorry that Dumbledore was a civilized man. If he had let his temper flare up a little, he would have seen the scene where Dumbledore, with a big D asterisk asterisk K, stuffed Fudge's head into the wall, instead of just listening to Dumbledore arguing with Fudge like now. The scene that followed in the next second completely stunned him. Dumbledore's eyes rolled around, and I don't know what he was thinking about. In the corner, Kaysen was so bored that he was picking his fingernails and almost pulled them off. Just when he was about to transform himself into the Judge of Justice and personally give Dumbledore a few slaps to ask him to be less crazy next time, Dumbledore seemed to have guessed what Kaysen was thinking. He quickly added, "I think this is a good opportunity to urge them to learn the Patronus Charm." "Hagrid, what is the Patronus Charm? Is it easy to learn?" Kaysen asked, putting down his hand that was about to be raised to slap. "The Patronus Charm is a spell that can block and expel Dementors. As for whether it is easy to learn, I don't know. I don't know this spell." Kaysen nodded. "It's just very difficult to learn, right?" Kaysen nodded, slowly stood up, shook his hands, and was about to walk towards Dumbledore. "Danger! Dumbledore!" Dumbledore saw Kaysen approaching him and quickly added, "You can also urge them to improve their alchemy skills and let them learn how to make the Wither Amulet with all their heart and soul." Kaysen suddenly stopped. His eyes, which were originally filled with Dumbledore's old face, suddenly turned into small eyes, and a question mark appeared on the top of his head. "How do you know that?" Dumbledore smiled slightly. "There is nothing I don't know about Hogwarts." Kaysen returned to his seat awkwardly and sat up again. Hagrid beside him did not understand the interaction between Kaysen and Dumbledore at all, but Fudge understood it, and he also had a weird feeling towards Kaysen. Just now, he was rubbing his fists and waving his hands as if he was going to hit Dumbledore in the stomach. But Dumbledore did not have any other opinions, but instead quickly began to explain. How can this be possible? In this case, either Kaysen is very powerful and can hold down Dumbledore's hammer. If it's physical, of course it's possible, but if it's magical, it should be unlikely. Then there's another possibility. This Kaysen is extremely important to Hogwarts, so important that Dumbledore has to stay away from him and avoid conflict with him, and sometimes even needs to explain and apologize. Fudge took a long breath without making a sound. So horrible. But Kaysen and the other two didn't have so many inner dramas. They just strolled out of Fudge's office and found Scrimgeour in the Auror's office. "How have you been lately, Scrimgeour?" Dumbledore said as he took Kane and Hagrid into Scrimgeour's office. "Not well." "What's wrong?" Scrimgeour also looked like he had not had a good rest. The dark circles under his eyes looked scary at first glance. "This is a note from Fudge. The Myrtle case from many years ago has been solved, and we have found the real murderer who killed Myrtle." "Oh, you are here for Hagrid? But this matter is reasonable and legal. As long as the prisoner is brought back to Azkaban, Hagrid can use his wand openly." After Scrimgeour said this, Hagrid's face suddenly turned pale and a drop of sweat slowly slid down his forehead. "Don't be surprised. Everyone in the wizarding world knows that you have a wand. I remember which little flower umbrella it was." Hagrid's expression was still embarrassed. "I'm sorry. The murderer can't go to Azkaban." Kaysen looked at Hagrid, who was bleeding, and changed the subject for him. "In theory, the Ministry of Magic does not allow any lynching," Scrimgeour said with a twitch of his mouth. "The murderer is a basilisk. Its body is now in Snape's office waiting to be put into the cauldron." Dumbledore explained. "Okay." Scrimgeour pursed his lips and nodded, then pressed a small button on the table and said, "Tonks, come in." Soon, a witch with pink and blue gradient hair and exuding vitality walked in. "I'm here, sir." After Tonks walked into the office, she winked at Dumbledore and Hagrid for a while, and then set her sights on Professor Kaysen, who had just joined the Auror office last year. "Finally, there is her boss, Scrimgeour. Go to Hogwarts to collect evidence and take photos. Bring back the snake offender's ID photo and publish it in the newspaper tomorrow." Scrimgeour pointed at Tonks and then at Dumbledore and the others and said, "Yes, sir." Dumbledore's phoenix appeared above his head again, and the golden red flame instantly brought them back to Hogwarts. I'm finally back. You have no idea how tiring it is to pretend in front of the old lion. The moment Tonks returned to Hogwarts, she felt like she was back home. She quickly found the small sofa in the principal's office and sat down on it. It looks like you're doing a good job in the Auror office, Hagrid said with a smile. Of course, Tonks said as she walked towards Kaysen. Hello, little Hufflepuff brother. The corners of Kaysen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. God knows who the hell had leaked the fact that he had been sorted into Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. But it's fine, there's nothing wrong with it. The problem is that the time of my separation doesn't match my actual age, which leads to a G problem. For example, some social elites use the age of their schooling to replace their actual age, such as Tonks in front of them. But he was still a community leader, so he finally chose to forgive and reached out to hold Tonks' hand. Ksenius. Nymphadora Tonks, just call me Tonks. I don't like the word Nymphadora. Okay, Nymphadora, no problem, Nymphadora. Kaysen nodded. You don't have to hold a grudge like that, right? Uh-huh. The two of them made faces at the same time, and nothing else happened. Next, Kaizen took Tonks to Snape's office. I always thought that after graduating from Hogwarts, I would never have to see Professor Snape's face again. I didn't expect that this day would come. Tonks knew the terrain of Hogwarts much better than Kaysen. She didn't need a guide and walked directly towards Snape's office. Let me guess, are you Hufflepuff or Gryffindor? Kaysen asked casually as he walked behind. Hufflepuff. Oh, when you come back here, do you want to go see Professor Sprout? Asked Kaysen. Of course I will, but I have to wait until the work is finished. Speaking of Snape's face, how is your relationship with him? Severus? Very well. Kaysen replied. You call Snape Severus, but you call Professor Sprout Sprout. You have such a good relationship. Ahem, don't tell anyone. My name is Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick. I always put a suffix of professor after them because I think their character matches the position of professor, and they also remind me of my professors when I was a student, so I have a strange fear of them. But Severus is different. I have a good relationship with him, and his potion skills are really amazing. But what he did made me hold my nose and call him a professor. It's really too difficult for me. I understand how you feel very well. Tonks nodded in agreement. The two came to Snape's office. Tonks took a magic camera and quickly took a picture of the basilisk. She finally plucked up the courage to leave. Can I have a snake, Fong? Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Tonks quickly left Snape's office. Kaysen and Snape looked at each other and shrugged in unison. Uh-huh. After returning to the office, Kaysen stretched hard. He looked at Sirius, who was sniffing his tail hard beside the sofa, and sighed. Today's trip to the Ministry of Magic was a mixed bag. The good news was that Hagrid got the justice that was long overdue. Although this justice was a little late, he was still happy about it. What is worrying is that the so-called Sirius Black that Fudge mentioned escaped from Azkaban. Of course, if he was an ordinary criminal, his escape from Azkaban had nothing to do with me. As luck would have it, this damn criminal was once Voldemort's subordinate. If what Hagrid said was true, this Sirius's mind was full of loyalty to Voldemort and killing Harry Potter. Then his third year at Hogwarts would be really damn interesting. Although a dark wizard said that the person he wanted to kill was Harry, it is difficult to say what his bottom line would be. In other words, dark wizards have no bottom line. So the way he came to Hogwarts should be to go straight to Avatar whoever is in the way. This is even more abstract than this year's basilisk. And along with Sirius came the bundled Dementors. I always joked with the young wizard about going to Azkaban for further studies and talked about topics that easily lead to Azkaban. As a result, this statement came true halfway in the next semester. It's like if I don't go to Azkaban, Azkaban will go to me. Dumbledore is still old and confused. Kaysen muttered as he took out piles of small pieces of soul sand and small wither skulls. He decided to make some wither charms just in case. After all, according to Hagrid, the Patronus charm is quite difficult, and some young wizards who are not very talented may not be able to learn it or may make slow progress. That leaves the wither amulet as their only option. However, only students in the 3rd grade and above can take alchemy as an elective course. I can't just let the little wizards below the 3rd grade be sucked dry by dementors like milk tea. Damn it, Hogwarts will collapse without me. I must ask Dumbledore for a raise next semester, he said angrily while making a small wither and putting it into the amulet frame. The next day, what did you give me? Kaysen asked Snape, who was standing beside him. Diminutive crystals, as long as they are worn on the body, can slowly heal external injuries that are not cursed by black magic. Snape replied, such high technology. No, high magic. Did you make this yourself? Kaysen said with some surprise. Soon Professor Kettleburn was blindfolded and brought to the hall by two young wizards. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be Professor Kettleburn's last Sunday at Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled and took out the Elder Wand, a simple fireworks spell accumulating at the tip of his wand. Soon the two little wizards took off Professor Kettleburn's eye patch. Bang! Oh! Professor Kettleburn smiled and accepted this farewell party. I knew that Dumbledore was just this novelty. But classic novelties will never go wrong. This is the wisdom left by our predecessors. Dumbledore walked over with a set of magical wooden prostheses. Kettleburn tried the prosthesis and said, Not bad, Dumbledore. Your alchemy skills have improved. Ahem. The next one was Kaysen. The prosthesis he made was not the rough wooden prosthesis made by Dumbledore with a few runes and a few spells. The prosthetic limbs he made can actually control the movements through inner thoughts, bending the arms to grasp objects, and even scratching the buttocks unconsciously while sleeping. Run faster than an ostrich and grasp like a rock climber. In an emergency, the angry magical creature can be beaten directly into unconsciousness, basically eliminating the possibility of Professor Kettleburn getting hurt again. It's an understatement to call this awesome chain metal creation a prosthesis. It should be called a prosthetic body. Oh my Merlin, this is much better than the one Dumbledore gave me, Kettleburn said as he quickly put on his new prosthetic body. He tried to make a fist with the prosthetic body. The leg prosthesis also bent the knee in great detail and scratched its other calf with its foot. Honestly, compared to you, Dumbledore knows nothing about alchemy. Professor Kettleburn said to Dumbledore in a mean way. The latter also enjoyed this wonderful interaction. The other professors also gave Professor Kettleburn their own gifts, such as Snape's distilled water crystal, and Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout both gave Professor Kettleburn a glove. They are all right-handed. We should have discussed it before sending it. I really hope your memory is not so good. If you give me a left-hand glove and a right-hand glove, I will be very happy, to be honest. Professor Kettleburn said with a smile, holding two right-hand gloves. That can't be helped, but I suppose you don't need a glove for your other hand, do you? Professor Sprout said as he glanced at Kaysen. Obsidian shell, if you have the guts. You can even break off the dragon's tooth. Kaysen said arrogantly with his hands on his hips. This is really cool. Kettleburn exclaimed as he stroked his hard and handsome prosthesis. Yeah, indeed, I want to change one. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, almost everyone looked at him. Severus, I remember you have a spell called Shadowless Strike, right? Kaysen suddenly said. Snape looked at the smiling Dumbledore and took out his wand in agreement. But jokes aside, although Dumbledore the Gryffindor might really cut off his own hand for a cool thing, Snape was still rational and would not do that. It was late at night, and Kaysen couldn't help but burp when he came back from the auditorium. He remembered that at the banquet, a little wizard had complained to him that his office was too big and it was inconvenient to go back and forth. There's a solution for this as well. An ice cube appeared in Kaysen's left hand, and a wooden boat appeared in his right hand. Maybe I could host a boat race in my office. Kaysen raised his big bag. Dumbledore, danger. Please give me a gift. Family members. Alchemy Professor Kezenhith's holiday adventure assistant sincerely invites Hogwarts wizards in the 3rd year and above to sign up. Dumbledore, what does this mean? Ron asked while drinking milk tea and looking at the notice on the wall in front of him. Isn't it clearly written above? Professor Kaysen is going on an adventure at the end of this semester and is now in need of a pair of assistants. The Weasley twins said casually. Harry's little head suddenly raised up, and Neville next to him had already started to move. Don't go. The notice says we are in the 3rd grade and above. Hermione reminded quickly. Neville stopped halfway through his walk, somewhat awkwardly. Clam. Yeah. Ron nodded. Didn't he see that we didn't move? Yes, just don't move. Oh, our dearest brother, and Harry, Neville, Hermione, we too have something that you can easily help with. Huh? Ron asked subconsciously. George took out the wand from Ron's sleeve, placed it in Ron's palm, then held Ron's finger and pointed it at Lee Jordan, who was putting on his robe. Everyone is petrified. The light instantly hit Jordan, and the other Fred almost simultaneously put Hermione's wand in Hermione's hand, then held her hand and released a flying spell towards Angelina. Angelina suddenly took off like a rocket. George, Fred, I won't forgive you. Angelina roared while flying in the sky. I'm sorry, but I really hope you can help us for a little while. Just a little while, don't worry. The Weasley twins comforted the confused Ron and Hermione respectively, and then quickly left the Gryffindor common room. Hermione looked at Ron beside her in confusion. Professor Kaysen, what is this? Is the campus ice hockey game you mentioned finally about to start? But I remember it was supposed to be polo, right? Ice horse. The Weasley twins walked into the Alchemy office and looked at the huge circular ice track in front of them. It stretched from the entrance of the office to the desk at the end of the office, where it turned and returned to the office exit to form a closed loop. Did we forget to prepare the ice skates? George said excitedly. No need, look at this. Fred looked at a launcher next to the ice track that looked like it was carved out of stone. There was a pull rod on the side and a sign under the launcher. Pull the lever to get the ice boat and come to me. Seeing this, Fred pulled 2 rods in succession. With 2 clicks, 2 wooden boats were spit out by the launcher. Cool. The 2 of them got on the small boat, which had been modified by Kaysen. It had no oars, only small ice wheels on both sides of the boat, and was equipped with a throttle, brake, and steering wheel. Just like Dad's car, give it a try. Fred got on the boat and stepped on the accelerator. At first, the boat moved slowly with the rotation of the ice wheel, but it seemed to be accelerating all the time, and there was no limit at all. F *** K. Kaysen, who was sitting on the sofa pouring himself a cup of tea, looked at 2 small black dots flying towards him at high speed, not far away, and shrugged helplessly. I hope the Weasley twins, 2 Quidditch players, can get a little better at boating. As he was muttering, the Weasley twins drew a perfect arc in the air in front of him, and then flew straight into the wool pit that Kaysen had prepared. Bang! Professor, why don't the brakes work? George said as he climbed out of the wool pit with difficulty. Oh, the brakes of this ship are not just for decoration, but they are not much different from decorations. After all, this is on the ice. Kaysen said after taking a sip of tea tactically. Well, luckily we didn't give our brains to fall out, said the second half of the sentence by Fred, who had just climbed up. Don't worry, I have cast a protective spell in the office, which will definitely give you some breathing room until Madame Pomfrey arrives. Professor, you can't do this, Fred said with an embarrassed look. I'm kidding you guys. That wool pit is specially reserved for you to get off. The other places on the boat and the edge of the ice track are protected by magic. You could just crash into it when the time comes. As Kaysen spoke, he pointed at Sirius, who was drifting on the ice track in a boat. Look how well Bruce drives. This dog drives better than little Ronnie. Little Ronnie? Ron, Kaysen said with a frown. Oh, Professor, you don't know his nickname, right? George said with a sidelong smile. I don't know. Where's the homework? Kaysen said as he poured 2 cups of tea for the Weasley twins. The Weasley twins shyly took out the amulet shell they made. Professor, we have studied it in detail before, so we would like to ask a little presumptuously, what is the use of using gold in the shell of our Wither amulet? As for other obsidian and mithril, we have figured out their principles and uses, but this gold... Oh, you're asking what gold is used for? Kaysen nodded. Yeah. In fact, it has no use. It's just for aesthetics. The Weasley twins were a little confused. The gold on the shell of the Wither amulet is just for fixing it. As for obsidian and mithril, so, theoretically speaking, if you can use some other metal to fix it, there will be no problem at all. I give you pure gold because gold has good ductility and is easy to process. Kaysen explained. Oh, in that case, can we? Kaysen glanced at the Weasley twins' black robes, which had turned a little gray from washing. Okay, remember to use another golden medal instead, or paint it. The Weasley twins looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. That's not what we meant. We have no intention of stealing your gold. Then why are you asking this? Are you really here just to ask questions? Kaysen asked puzzledly. That. Professor, I remember you seem to be going on an adventure to the Amazon in Africa during this holiday, right? The Weasley twin flies said, rubbing their hands. Yes, how did you know? Didn't you ask Headmaster Dumbledore to post the notice? Kaysen touched his ear. When did I ask Dumbledore to post a notice for me? The Weasley twins looked at each other. You didn't know that you were in need of an assistant for your adventure plan at the end of the semester? When will I? Kaysen was halfway through his sentence when a crystal ball on his desk lit up again. Professor, what is this? Oh, this is the switch for my office door. Hey, wait. Before George finished speaking, Kaysen had already pressed the crystal ball down. The next moment, the office door opened wide, and Lee Jordan and Angelina rushed over on their flying broomsticks. Shit, is that the performance a comet should have? George said in confusion as he looked at the white tail of Lee Jordan's broom. Is this the sonic boom that Father mentioned to us before? The next moment, Angelina and Lee Jordan tacitly grasped one each and lifted the Weasley twins into the air. Wow, hanging bell, Kaysen said with admiration, looking up. Professor. A little wizard appeared in front of him in a boat. What's the matter? Kaysen asked in confusion. Here is my resume. Please take a look. Kaysen politely took the resume and then asked the young wizards who had lined up behind the wizard in confusion. Are you all here to look for this adventure assistant? The young wizards nodded in sync. Kaysen closed his eyes in understanding. You have been deceived by Dumbledore. I don't plan to find an adventure assistant. Even if I really plan to find an adventure assistant, I already have someone. After all, if I really take you out, your safety will be a problem. And it's hard for me to tell who's taking care of whom. Hearing the cries of surprise, Kaysen did not forget to look up at the Weasley twins who were doing the hook dance. After he said that this so-called adventure assistant was a farce, Angelina and Jordan no longer wanted to let the Weasley twins fly. After quickly putting the two down, Angelina used Transfiguration to create two red noses and pinched one for George and Fred respectively. The Weasley twins looked at each other and asked, Are we clowns? If nothing unexpected happens, yes. Half an hour later, the little wizards who had been piled up in the office finally left, and an uninvited guest appeared in his office with another uninvited guest. Dumbledore, I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you come to me? And Mr. Grindelwald, don't you have your own things to do? Kaysen said with a cold air all over his body. You can't blame me. I really was worried about letting you go out alone. Dumbledore said with a smile. I'm not a child. Why should you worry about me? Kaysen rolled his eyes. Do you know the customs and practices of those places? Do you know the insidious tricks of those venomous snakes hiding in the dark? And do you know the real prices in those places? Kaysen's mouth twitched. The last sentence is what you really want to say. But don't worry, I will find Lupin to join me. Lupin is not available this holiday because he has to go see Sirius. Sirius, who was curled up in a woolen mat on the second floor, suddenly raised his head. He was a little hungry. I think Hagrid should have nothing to do during the holidays. Kaysen continued. You yourself agreed that you needed an assistant. Dumbledore smiled. So, you think Hagrid is good too? Dumbledore shook his head. Minerva has given Hagrid a strict order that he should finish writing all the lesson plans for grades 3 to 7 in advance during this holiday. If nothing unexpected happens, he probably won't have the chance to go out with you. Why didn't I have to submit lesson plans back then? Kaysen said helplessly, hugging his shoulders. She urged you, and then in order not to hand in the lesson plan, you blew yourself into the infirmary for most of the holiday. Don't you remember? Dumbledore said dimly. It was an accident. Kaysen said stiffly. Well, I believe you are right. Just believe me. Now can you tell me what's going on? I would like to recommend an adventure assistant for you. Dumbledore said confidently with his hands behind his back. You convinced Severus? No. you can't be talking about? Kaysen said as he turned his gaze to Grindelwald, who was standing next to Dumbledore. Ah, I remember he is still a wanted criminal, and a wanted criminal in the whole of Europe, Kaysen said with a somewhat broken expression. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, who waved his wand casually. What has changed? Kaysen asked, looking at Grindelwald's face, which was exactly the same as a second ago. This is a large-scale confounding spell. You still see the original me, but others see random appearances, and they can't remember what I look like. Grindelwald explained. Kaysen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You are really awesome. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald, then at Kaysen. You agree? Kaysen shrugged and asked Grindelwald, Are you fast? Grindelwald and Dumbledore looked at each other, and it was obvious that they were a little confused by what Kaysen said. Dumbledore didn't say it, but Grindelwald would probably know what Kaysen meant soon. Okay, little wizards, this is your last exam. You can leave now. At the end of the semester, Kaysen collected the test papers and said with a smile, Professor, will you be sad if we leave? Asked a young wizard named Barry halfway through handing in his paper. In fact, there's a little bit, but it's not enough. The times when I was really sad were probably the class of the Weasley twins and the class of Harry Potter. The former are the first group of students I have taught since arriving at Hogwarts. We will have a full 4-year course. As for the latter, they and I both came to Hogwarts for the first time in the same year. We will explore this strange and magnificent magic castle together. In a sense, we're like classmates. Professor Wow, aren't we your favorite class of students? Barry asked with a raised eyebrow. In fact, you're the worst class I have ever taught. Now, get out of here, get out of here. Kaysen said as he led the way out of the classroom. Professor, you are not saying this on purpose because you are afraid that we will be sad? Kaysen stopped walking, turned around, and shrugged. Not really. Real. If I lied, I would be hunted by cannibals on this expedition to Africa, but not literally. Africa? I listened to Dumbledore's nonsense and came here with you. Being a so-called adventure assistant is the most wrong decision I have ever made in my life. I should have taken a look at the future in advance. Grindelwald rode on his broomstick and shouted to Kaysen, who was flying in the air. You can't blame me for this. Who knew there were cannibal wizard tribes in this world? And they even have flying carpets. Kaysen responded. This? Grindelwald turned his head and dodged a pale green curse. Look at this situation now, he shouted at Kaysen. We've already used the killing curse. This is no longer an ordinary pursuit. We must use strong punches. Kaysen turned his head, and a series of withered skulls flew over and hit several wizards. With a bang, everything turned to ashes. Grindelwald on the side also used a series of Avada's crushing curse and crushing heart and bone. And for a moment, he even used the killing curse at the speed of a machine gun. However, the main purpose of the two was to get rid of the pursuit, not to cancel the other party's account. So in most cases, it was fire suppression, not a real call from the god of death. Except for the wizard who first released the killing curse, most of the other wizards were injured, and of course they were in a withered state. It is possible to recover if you take good care of yourself. Fly forward. Grindelwald suddenly shouted at Kaysen. Kaysen nodded. At times like this, he had to absolutely trust his teammates and must not do anything that would make his enemies happy or his loved ones sad. Grindelwald made sure that Kaysen had flown in front of him, so he took out his wand and turned on it. In an instant, the azure flames engulfed all the pursuing enemies. Oh my Merlin! Now, they don't have to worry about the damage caused by the wither, Kaysen said as he took the time to look back. Okay, let's go down. The two landed on the ground and leaned against each other under a tree to rest. We should have just stolen under the cover of night. It's better than being forced to eat meat and better than killing so many people. Kaysen sighed helplessly. At that time, he and Grindelwald had initially gained the trust of the cannibal wizard tribe that owned the magic flower, and the chief of the tribe invited the two to attend the bonfire party in the evening. As luck would have it, the bonfire party of this cannibal wizard tribe had a conservative program, which was cosplaying as Hannibal. The two tried their best to refuse, and then the chief thought that this was a sign of disrespect for him, and angrily waved a magic gesture at the two of them. And that's it. I have no regrets until now. As a human being, I should have the bottom line that all human beings have. Some bottom lines should be defended even at a greater cost, such as dignity, friendship, and the fact that we as human beings should not eat our own kind. Grindelwald explained. Okay, I understand. Did you get the things? Kaysen asked. Grindelwald shook his head. F***K. Let's go again in the evening. We must get the magic flower seeds today, because our plane will take off tomorrow morning. Kaysen felt dry in the mouth and took out a bottle of water to drink. You spend galleons like you're blowing dandelions. Why are you so stingy with Muggle currency? Grindelwald complained as he reached into his pocket. Do you know any spells to burrow underground? I saw an idea in Doryman that allowed people to swim in mud as if it were water. Your magic is so powerful, so it should be easy to do. Grindelwald was somewhat helpless. I am a wizard, not a god. But if you really want that magic flower, I know a little bit about space magic, and maybe I can move the flower seeds directly for you. As he spoke, he gathered all the magic flower seeds in his pocket into his palm. This seed is regarded as a sacred object in a certain tribe, and is stored on the totem altar of that tribe. At that time, he accidentally left the automatic pickup turned off and took advantage of the chaos to touch it. Haven't we experimented with that altar? I wonder what method they used to stabilize the space there. In any case, even my ender teleportation is difficult to teleport anywhere, not to mention ordinary space magic. Kaysen said, Well, if I could fix it for you, give me the seeds of the magic flower, and I'll kill you right away. You're not really going to get it, are you? Kaysen suddenly realized halfway through his words. Why is he trying to set a trap like this? He asked quickly, Tell me first what you plan to do, if I really can do it. Grindelwald said as he took the bottle of water handed to him by Kaysen. All I can say is that even if you give me water, I won't plant the flowers for you before you make a bet. What is your relationship with Dumbledore? Kaysen chose to change the subject. He planned to use roundabout tactics and language skills to make Grindelwald obediently hand over the flower seeds to him personally. Lovers. P.S. They're the official pairing chosen by Rowling, which means they are lovers in the original works of Harry Potter and Fantastic Beasts. Oh, love! Kaysen jumped up from the ground. Fortunately, Grindelwald had anticipated this and supported his body with both hands in advance. Do I have an explanation? Sherlock and Peanut are like this, and so are you and Dumbledore. Kaysen looked at Grindelwald with a strange look. At this moment, the image of Grindelwald, the Dark Lord feared by the whole of Europe, as a cool old man gradually collapsed in his mind. It turned into, and Dumbledore, who among you is, what do you want to ask? Grindelwald asked helplessly. Who among you took the initiative? Kaysen finally asked the question. Is this question important? It's very important. At first I just thought that you were half-brothers, but I didn't expect it to be like this. But your relationship broke down? Kaysen asked. No. Come on, if you give me the flower seeds and tell me about your active and passive relationship, maybe I can help you a little. Grindelwald rolled his eyes, waved his hand, conjured up a small bag, put the flower seeds in it, and threw it to Kaysen. A quarrel? It suddenly rained on the hot African savanna. Grindelwald stood up helplessly, looked at Kaysen beside him, and then asked in confusion, Is rain water delicious? Support Dumbledore 1's gift-giving. Those who support Grindelwald 1 will also receive gifts. Manual Doghead. On a rainy day, I felt that drinking water from a bottle was boring. I started to use abstract techniques. And Grindelwald looked confused. It's actually okay. It's much cooler than a water bottle. After saying this, Kaysen used the empty water bottle in his hand to refill a glass of milk. Otherwise, drinking rainwater would definitely give you diarrhea. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. Who do you think took the initiative in our temperament? Grindelwald turned his head and looked at Kaysen. In terms of temperament, it should be you. Grindelwald nodded. That's right. Real. Grindelwald's scalp hardened. Really? I don't. Kaysen said halfway when he saw Grindelwald had moved his hand to the sleeve where the wand was. Okay, I believe it. Well, let's go back to the hotel," Grindelwald said as he wiped his rain-soaked hair and disappeared with a buzzing sound. What followed was a sky full of purple spots of light. The next morning, the two of them traveled lightly and took a taxi directly to the airport. After getting on the plane, Kaysen took out his mask and earplugs as if he was familiar with the place and planned to have a good sleep. In order to have a good sleep quality on the plane, Kaysen stayed up until 3 in the morning last night. But Grindelwald is different. Although the two of them came to Africa from England by plane, Grindelwald is still very interested in this huge non-magical aircraft. He patted Kaysen, who was sleeping. The latter opened the blindfold a little. "I studied civil engineering, not aerodynamics. You really shouldn't ask me. Just like last time you asked me for almost the whole journey. Didn't I still not be able to answer?" "No." Grindelwald shook his head and cryptically set up a soundproofing spell around the two of them. "I am just lamenting the growing gap between muggles and wizards. I have seen airplanes, but most of the airplanes I have seen before can only hold 1 or 2 people and drop some bombs at most. In fact, muggles had large transport planes at the beginning of this century, but I don't know if there are such large passenger planes, and I want to sleep." Kaysen muttered intermittently. "Wizards are still too arrogant." Grindelwald shook his head and said, "The wizards in England and Germany are too arrogant. I came into contact with the magic world in France last year, and they are very open to muggle science and technology. And there is Ilvermorny, the magic school in America." Kaysen explained to the old wizard who had been disconnected from the internet for decades. "Do you know why? England because of Voldemort, Germany because there are no muggle wizard students in the magic schools there. But I have seen their muggle contact classes. Although they are all pure-blooded, their attitude towards muggle wizards and muggles is much friendlier than that of England. You can tell from the names of the courses. One is Muggle Contact Course, and the other is Muggle Studies Course. You can sense England's arrogance just from the names of the courses. Have you ever thought about changing?" Grindelwald asked. Kaysen took off his blindfold and said, "I knew you were not holding back when you came with me. Now you are really showing your true colors. I had this idea originally, but now I don't have it anymore." Grindelwald shook his head. "If you are timid, you'll never achieve great things. Achieving great things is a Slytherin trait. I'm a Hufflepuff. Perhaps we can use a gentle approach," said Grindelwald. Kaysen shrugged. "Compared to 1 billion deaths, any path is mild. Giving magic to 6 billion people around the world is something that only the most arrogant people would not dare to think of. Who knew you would actually dare to put it into practice? You deserve to fail, and your future self will come to you to make it real." Kaysen rolled his eyes. The Grindelwald in front of him was a natural prophet who could see the future, so he was not surprised at all that Grindelwald knew the cause and effect of this time and space event. But who suddenly appeared on the roof of Hogwarts and tried to steal the magic seeds? Grindelwald shook his head. "Before you completely destroyed the magic seed, there were many timelines that could still be manipulated, so I took action to snatch it. And now, the timeline is getting confusing, and I can't see clearly." Kaysen sat in his seat and sighed. Let be chaos. He didn't have any better solution right now. Or maybe he is worthy of being a Hufflepuff. If he were a Gryffindor or a Slytherin, he would carry out the plan of magic seeds. Even if I were a Ravenclaw, I could easily solve this problem, 1 billion lives and the remaining 5 billion new humans with magic. Of course, this number is conservative. It is more likely that the new humans with magic will fight more and more fiercely, and the world's war machine and the pervasive wizard assassinations and hatred will advance at full speed. In the end, there may be only 1 or 2 billion left. It's a pity that he studied civil engineering and had only a superficial understanding or incomplete understanding of the underlying logic of this kind of war. He also has no idea to what extent this war will expand. After all, he is not a professional. If it was someone else like Grindelwald, Dumbledore, or Voldemort, would they still carry out the plan even if there were only 100 million or 100 million left, let alone 1 billion wiped out? Wait, Voldemort. He doesn't have such a big picture. In his eyes, wizards are divided into different levels. If everyone in the world really becomes a wizard, they will also know about him. then the brand new Muggle wizards will immediately unite. Unite again. With his left hand, he ate a big melon, and with his right hand, he used Bopsa to shoot all those brainless purebloods before starting a civil war. What are you thinking about? Grindelwald asked Kaysen, whose expression changed. Thinking about those stupid pureblood families in England. Dumbledore told me that you always treat your students equally, Grindelwald asked back. I'm not targeting any young wizard from a pureblood family. What I look down on is the so-called pureblood groups that are just following their own path. Of course, maybe some of my pureblood students will become that kind of person after graduation, or maybe not. Anyway, I can only hope that he can get rid of the shackles of his family and live out his true self. Instead of being a puppet without self, he works for the prosperity of the family and to keep the machine running. Kaysen sighed. Do you think it's possible? Do you think that's possible? Grindelwald asked. Maybe. Kaysen nodded seriously. For those pureblood heirs who have a lot of resources, they could buy anything they need with gold galleons. But they chose to sign up for my class. I think this is a kind of self-will on their part. They like alchemy. They have found their hobby and their heart that is wrapped in the family's will. There was one time that left a particularly deep impression on me. This was my second year at Hogwarts, and the professors and the young wizards held a sorting ceremony for me. What impressed me most about the sorting ceremony was not the sorting hat that belonged to me, but the Slytherin table. The Slytherin table split into two. One group took off the masks that were forced on their faces by their family. They left the table and started to revel. Of course, I'm not saying that I'm so popular and that all little wizards should celebrate my sorting. In fact, most little wizards use me as an excuse to start an unrestrained and free carnival. But the Slytherin table was divided into two groups. One group took off their masks and started a party, while the other group wore the masks given to them by their family and imitated the expressions of a 30 or 40-year-old family leader with their 11, 12, or 3-year-old age. Kaysen was so thirsty from what he was saying that he naturally picked up a drink from a passing stewardess's car and handed one to Grindelwald. Let me guess, most of those who join the revelry are those who have signed up for your course? Asked Grindelwald. Right. Have you ever thought about making some changes? Changing their pureblood arrogance. For this purpose, I specially made a lesson plan. Since the beginning of the next semester, I have put a lot of effort into not provoking their rebellion. I have never been so attentive, even when teaching alchemy. Kaysen said, Come on, Dumbledore told me you never wrote a lesson plan for alchemy. Why does he tell you everything? Late night in Brazil. This address, sir. Kaysen gave the address to the taxi driver, and soon the two of them, after a while, finally found the hotel. Grindelwald took a casual bath and went to sleep. As for Kaysen next door, his sleep and rest habits were not healthy. After all, he had been unconscious on the plane for nearly 10 hours and could not fall asleep even if he wanted to. But it's not that I have nothing to do. For example, while listening to the background music of TV, I started to study the route to enter the Amazon rainforest tomorrow. Then the next day, why don't we just ride on a broomstick? Can't you fly? Grindelwald asked. I can't read a map, can you? Grindelwald shook his head. That's it. Grindelwald shook his head again and took out his wand. Show me the way. The magic wand was like a compass, pointing straight in the direction of the Amazon rainforest. Grindelwald took out a broom from his pocket and looked at Kaysen with strange eyes. Don't look at me like that. Let's go. Kaysen touched his chin awkwardly. After opening the window, he was about to cast a layer of invisibility on himself, but then he found that he had teammates with him this time, so it was inconvenient to be invisible. Will your confusion charm work in this situation? Asked Kaysen. Okay, Grindelwald said as he took out his wand and waved it casually. Is that all? Kaysen asked. Soon, the two of them flew out of the window with a broom. Along the way, Grindelwald kept using his wand to calibrate the direction, while Kaysen flew beside him and followed closely. Noon. Is there any special feature of the wood you're looking for? Grindelwald asked. I don't know the characteristics, but I can use a monocle to find the essence of each tree. At least I don't have to conduct experiments again and again like last year. But aren't you a prophet? Why don't you just make a prediction? Kaysen asked. No. Clam. Because I'm bored. Well, having talent means being willful. Kaysen said this and waved towards Grindelwald, indicating that it was time for the two of them to go downstairs and show off their meal. The two took out various self-heating foods from their pockets, heated them according to the instructions, and began the long wait. Previously, the magic flower in Africa was a sacred totem of a wizard tribe. Do you think the supreme tree will also be controlled by a wizard tribe this time? Kaysen asked while waiting. Grindelwald paused as he summoned water to wash his hands. Can't you just shut up about your crow mouth? What's the big deal? The previous time in Africa was just a coincidence. Besides, I saw that the atmosphere was too dull, so I want to tell you about the interesting things that happened in my class. Who knew that we would really encounter a tribe of cannibal wizards? Try to say less of this kind of thing in the future. Wizards' language is magical. Grindelwald spoke in a rare, earnest tone. Okay, I definitely won't do that this time. I don't think so, don't worry. As the two were talking, the food on the ground was heated up, and they both took their spoons and started showing off. In the evening, perhaps it was Kaysen's good luck, or Grindelwald's divine eyes guided the two to the right place. Soon the two saw a huge tree that could be considered a towering tree in the Amazon rainforest. Kaysen looked up at the huge tree in the distance that blocked out the sun. The bark was dark gray with dark green patterns on it. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a crack. Flourishing tall tree. The monocle parses out the entry in due time. Look, we found it. This time it's much smoother than in Africa. Kaysen said with emotion. His goal is big too. Grindelwald agreed. A diamond axe appeared in Kaysen's hand, and then he flew into the air, planning to chop a few branches as saplings, and then he saw something that made him look embarrassed. Those were two figures walking out from the trunk of the tallest tree. I told you not to talk nonsense, such a bad mouth. Grindelwald said, while taking out his wand while standing on the ground. While the two people who came out were not noticing, Kaysen quickly returned to the ground. After looking at Grindelwald, the two of them tacitly found a place to hide. Do you believe it now? Crow's mouth. Grindelwald held the wand in his hand. The green magic of Avada's gnawing melon had been accumulated at the tip of the wand. He used the magic to condense the sound into a silk thread and transmitted it to Kaysen's ears. But Kaysen didn't know how to use Grindelwald's trick, so he could only spread his hands and shrugged. Soon the two figures that came out quickly went back again. The two looked at each other, and Kaysen quietly moved behind a larger tree that Grindelwald was leaning against. They are wizards. What do they think? How about we just charge in? Grindelwald whispered. How can civilized people be so barbaric? Let's deal first. If they don't release Avada, we won't release Witherskull and Fiendfire. Kaysen whispered. I see they regard this tree as their home. How did you steal it? Grindelwald asked. Just chop down 2 saplings, and then you can use the slicing and swooping spells on me, and we'll leave. Grindelwald shook his head. I just noticed that this tree has been cast with a warning spell. It will detect any magical contact. You might as well just go and cut down 2 trees. If I chop, I won't be detected. It's different. The detection magic will detect you the moment you go in and chop the tree. But if I use magic, the spell starts from flying into the detection range and chopping down the sapling. I will then use the flying spell to pull it over. It will take at least 2 seconds. Grindelwald explained. All right. Kaysen grabbed a ball of invisibility magic and slapped it directly on himself. Then Grindelwald watched as an exquisite diamond sword suddenly appeared on the top of the tall tree. With a few swipes, he chopped off a large pile of branches. As expected, the detection magic of the treehouse was activated, and a group of wizards wearing grass skirts, who were more primitive than the primitive people, ran out. Colorful spells instantly flew towards the diamond sword and bundle of branches in the sky. Kaysen, who was flying in the air, also quickly teleported away from this place of trouble. The wizard tribe in the Amazon rainforest did not have the chain gold device that confined the space like the previous African wizard tribe. Last time, Kaysen could run away, but Grindelwald couldn't, so he naturally couldn't sell out his teammates. But this time it was different. Grindelwald can leave whenever he wants, and there is no need to wait for him like before in Africa. As Kaysen left, Grindelwald, hiding behind the trees, gritted his teeth helplessly. If you don't tell me about Kaysen, you really can't feel it, right? I can't sense it with detection magic, and I can't sense it with space confinement magic either. Just throw yourself here like that. Just when Grindelwald was confused, a red spell hit the big tree he was leaning against. Grindelwald frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Soon his brows relaxed again, and he smiled helplessly. I'm still old. As he said this, he took out his wand. On the other side, in the hotel room, Grindelwald finally arrived half an hour later and operaed back. The two looked at each other in silence. Did I accidentally leave you there? Grindelwald nodded. Do you need my apology? What do you think? Forget it. I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time. How many people died? This time I used Cruciatus, Grindelwald explained. Oh, you've turned over a new leaf, Kaysen said in surprise. Sometimes you are really bad at talking. Now that you have obtained the Tallwood and the magic flower, it is time for you to go back. I, an old man, cannot continue to bother with you. Grindelwald sighed. It's very simple. I'll put you into the ring, Kaysen said subconsciously. Grindelwald looked at Kaysen in confusion. The other side of this ring is my office. In other words, this ring is a miniature portal, and the other end of the portal is my office, Kaysen explained. How should I get in? Gellert Grindelwald. Kaysen yelled. The moment Grindelwald agreed, the ring in Kaysen's hand suddenly emitted a soft light that shone on Grindelwald and almost instantly sucked him in. Good stuff, I'm so awesome. As Kaysen spoke, he teleported back to his office. He and Grindelwald returned almost at the same time. I'm beginning to no longer recognize the alchemy of this world, Grindelwald said as he dragged a boat from the corner, placed it on the ice road, and drove towards the office door. Come often when you have time. Kaysen waved at Grindelwald and said, There's a chance. Grindelwald, who was driving the boat, stretched out his hand and waved. Kaysen drew a place in the work area where the sun shines for a long time and opened a small garden there with grass blocks. After sprinkling the seeds of magic flowers on the ground, he first watered it and then planted the saplings of the tallwood. He inserted the saplings deep into the soil, spacing them apart, then added water and finally sprinkled bone meal evenly on them. Almost instantly, the supreme wood was ready, but Sirius was a little excited when he found a small garden in the corner, as if he had discovered a new territory. Then he saw a square tree. Kaysen also looked back at Sirius, shrugged his shoulders, and indicated that the plants in his small garden were all useful, and asked him to leave quickly. With Sirius's departure, Kaysen breathed a sigh of relief. This dog really understands human nature. A diamond axe appeared in Kaysen's hand, and after chopping it down in a few strokes, the saplings in his hand, plus the saplings he had cut back from the Amazon rainforest before, now totaled 32, or half a set. We still have to expand it, Kaysen said as he took out a grass block, dug a hole in most of the office, filled it with soil, and several plant magic flowers and the supreme wood. As for the little wizards and professors who come here to stroll around and ask why the trees here are square, they know nothing about alchemy. The next day, Kaysen placed a brand new table next to his desk, feeling very safe. The magic talisman research table is in hand. Asking for gifts, family members. Ding, ding, ding. Kaysen was leaning back in a chair, wearing an apron, and rubbing a flower with his hands. He soon crushed the flower, leaving only the magic-rich fibers. He casually threw the fiber into the small plate on the desk, where there was already a small pile of magic fiber. Only then did he sit up straighter, stretch himself, and pat the crystal ball on the desk. This time, Dumbledore did not rely on apparition to suddenly appear in his office, but knocked on the door in a very human way. Soon he arrived here in a skateboat. Kaysen looked at Dumbledore with a strange expression. Tell me, is there anything else you need my help with? Dumbledore shrugged and said, Could it be that I am bored staying in the castle and come and chat with you? If you really came to chat with me, You should have used apparition or the sudden appearance of the phoenix to scare me. Would you just knock on the door, honestly? So polite, Kaysen said with a pout. Lupin had a conflict with the Malfoy family at Privet Drive, Dumbledore said succinctly. What kind of conflict could they have? And where is Privet Drive? Asked Kaysen. Harry lived in Privet Drive, and the conflict between Lupin and Malfoy seemed to be that Lupin had been squatting in Privet Drive at the beginning because Sirius left Azkaban and he went to protect Harry. But while protecting Harry, he met Greyback, that crappy werewolf, and standing behind that werewolf was Lucius Malfoy, Dumbledore explained. So what are Greyback and Lucius Malfoy doing in Privet Drive? And what kind of conflict are they having now? Are there any casualties? Kaysen asked with a frown. It's still under negotiation. It's at Harry's house. One of my informants in Privet Drive told me so. Kaysen nodded. Does that mean there hasn't been any bloodshed yet? Dumbledore nodded. Then there should be no bloodshed. Kaysen murmured and threw a few spiderwebs towards the magic research table. He now wants to make a confinement talisman, and the confinement talisman in the new magic art requires spiderwebs and the essence of earth. But Kaysen does not have that thing, or it is not certain whether that thing exists in nature. But he did find something else, the element of earth in the mysterious era. Soon there was a new imprisonment symbol in his spellbook. Where is Privet Drive? Dumbledore gave Kaysen a small compass. The direction it points to is the direction of Privet Drive. As for the destination, the most magical place is where they are confronting each other now, and kill Greyback. Kaysen looked at Dumbledore in a strange way. In his eyes, at least Dumbledore was a kind Dumbledore, even a little bit saintly. He had never heard him call for killing anyone, but now he asked him to kill Greyback directly. You can imagine how much evil Greyback has done. I will. Kaysen nodded, teleported out of the office directly, cast an invisibility spell on himself, and flew towards Privet Drive according to the instructions of the compass. Privet Drive, at Harry's aunt's house. Maybe we can go out and talk. What do you think, Mr. Lucius? Lupin held his wand and quietly watched over the two of them. Greyback wandered around the living room, picking up and tasting anything he saw that was interesting and throwing it on the floor if he thought it tasted bad or was uninteresting. In the corner of the living room, the Dursleys were huddled together shivering. Harry was standing in the other corner, vaguely leaning towards Lupin's direction. It wasn't that there was something about Lupin that attracted him, but he was simply repulsed by Lucius Malfoy. As for Lupin, at this moment he just wanted to coax these two out. Yes, he wanted to coax them out of the Dursleys' house. Now there were 4 wizards crowded in this small muggle house. As a young wizard, Lupin did not consider Harry within his combat capability at all. In his eyes, this was an adult matter, and Harry must not be involved. As for the other two, Lucius Malfoy and Greyback, the former was still somewhat rational, just sitting on a fabric sofa with his legs crossed, looking at everyone in the room with a mysterious smile. Especially the Dursleys in the corner, he seemed to be very intoxicated by the fear of this weakling towards him. As for Greyback, he is a complete barefoot man who is not afraid of wearing shoes. If he is pushed into a corner, he will even bite Lucius, his so-called master. He is a complete mad dog. Having 2 people like this was not a good thing for anyone in the room, including the Dursleys and Harry. As for Lupin, he was also afraid to use his best efforts. If this happened outside the room, he would have immediately used some serious dark magic to shock the 2 dark wizards in front of him. But now, he doesn't have the courage anymore. Mr. Potter, could you please come here for a moment? Lucius said softly while sitting on the fabric sofa. No, don't go, Harry. If you have anything to say to Lucius, come to me, not an innocent child. Lupin shouted angrily. No, no, no. Lucius shook his head. Our Mr. Potter is not innocent. He used some unknown means to take away my property. My house elf helped him unconsciously and even had a hint of betrayal towards me. Lucius shook his head, his eyes still fixed on Harry. Lupin quickly stood in front of Harry. Lucius frowned when he saw this. Greyback. Greyback licked his lips and walked over. Like Lucius, he enjoyed the fear from the weak. Unlike Lupin's fear, which was that he might hurt other people, Greyback didn't like that kind of fear. He liked another kind. For example, the kind of fear that the Dursleys had in the corner, the simple fear of hurting themselves. So when Lupin is in front of him, he will seem a little dull, but he will still lick his lips and try to look perverted. Lupin, remember? I bit you when you were a kid, Greyback whispered. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the room. A red restraining magic quickly fell on Greyback, making him unable to move at all. Mr. Lucius, I need a reasonable explanation. Why would the head of a pure-blood family bring a crazy werewolf here to bully a young wizard who just graduated from the 2nd grade? Kaysen put his hands in his pockets, and the magic book slowly floated beside him. Lupin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and so did Harry behind Lupin and the Dursleys in the corner. The first two were relieved simply because they trusted Kaysen's ability, while the Dursleys' trust was because they trusted Kaysen's character. Compared to the kind of people who just send the child away without paying and suddenly show up to take the child away and even break the person's hunting rifle, there are 3 people who suddenly appear at this moment today. One of them is dressed in rags, and the other is as annoying as a 15th century noble lord. There is also Greyback, who looks crazy and has an abnormal mind, like a complete mad dog. The handsome wizard in front of me seemed very kind and amiable, and he also knew to pay child support, and the child support was in gold. At that time, when Vernon Dursley took the gold to the bank had never seen such pure gold. So when they met again at this moment, and met again at such an abstract moment, the Dursleys actually developed a strange sense of intimacy. So, does bullying the weak make you happy? Kaysen asked with a frown. Lucius shook his head, still not getting up from the sofa. In fact, I don't have the time. I'm here for my property, Dobby. With a bang, a big-eared elf appeared in the room. So, is this the real 2v2 now? Lupin came over with his wand, leaving Kaysen stunned. What's wrong with me? Lupin asked. I'm curious. When will you remember that there's a 6th magical creature in this room? Kaysen said that the confinement magic he had cast earlier was almost ineffective. No, it's not accurate to say it's about to expire. To be more precise, it's already expired. Greyback flew towards him. Kaysen frowned and raised his hand slightly. The magic talisman of imprisonment was activated slightly, and it moved from himself as the center point to one direction. All the magic power of the magic talisman covered that direction. Greyback swooped down into the air. I was wondering why he's still alive after you've been chasing him for so long. It seems like the Malfoy family is protecting him. As Kaysen said this, a withered skull with a dead and dilapidated aura suddenly appeared in his hand and merged directly into Greyback's body. The next moment, Greyback's body quickly crumbled into a pile of black, rotten tiles and finally turned into powder. Kaysen looked at the small ball of black ash on the ground and looked at Penny in the corner with some apology. I'm sorry, Mrs. Dursley. Maybe you'll have to vacuum it again later. I'm not very good at housekeeping magic. Curled up in the corner, protected by Vernon Dursley, Petunia nodded tremblingly. To be honest, Kaysen's move was much scarier than that of the crazy wizard, but she still swallowed her saliva. I will. That's great, Mr. Malfoy. Can we move to another place now? Everything is fine now, and I don't have the heart to talk about these trivial things. Lucius took out his wand with a grim face. He certainly didn't plan to continue a 2v2 fight here, but planned to apparate and run away. He originally thought that Professor Kaysen in front of him was only quite accomplished in alchemy, but he didn't expect that he was also so advanced in black magic, and even knew black magic but not household magic. Compared with this guy, Lucius couldn't even tell who was the dark wizard between him and Kaysen. Harry in the corner's eyes rolled around. He glanced at Dobby, and then at Lucius, whose face was dark. Only then did he remember what Dobby had said to him the last time he saw him. House elves have no freedom. The way for a house elf to gain freedom is for his master to personally hand him a piece of human clothing. Harry did it right away. He quickly picked up a very expensive silk scarf of his Aunt Petunia that was on the table and spread it on the dust. Petunia in the corner felt distressed when she saw it, but he really didn't dare to say anything at this time. If the wizard here is in a bad mood, give him a beating. Even Kaysen, who paid child support, looked like a devil in her eyes who could easily turn a person into dust. Soon Harry wrapped up most of the dust with a silk scarf, tied it up, and carried him towards Lucius. "Mr. Malfoy, you forgot your friend," Harry said, trying to put on a normal expression. Malfoy frowned. The originally gorgeous scarf had been consciously trampled in the dust by Harry, and its original appearance could no longer be recognized. However, a trace of inappropriate politeness in his heart still made him stretch out 2 fingertips to pick up the small bag of dust. "Dobby, take it." Lucius took it and quickly threw it in Dobby's direction. Unlike Lucius, who was just taking care of his own hairstyle, Lupin had been watching Harry's little movements from the beginning until now, and now he spoke to Dobby at the right time. "Dobby, you should open that little bag and see what's in it." Dobby looked from Lupin to his master, Lucius. "Just throw it here after you open it," Lucius said concisely. Dobby got the instruction and shook it casually, and the silk scarf that Harry had tied tightly slid open. "This is a silk scarf worn by a human?" Lucius Malfoy gave this scarf to Dobby. "Dobby is free." Dobby looked at Harry and then at Lucius with his big eyes and said with joy. Lucius was watching this scene, and for a moment he was overwhelmed by anger. He subconsciously drew his wand, and then he saw Lupin standing in front of Harry. Strictly speaking, Kaysen had already torn his relationship with Greyback, but it had not yet been torn apart, and this Kaysen killed Greyback in one move. Finally, he put his wand back and kicked Dobby, just as he had done countless times in Malfoy Manor. But soon, Lucius, who was careless and did not take his wand, remembered something very important. Strictly speaking, Dobby was no longer his house elf. A surge of magic power burst out from Dobby, knocking Lucius away. Fortunately, Lucius's reaction was not slow. He quickly took out the wand from his sleeve and waved it, allowing himself to land steadily on the ground instead of being directly stuck to the wall. "Dobby, you," he said angrily looking at Dobby. Dobby responded without giving in. "Dobby is free." Lucius calmly straightened his clothes, snorted coldly, waved his wand, and left this place of trouble. Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief when Lucius left. The reason why he was holding his breath before was not because he was afraid that he and his aunt's family would be in danger if Lucius was here, but simply because he was afraid that Lucius would say a few more words in the room and there would be another cloud of dust in the room. Although it felt great to wait until school started and tell Draco Malfoy, "Your father is dead," the little angel Harry was really a born good person. In his eyes, most villains don't need to die. For example, Lucius Malfoy is just a disgusting, slick middle-aged wizard in his eyes. And Draco Malfoy is just a classmate who loves to be a jerk. As for Greyback, "Professor, this pile of—" Harry asked, pointing at the ashes on the ground. "Well, I'm not good at housework magic. Mrs. Dursley, where's the vacuum cleaner? I'll help you clean it up," Kaysen said subconsciously. No, I'll do it myself later." No, Dobby can do it." Dobby just snapped his fingers, and a breeze blew up the dust on the ground. He picked up the scarf and shook it gently, and the scarf regained its luster. But Penny still didn't want to take the scarf. After all, it was no longer clean. "Professor, I'm asking why. Why did you kill this man?" Harry asked again, this time very clearly. "Oh, a person whose death is not worth it. Remus can explain the details to you," Kaysen said, lowering his eyes and thinking. In order to gain a little more freedom, Harry had a spirit ring attached to one of Mrs. Dursley's scarves, and the person was his own student. His parents died in the battle against Voldemort. Dumbledore didn't care, and his other relatives and friends weren't by his side. If he didn't help himself, who would? Soon he searched his pockets for a long time, but didn't find anything. Mrs. Dursley, how much is this scarf?" Kaysen took out the wallet containing British pounds with some pain. No, thanks." Penny shook her head quickly, afraid that if she was even a little slower she would turn into ashes. Kaysen picked up the scarf helplessly. "Well, Burberry, a genuine high-end silk scarf from Old England, has an official selling price ranging from £100 to £800. "Ah," Kaysen groaned for a moment. Then, with a painful look on his face, he counted out about £800 from his wallet, placed them on the table, and weighed them down with a cup. "Well, Mr. Dursley, Ms. Dursley, and Mr. Dursley Jr., I hope I didn't scare you. This is compensation for your scarves. We will leave now. Harry will be with us for about half a day, and we will bring him back before dinner." Kaysen motioned for Harry to go upstairs and get dressed, while Lupin and Dobby cleaned up the room that was messed up by Greyback. Soon Harry ran downstairs in his coat and ran straight out the door before stopping to wait for Kaysen and the others. "God bless you." Before leaving, Kaysen did not forget to say goodbye to the Dursley family with the blessings of ordinary people. It was not until Kaysen and his men, as well as Dobby, had all left that the Dursleys, who had been hiding in the corner of the room, stood up tremblingly. Dudley Dursley suddenly said, "He's quite stylish, isn't he?" "Well, he's a gentleman. It would be better if he was a normal person." Vernon Dursley nodded and said, "What do you think, Mom?" "Indeed, he is at least the most cultured wizard I know. How about going to Diagon Alley? I think you guys must be tired of staying in my office." Kaysen suggested to the other three. "Can. Then go your separate ways and meet at the ice cream shop. My teleportation can't carry anyone. Lupin, you take Harry and Dobby." With that, Kaysen teleported away from the spot. Kaysen, who arrived earlier, ordered 4 ice creams, and soon Lupin and the other 2 also walked into the shop. "Come here quickly." Kaysen waved. "Is there Dobby's too?" Dobby said in a shrill voice as he watched Kaysen push a portion of ice cream in front of him. "Obviously, yes. Eat it with confidence," said Kaysen. Harry suddenly remembered something. "Oh, Professor, I have to go to the bathroom." Then he ran out of the ice cream shop quickly. "What happened to him?" Lupin asked with some confusion. "Didn't I tell you to go to the bathroom? I should know what he's going to do." Lupin suddenly realized at this time. He remembered that when they were still at the Dursleys' house, Kaysen took out a stack of pounds with a painful look on his face to compensate Petunia for the scarf. And Harry should have noticed the scene at that time. Now he has something to do, so he probably went to Gringotts to withdraw money. "What do you know now?" Kaysen touched his chin in confusion. "You can see it. Why can't I see it? Maybe everyone has different talents." Lupin said, looking at Dobby across from him. "Your name is Dobby, right? Do you see what Harry is going to do?" Dobby nodded. Of course Dobby can see that Harry Potter is a good boy and a great man. He knows how to repay his kindness, so of course he will choose. "Hey, stop talking, this is it." Lupin suddenly laughed and waved his hand at Dobby to stop. Things that even the house elves could see, but Kaysen couldn't. He looked at Kaysen, who was concentrating on eating ice cream, with some amusement. He really didn't know how someone with such low emotional intelligence could be so popular. But after thinking about it carefully, it is actually normal. It is this kind of kindness, without any embellishment or modification, that is so precious. This kind of sincere praise, or even sarcasm from a pure heart, is sometimes much better than the so-called high emotional intelligence and various ways of praising people. Kaysen Ball, who is concentrating on eating ice cream. Family members ask for gifts. "Family, Happy New Year." Originally, I wanted to give myself a holiday on New Year's Day, but after giving it some thought, I decided not to. After a while, Harry came running back and placed a handful of pounds on the table in a very impressive manner. Kaysen looked at Harry, who was begging for praise, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Lupin, hoping that he could help him out of the predicament. But Lupin just shrugged casually, and he seemed very satisfied with what Harry did. "Okay, Harry, although it is actually very embarrassing for me as an adult to take money from a child like you, but since you have this intention, I will not discourage you. This will not happen again." Kaysen picked up the stack of pounds and subconsciously looked at the number. "It's actually the real thing. By the way, Professor, how did you suddenly appear in Privet Drive? And what's the story with this uncle and Malfoy's father?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore told me. As for this is your defense against the dark arts professor next semester, Professor Remus Lupin. He is much more reliable than Bigelow and Lockhart. As for why they came to Privet Drive, it was pure coincidence." Harry opened his half-moon eyes and looked at Kaysen speechlessly. "Okay, Lupin, please explain it to Harry," Kaysen said helplessly, unable to stand Harry's weird look. Lupin coughed twice and said softly, Before the enchanted book therapy, Lucius Malfoy had been secretly funding Greyback and his werewolf group. Greyback is Lucius Malfoy's dirty knife. After the advent of enchanted book therapy, wizards lost their fear of werewolves. After all, it only takes about one galleon to be completely cured. Lucius Malfoy also unilaterally cut off funding to Greyback, which made Greyback very angry. And today, Lucius Malfoy should have known about Dobby's affairs, so he came to Harry on purpose. To be honest, I wasn't that worried when I first saw Lucius Malfoy. For one thing, he is not good at magical combat, and although he also worships pure blood, compared to those truly crazy pure blood families in the wizarding world, he is much more rational and reasonable. So I'm not worried that he will do anything to harm Harry's uncle and aunt. Of course, they will definitely suffer a little. But Greyback is different. He seems to be very dissatisfied with Lucius Malfoy. I don't know how he got Lucius Malfoy's itinerary. The two of them arrived at Privet Drive almost at the same time. That's when I rushed into Harry's house. "That's my aunt's house," Harry whispered. "But that's your home too. Little wizards always need a home," Lupin comforted. "I feel like Hogwarts is more like my home." Well said. Kaysen was a little shocked by the speed at which Lupin's expression changed. So Greyback and Lucius Malfoy weren't technically in the same league at that time. Kaysen asked, "If I hadn't been there, the confrontation would have been between Lucius Malfoy and Greyback. Of course, I think the more likely possibility is that Lucius Malfoy used money to send Greyback away and then hired someone to quietly kill Greyback." Lupin explained. "Yeah, that makes sense." Kaysen nodded. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "What do you think of Lucius Malfoy?" "I've only met him a few times. A very smart guy. He is very good at speculation and fence-sitting. Basically, his family has never been liquidated for various speculations since its establishment. Of course, I only know this from the unofficial history books I read when I was a student. I don't know as much about the so-called upper class as you do," Lupin said after taking a bite of ice cream. "What's their attitude toward Muggles?" asked Kaysen. "The centrists tend to be purebloods, or the purebloods tend to be centrists. They certainly can't be compared with the Weasleys and the Abbotts, but compared with the Lestranges and the Blacks, they seem much more anthropomorphic. When Voldemort was in power, they tortured Muggles for fun. Even those two families often did this when Voldemort was not in power. But most of the time, the Malfoy family just went with the flow in Voldemort's team. They were neither active nor passive. Of course, it definitely did something. In fact, you shouldn't ask me about these things. Snape knows much more than I do," Lupin explained. "Huh? What?" Kaysen and Harry asked in sync. You'll know when the time comes when you ask him yourself," Lupin said guiltily. Harry shook his head with difficulty when he saw this. "Then I won't ask." But Kaysen was different. He had quietly taken out a small notebook from under the table and started taking notes. "By the way, Professor Lupin, why are you at Privet Drive?" Harry asked after taking a bite of ice cream. "To protect you," Lupin said after thinking for a while with his eyes downcast. "Is it just for today's situation?" Harry tilted his head. "No, it was an accident today. Don't you subscribe to the Daily Prophet during your holidays?" Harry shook his head. "They won't even let me go out, let alone let owls fly around the roof all day. Are they so mean to you? I always thought it was boring for you not to go out during the holidays," Lupin said with some surprise. "If you had seen what he was like in Hogwarts, you wouldn't have asked such a question." Kaysen complained in a low voice. "Sorry," Lupin said as he took out a newspaper from his coat pocket, flattened it, and handed it to Harry. Harry took the newspaper and glanced at it casually, and his eyes were quickly attracted by the headline on the front page. "So, the purpose of this prison breaker, named Sirius, is to kill me?" Harry asked calmly. "Normally, a normal child shouldn't have the same attitude as you do," Lupin said. "It happened once before, actually," Harry said sheepishly. Lupin looked at Kaysen with a strange look, and the latter shrugged helplessly. "Dumbledore, don't you know?" Yes. Why did he come to kill me?" Harry asked, suddenly looking up. "A Death Eater, a dark wizard. Do I need a reason to kill you?" Kaysen shook his head and said. Lupin on the side seemed to be hesitant to speak, but then he said, By the way, Kaysen, can I go to your office later? Of course. I can stuff you in right now if you want. Lupin shook his head. Wait a minute. Anyway, Harry, although subjectively your aunt and uncle won't let you leave the house, you may feel very bored, but objectively speaking, you are quite safe this way. Today's new newspapers have arrived. Who wants to buy some? As several people were talking, a little wizard suddenly appeared outside the ice cream shop with a stack of newspapers floating behind him and chanted a spell in a loud voice. This should be the little wizard from the shop in Diagon Alley who has not yet entered school. He used his parents' old wand to buy a lot of newspapers to earn pocket money. Little wizard, give me 4 servings. Lupin waved his hand at the little wizard and said. Soon, 4 copies of the Daily Prophet that had just been published this morning were placed in front of several people, even in front of Dobby. Lupin was reading the newspaper boredly, and then he noticed the headline of today's newspaper. Oh, Arthur and the others are so lucky to have won so many galleons. They should be able to live comfortably in the near future, right? Did they go traveling? Lupin said in confusion. Obviously, that's the case. Kaysen also saw the photo in the newspaper and nodded. But this... Lupin suddenly saw a little mouse in Ron's arms in the photo. He always felt that the mouse looked like a close friend of his who died more than 10 years ago. One of his best friends, Peter Pettigrew, has an animagus that is a little mouse. But maybe I'm wrong. Peter Pettigrew has been dead for more than 10 years. To be honest, instead of studying whether the little mouse in the photo is Peter Pettigrew, it would be better to study whether the big black dog he and Kaysen picked up when they went out drinking that day is Sirius Black. After all, Sirius's animagus looks really similar to the big black dog named Bruce who plays with boats in the office all day or plays around in the castle. By the way, Kaysen, that big black dog is Bruce. Have you seen him with your monocle? Lupin asked. I have seen it. The entry is Beast. Lupin nodded and smiled bitterly. I see. I thought he could find a leaky cauldron and maybe he would have some magical blood in him. Who knows? Maybe it's very thin. Kaysen said as he casually folded the newspaper and put it in his pocket, looking at Dobby who was sitting obediently in his seat. Dobby, what are your aspirations for the future? Dobby, who was sipping ice cream, looked up with a startle. I want to protect Harry Potter. Well, actually I don't need your protection. Really, if you protect me, it's very likely that I will die young. Harry commented bluntly. Well, then Dobby doesn't know what to do now. Maybe Dobby needs another job. Dobby said with his eyes downcast. Then didn't I let you free for nothing? Harry touched his nose awkwardly. No. Dobby wants to find a job that can get him paid, so that Dobby can save all the money and give it to Harry Potter. Just like Harry Potter gave him money to Professor Kaysen. Dobby said in a shrill voice. In fact, Harry's behavior is called repayment. Of course, if you give the money to Harry, it can also be considered repayment in a sense. Kaysen suddenly remembered halfway through his speech that Harry had exerted all his efforts to help Dobby regain his freedom. So in a sense, it was subjectively reasonable for Dobby to return the money he earned to Harry. But objectively speaking, it was different because Harry had acted impulsively in giving Dobby freedom, and there was no employment relationship or exchange of interest between Dobby and Harry. From this point of view, it was unreasonable for Dobby to give the money he earned to Harry. However, Kaysen did not dwell on this dilemma for too long. After he got himself out of the maze, he said, Do you think Dumbledore will accept Dobby? Lupin, who was sitting next to him, seemed to suddenly react. Yes, Dumbledore will definitely accept Dobby. That's it. Dobby, you and I can go back to Hogwarts later. We can ask Dumbledore. Kaysen said. Soon after the 4 of them finished their ice cream, they walked around Diagon Alley for a few rounds. It was not until the afternoon that they sent the sad-looking Harry back to Privet Drive, his aunt's house. At least the holiday is almost over, relax. Kaysen rubbed Harry's big head and said, Yes, I will, Professor. Harry walked towards his aunt's house with a bitter face. That's right, Harry, Kaysen said suddenly. Harry turned around quickly. Kaysen added, If you want to live better at your aunt's house, maybe you can give them some gold as alimony. Of course, if you can't get over it, you can also use it as rent and food money. Harry nodded. I will, Professor. Go back. After several people saw Harry off to his aunt's house, Kaysen sighed. This is what it's like to live under someone else's roof. The adoptive parents don't get love, and the adopted children don't feel love either. In the final analysis, it's because the parents are not around. Otherwise, Voldemort deserves to die. Lupin on the side just shouted that Kaysen's words were like a sharp sword, piercing his heart directly. What's wrong with you? Kaysen noticed Lupin's strange expression and asked with some concern. Nothing. Let's go back to Hogwarts. I want to see Bruce first. I miss him a little. Lupin lied casually. Uh-huh. Remus Lupin, Kaysen said. In the blink of an eye, Lupin was sucked into the ring in Kaysen's hand. What kind of magic is this? Dobby asked in surprise. Alchemical magic, Dobby. Yes. Kaysen was the only one left on the street at dusk. As the Ender teleport was activated, he also disappeared, leaving only a slowly dissipating purple light spot. Today is New Year's Day. Happy everyone. Originally, today is New Year's Day. I wanted to take a day off to celebrate the holiday, but after thinking about it, I decided not to take a day off. I will just update the post honestly. This should be considered good news. But it's not entirely good news. The final exams are approaching, and I have sleep problems. Although the author has no human rights, I also want to do well in the exams, have a healthy body, and have a peaceful new year, so starting today, I will update this book twice. After all, the author also needs rest. I hope all the parents who provide him with food and clothing can understand me. I will also take care of my body. I have been suffering from severe insomnia recently. I wake up at the slightest sound at night. I need to adjust my work and rest schedule. Fireworks, New Year's Greetings, Limited Edition Kaysen. The two of them, along with Dobby, returned to Kaysen's office at Hogwarts. Lupin, wait a moment. I'll take Dobby to Dumbledore's office. As Kaysen took Dobby away, Lupin also looked at Bruce, who was drifting on the ice track. Dumbledore. Kaysen pushed open the door of the principal's office. Dumbledore was studying a cup of strawberry milkshake. Oh, Kaysen, it seems that the matter was resolved smoothly, Dumbledore said, and gave half of the milkshake to Kaysen. Try it. I can't. I'm here to recommend a house elf to you, Kaysen said as he stepped aside, revealing Dobby, who looked a little embarrassed. Oh, Dobby, I remember you. You're the house elf of the Malfoy family. Dobby is no longer the Malfoy family's house elf. Dobby is free now. Dobby explained. Oh, I almost understand. You need a job? And it's a paying job, Kaysen added. That's no problem. What is your expected salary? Dumbledore nodded. I don't know, headmaster. How about 10 galleons a month? 10 galleons? No, that's too much. Kaysen rubbed his ears helplessly after listening to Dobby's harsh voice for a moment. Dumbledore looked at Kaysen and spread his hands with an innocent look. So, 5 galleons? Kaysen sat on the sofa in the corner and slowly made himself a pot of tea. After the tea was finished, the negotiation between Dumbledore and Dobby about the salary was finally over. In the end, Dobby happily went to the cafeteria with his monthly salary of 4 galleons, while Dumbledore wrote down 500 galleons on the monthly bill of Hogwarts with great interest. Let me guess, this was Harry's idea, asked Dumbledore. Yes, Dumbledore. What do you think of those purebloods? Kaysen nodded and asked back. Fools, there are some smart ones among them, but those smart ones don't have good vision. Dumbledore said. Mind mentioning a few typical examples? Kaysen asked. Typical. I'll use the Weasley family and the Malfoy family as examples. I like to call the Weasley family smart. They see clearly that wizards and muggles are a community, and they're also very willing to accept muggles and muggle wizards. The idiots of the Malfoy family. They're a little clever and have stirred up the magic world in history. They have escaped the fate of being liquidated every time. However, this is still just cleverness. The truly smart people try their best to avoid their families from participating in those fierce power struggles, but they always participate in them and never get tired of it. But both have a shortcoming, arrogance. Dumbledore said, took a sip of milkshake, and then shut up. Why don't you say anything? Kaysen asked. Why didn't you ask me? Snorted Dumbledore. Okay, great Headmaster Dumbledore, what's next? What's this so-called arrogance flaw they share? I didn't hide my words. I just said the superficial arrogance. I want to talk about the Malfoy family. The Weasley family, on the surface, is very friendly to Muggles, but they still built the burrow in the wilderness, far away from the Muggle world. If nothing unexpected happens, they probably don't have the money to buy a house in the Muggle world. Kaysen complained in a low voice. Listen to me, Dumbledore said seriously. The Weasley family is poor now, but when Arthur and Molly got married, their financial situation was not tight, but they still subconsciously believe that wizards and Muggles should not live in the same place. Secondly, Arthur really likes all kinds of mechanical creations of Muggles, but in fact, this is just a one-sided liking. Arthur uses his magic to disguise some scraps of copper and iron as Muggles' mechanical creations, but he is unwilling to communicate and learn with Muggles in person. In fact, he has communicated with me. Ron often told me that Arthur Weasley couldn't walk when he met Muggles and asked all kinds of questions. Kaysen complained mercilessly again. Dumbledore took a deep breath and said, "You say it, or I say it. You tell me, you tell me. What I mean by communication is systematic learning with Muggle professionals, mechanics, engineers, and auto repairmen, rather than using magic and alchemy. He naturally believes that Muggle creations are just good ideas, but their technology is not as powerful as his magic." Dumbledore explained again. "Oh, I understand now. You too, Kaysen," Dumbledore continued. I mean, you have the arrogance of having magic too." "Me too. Didn't you study the magic seed before and want to put it into practice? Why do you assume that people who know magic are definitely better than ordinary people? Why do you assume that everyone will like magic? This is the kind of arrogance. And your arrogance is different from the arrogance of Weasley and Malfoy. Their arrogance is like the arrogance of a stranger. Weasley thinks he is better than Muggles, so he doesn't need to learn Muggle technology. Malfoys think they are superior to Muggles, so they look down on and even belittle Muggles. Your arrogance is the arrogance of a parent toward his child. For example, regarding magical seeds, you want everyone to have magic, but do they really want that? You're making decisions for the Muggles. Kaysen nodded in sudden realization. I understand. In a sense, your arrogance is even more terrifying than theirs, because their abilities are nothing more than a few Muggles being looked down upon or being pranked. But what about you? To be honest, if a person as powerful as you accidentally goes astray, and no one is watching you, the damage you will cause to the world will be more than even 10 Toms can do. Dumbledore added. Kaysen nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I know. Please don't chase and kill me anymore. By the way, why do you ask this? Asked Dumbledore. Kaysen took out a teaching plan from the ring. I learned a few small things when I first attended the Alchemy exchange. As he said this, he handed the lesson plan to Dumbledore. You haven't even written a lesson plan for alchemy, but you're so interested in it. Dumbledore looked at the lesson plan, then looked at Kaysen and said quietly, to put it simply, this lesson plan is Kaysen's ideological education for those young wizards from pureblood families. It can also be said that it is a mixture of various alchemy knowledge and private goods. We don't need to ask all pureblood wizards to become as friendly to Muggles as the Weasleys, but we just need to let them face Muggles squarely and stop treating them as transparent NPCs. Are you planning to teach a separate class? Dumbledore asked quietly. Do I look like such a diligent person? I just plan to pay more attention to those pure-blooded young wizards in my class in spare time, hoping to make them a little less extreme before their worldview is fully formed. That would be like taking the first step from 0 to 1. Kaysen shrugged and said, Good idea. Dumbledore nodded. Yeah, after all, it seems like no one except me is willing to do it. Kaysen said as he stood up and was about to leave. You could tell me any ideas you have in the future, and let me help you with some advice. Dumbledore quickly called Kaysen and said, No. Dumbledore watched Kaysen turn into a burst of purple light and leave the office before he slumped down in his chair helplessly. He talked a lot today, and it was the first time he half opened his heart to Kaysen. Kaysen is an extremely capable and talented man who can make full use of his innate alchemy talent just by relying on the belated magic rite. His first thought was to find ways to keep such a person under his nose. He was even mentally prepared to cut off the alchemy when the defense against the dark arts of Hogwarts was almost cut in half. But Kaysen unexpectedly taught very well and was very popular. At this time, Dumbledore couldn't help but feel relieved. On the one hand, Hogwarts had gained a new general, and on the other hand, he had led an ignorant wizard onto the right path. Thirdly, it was a good thing that he was there when Kaysen had a conflict with Lester, an employee of the Ministry of Magic, that day. Otherwise, Kaysen would have knocked Lester unconscious and was thinking of giving him physical amnesia. In that situation, the Ministry of Magic, which was submissive to the outside world but aggressive internally, would never let it go. It was almost foreseeable that Kaysen would be defeated by a constant stream of Aurors and Strikers and imprisoned in Azkaban. In Azkaban, the originally kind-hearted Kaysen was forced by the Dementors to become a real dark wizard. His original magic also improved with the passage of time, and then a new Dark Lord will rise in the land of Azkaban. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as he said this, he took a sip of the milkshake. Comfortable. When Kaysen returned to the office, he watched Lupin driving a small boat on the ice track, driving in a trance, as if he was chasing Sirius, who was driving in front. Kaysen looked at Lupin's useless efforts in silence. You know, Sirius seemed to be very talented in driving, so his ship was specially upgraded by himself. Lupin wanted to catch up, but he probably couldn't. How is it? Do you need help? Kaysen asked while standing at the edge of the ice track. I don't believe it. Please help me. Kaysen rolled his eyes, and the new magic book appeared beside him, quickly shooting out a red confinement magic, instantly hitting Sirius, who was driving the boat. After a while, Lupin finally arrived, panting, and carried Sirius out of the boat, as tired as Bruce. Sirius looked at Lupin's big face and subconsciously wanted to lick it with his tongue. Then he suddenly realized that he didn't know Lupin in theory. Hold on. Kaysen, can you lend me your monocle? Lupin held Sirius and looked left and right. No matter how he looked at him, he found that he was exactly the same as Sirius back then. He immediately said to Kaysen. Kaysen didn't know what Lupin was investigating, so he just took off his glasses and handed them to Lupin. The latter took the glasses, held them in his hands, and looked through them at Sirius, who was so close to him. Beast! It's really not him? He looks too much like him. Lupin murmured. Who do you think he looks like? Kaysen asked as he took the glasses from Lupin's hand and put them back into his eyes. Like Sirius Black, you may not know that he is an animagus, which means that a human wizard can take on the form of an animal through a complex ritual magic. Lupin explained. So, Sirius Black's animagus is such a big black dog? Asked Kaysen. Yeah. Lupin nodded. Does this kind of ritual magic require a wand? Kaysen asked. A skilled animagus does not need a wand to transform, and Sirius is a skilled animagus. Kaysen nodded. So this is how he escaped from Azkaban. Why didn't you tell Dumbledore earlier? I'm afraid he'll be disappointed. Disappointed? What is there for him to be disappointed about? I lied to him and hid the animagus matter from him for so long. Isn't that enough to disappoint him? Lupin said bitterly. Sometimes I really don't understand your way of thinking. Kaysen put his hands on his hips and looked at Lupin speechlessly. But now it's already this time. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban and is going to kill Harry. Are you still going to hide it from him? Lupin shook his head. I just haven't figured out what to say yet. Of course, I found Dumbledore and talked to him face to face. Kaysen was speechless. It was not until this moment that he understood for the first time what Dumbledore had told him before about Lupin's hesitation and contradiction. Well, I'll go now. I won't be back after I leave. I'll go directly to Privet Drive and continue to look after Harry. Lupin nodded. As Lupin left the office, Kaysen finally sat down on the chair helplessly. The next 3 years were initially judged to be as F*** ed up as the previous 2 years. First, Sirius Black was endangering the lives of Harry and all the young wizards in Hogwarts all the time. Then there is the Dementor-themed Hogwarts that the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore came up with on a whim. Speaking of the Dementors, perhaps I can make some use of them and let the young wizards learn alchemy well under the supervision of the Dementors. Also, when I was talking to Grindelwald before, I said I wanted to help restore his relationship with Dumbledore. Finally, it is the ideological and moral education for the pure-blood young wizards of Slytherin. This semester hasn't been peaceful. He sighed and shrank back into his chair and heard a rustling sound in his coat pocket. He took the crumpled Daily Prophet out of his pocket and threw it casually at his feet, right under the nose of Sirius, who was dozing off. The front-page headline of this newspaper was a photo of the Weasley family in Egypt after they won the lottery. Also appearing in the photo is a little mouse with a severed finger. A new Dark Lord will rise slowly in the land of Azkaban. The triangle building is Azkaban, and asked for gifts. Sirius raised his eyelids with some boredom. He had known about the news about the rat for a long time, as early as when he was in Azkaban. But now I am in Hogwarts. Although this is the most magical place in the whole of England, it is also the place where magic is most thoroughly managed. He wandered around the castle for a long time and didn't find a single wand. Secondly, it was vacation time, and the Weasley family should still be in Egypt. He and that stinky rat were too far apart in time and space. Oh, I'm so confused. When will this damn vacation end? Sirius lay on the carpet, muttering silently to the point where countless students would go crazy. Merlin seemed to sense his wish. Time passed surprisingly quickly, and soon the school was about to start. The annoying Fudge finally came to Hogwarts, escorted by a large number of Aurors. Along with them came the Dementors. Haha, the Minister of Magic needs such a large number of Aurors to protect him when dealing with Dementors, but he just puts these Dementors in Hogwarts. Kaysen said as he sat on a step in front of the Hogwarts gate. There was nothing for him to come here. Dumbledore didn't call him, and Fudge didn't call him either. It seemed that he came here simply to play tricks on Fudge. The corners of Fudge's mouth twitched, but he had no intention of retorting. This alchemist professor was a bossy person who acted without thinking. If he had an argument with him here, he might just slap him in the face. The Aurors around him might not necessarily help him. Although his plan to place Dementors in Hogwarts was indeed a stupid move, he had obtained Dumbledore's consent. But now Dumbledore acted as if nothing had happened, while he had to endure the dislike of almost all members of the Ministry of Magic. And the reason why this alchemy professor appeared here was most likely to deliberately provoke me, so that I could have a good reason to beat him up. You must not be angry, you must not be angry. Fudge took a long time to finally force out a smile. That's it, we have to go back too. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Dumbledore said politely. Fudge left in a disjointed manner with a large group of Aurors, leaving behind Dementors that filled the entire Hogwarts. No, I have to write a letter to Fudge. If these Dementors hurt the little wizard in the slightest, I will plant his head in a flower pot, the kind that is planted alone. Kaysen curled his lips and started writing when he returned to the office. Sirius kept gritting his teeth in front of a dressing mirror, as if the air in his mouth was the illusory Peter Pettigrew. What he was doing now was training on how to give Peter Pettigrew a fatal blow. What he saw as extremely fierce and handsome, another person in the office saw. What's the matter? Want to go out? Kaysen asked Sirius, who was sitting in his seat and looking at him sticking his butt out in front of the mirror in various ways. Sirius suddenly turned around, with a look in his eyes that seemed to say, Can I? Can I? Can I? No. Today is the day for the new students to enroll. What if a big black dog like you, which is almost as big as a wolf, scares them? Or I can make you a puppet that can automatically walk the dog. Just let the puppet lead the way, and I will let you out. Kaysen said, rolling his eyes. Sirius shook his head like a rattle. Well, then you'll have to wait for a while before going out, until the young wizards learn from the seniors that there's a big black dog like you in the castle. As Kaysen spoke, he teleported to the owl shed, and soon the letter would fly to Fudge's desk under the escort of an owl. The meaning of the letter was very clear. If any young wizard was harmed by the Dementors, he would go to the Ministry of Magic personally, tear off Fudge's head, and plant it in a flower pot. Although it was not known when the letter would arrive on Fudge's desk, it would take at least half a day, and during this time the young wizards could not enter Hogwarts, let alone be harmed by Dementors. As for this so-called Dementor damage, Kaysen asked himself. It would definitely happen. It was just a matter of time. After all, putting Dementors into Hogwarts is like putting a big bad wolf among sheep. Maybe it's not doing anything now because it's simply not hungry. Once you are hungry, even with the Wither Amulet and the Patronus Charm, you will still be vulnerable to the Dementors. Therefore, the letter could be seen not only as a warning letter, but also as a preview letter. Maybe he would suddenly appear behind Fudge's office chair at any time, twist his head off with his bare hands, and stick it into the flower pot. But this kind of thing shouldn't happen now. It should happen after a while, when these Dementors are hungry. In other words, at least today, I am absolutely at ease. At the same time, are you feeling better, Harry? Hermione asked worriedly, squatting beside Harry. Do you know what that feeling is? It's like those black and white silent movies at the beginning of the century. It feels like the whole life is extremely boring. Harry took a long time to force out an ugly smile. Your joke isn't as good as George Fred's. At least I can understand what they said. Say less. Have another piece of chocolate. Hermione and Neville said one after another. Harry nodded, took the chocolate from Ron, and put it in his mouth, which made him feel a little better. This chocolate is delicious. Would you like to try it? No. It's obvious that you need it most in this situation. The other three shook their heads and said, Okay, I have expelled all the Dementors on the entire train. I have also written a letter to Dumbledore, so don't worry. Lupin said after opening the door and walking into the carriage. That's good. Meanwhile, Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked at a piece of parchment on the table that was suddenly stained with ink and picked it up with some surprise to take a look. Soon his brows knitted together. He remembered what Kaysen said about giving Fudge a head start. Remind him. Dumbledore wrote a letter, which would soon arrive in Fudge's mailbox with the help of wind magic. In the evening, the Ministry of Magic, Kazanith Albus Dumbledore. On Umbridge's desk were the letters that Kaysen and Dumbledore wrote to Fudge one after the other. She casually tore open the envelopes and began to scan the contents. Next up is Dumbledore's. After reading the 2 letters, she sneered. As for the former, where Kaysen said that he wanted to plant Fudge in the soil, she regarded it as a clumsy threat from a child. Although she knew a lot about Kaysen's murders, such as Lockhart was just a lousy writer, while Fudge was the Minister of Magic. The 2 identities were naturally not comparable, and Kaysen naturally did not dare to do anything out of line. The second letter from Dumbledore said that when you meet Kaysen, you should reason with him in time and never let things slide into the worst situation. According to Dumbledore, as long as you talk to Kaysen properly and appeal to his emotions and reason, he won't really be angry. As for the actions of twisting one's head off and falling head first, it is just an exaggeration. It still serves the purpose of emphasizing the threat, and the probability of it being actually put into practice is not high. She simply rolled it up into a ball and threw into the trash can. A headmaster actually thought that a small professor had the courage to attack the noble Minister of Magic. It seemed that he was also senile. Just like that, Umbridge helped Minister Fudge solve 2 problems. Hogsmeade Station on the other side. Kaysen set up a small stall at the exit. When he met a stranger, he knew that this person had not signed up for alchemy, so he picked up a Wither Amulet from the small table and handed it to him. Senior wizards all knew the value of this thing and couldn't wait to carry it with them. This year's freshmen needed Kaysen to explain it in person before they would hang the amulet around their necks with fear on their faces. The little wizards walked very slowly, one by one, and Kaysen sent them one by one. It was not until the entire train was almost empty and Kaysen almost thought that the 4 Gryffindors were driving back to school that he looked at Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Ron, who all looked dejected. Why do you look so bad? Kaysen asked. Don't mention it, Professor. Dementors attacked our small carriage. Fortunately, Professor Lupin was there, so there was no big chaos. Hermione said bitterly, What? Dementors appeared on the Hogwarts Express. Kaysen's face turned cold, and he casually gave them 4 Wither amulets and said, Yeah, but it must be that we were unlucky. Only 1 Dementor went to our small carriage, and there was no Dementor in other carriages. They didn't even know about it. Harry said weakly. Yeah, except Malfoy. Ron said with a pout. Is there anyone behind? Kaysen asked. No, we were the last to get off. Neville shook his head. Well, you should go back to the castle first. It's best to go to the medical wing and ask Madame Pomfrey for a few bottles of joy potion. Kaysen said and knocked lightly. The small table in front of him broke into pieces, fell to the ground, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kaysen also disappeared. Only the light and shadows in the sky remained. Fudge, you should have read my letter. Kaysen suddenly appeared behind Fudge, who was tasting a cigar. It seems like you're living a very comfortable life. Kaysen said dimly. Kaysen, how dare you? Why do you suddenly appear here? Umbridge, who was sitting opposite Fudge's table, was startled by Kaysen and said, and Kaysen shrugged casually, without even looking at Umbridge, but patted Fudge on the shoulder. I told you, if the Dementors hurt the little wizard, I will plant you in a flower pot. Kazanith, this is the Ministry of Magic. This is not the Hogwarts where you are fooling around. No one will tolerate you here. Umbridge angrily slammed the table and shouted. Kaysen still didn't move. No, at least the new magic book suddenly appeared behind him, and a restraining spell quickly stopped Umbridge from slamming the table and scolding. But her mouth can still speak, her eyes can still see, and all her senses are still there. Fudge took a deep breath. He watched Kaysen cast magic towards Umbridge quickly and efficiently. He should have known that Kaysen was serious this time. He calmly touched a small mechanism under the desk. As long as he pressed it, the Auror office and the Striker office would receive the message and come to rescue him. Do you still remember? Kaysen said faintly. What letter? I didn't receive any letter. Fudge said in confusion. Then I will repeat it to you again. The meaning is enough. As long as any little wizard is harmed by the Dementors, I will come to your office, twist your head off, and stick it in a flower pot. No, I didn't get that letter. You can't do that. But I'm sorry, I'm already here. No, you can't do this. This is conspiracy. Umbridge was halfway through her sentence when a piece of flying obsidian shattered all her teeth. Kaysen ignored her and pressed Fudge's fat body on the desk. Then he stood on the desk with one foot and knelt on Fudge's back with the other foot. No, you can't do this. I'm the Minister of Magic. You will be tried for this, and you will go to Azkaban. Fudge yelled, I'm waiting for your subpoena. Kaysen said as a blue diamond sword appeared in his hand. Just then there was a bang, and the door of the minister's office was opened. Kingsley and Scrimgeour walked into the office with a large group of Aurors, all pointing their wands at Kaysen. Professor Kaysen. Of course, some wizards who had just joined the Auror office recognized the thug who had kidnapped the minister. Did you recognize me? Get out of here. Kaysen looked up and saw two of his students, both of whom were from pureblood families with no worries about food and clothing, and whom Fudge could not afford to offend. In that case, there was no need for him to stage a so-called breakup drama with them just to keep them in the Ministry of Magic, he said bluntly. The two pureblood students looked at Kaysen, Kingsley, and Scrimgeour. As for Fudge, who was on the verge of death, they didn't even look at him and then ran away. Kaysen, listen to me. I heard from Dumbledore that you are definitely not such a person. Now put down the sword and let's talk like a gentleman. Kingsley said, trying to calm Kaysen down. Kaysen didn't want to say anything to these idiots in the Ministry of Magic, and the next moment a golden red flame appeared in the office. Dumbledore walked out of the flames and looked at Fudge under the blade of Kaysen's sword. It seems that you did not listen to my advice. Dumbledore shook his head. What's your advice? I don't know, Fudge said in a tearful voice. The letter I wrote to you. Dumbledore sighed. At this time Fudge reacted. Dumbledore said the letter. Kaysen also said the letter, and the person who was qualified to receive his letter. Umbridge, where's my letter? Roared Fudge. Minister, I thought they were all unimportant. Umbridge stammered. Okay, you don't have to explain anymore. Kaysen was tired of listening to this so-called, where did the letters go, program. He looked at Fudge with pity and shook the diamond sword in his hand casually, and the vanishing curse was cast on it. The original purpose of this curse was to act on equipment, causing the equipment to disappear after the owner of the equipment died. But now, it has another use. For example, it can cause an irreversible black magic wound that cannot be healed by healing magic. The next moment, Kaysen swung the diamond sword at Fudge's arm. I originally wanted to draw Kaysen pinning Fudge on the table and about to stab him with a diamond sword. It would be very cool, but please forgive me for not having the skills. I will just give you a simple heart shape. Oh, please give me a gift. Puff. As a cylinder rolled down from the desk with a plop, Kaysen breathed a sigh of relief. He took off the glasses that were stuck in his eye sockets and wiped them with his wizard robe. Dumbledore sighed, walked over, and handed over a piece of velvet. Thank you. Kaysen took it naturally, wiped the lens clean, and put it back in the eye socket. Now Umbridge, who was sitting opposite the desk, was staring in amazement at the calm Kaysen and Fudge, who had only one arm left and was wailing nonstop. Umbridge's little brain was completely puzzled as to how a little professor from Hogwarts dared to rush into the Minister of Magic's office and remove the minister's arm. That's the Minister of Magic. How could anyone dare to be the pinnacle of power and supreme being in the magic world? Most of the Aurors on the other side were watching this scene with a strange sense of relief in their hearts. After all, Hogwarts was the only magic school in England, and their children were all in Hogwarts. For those who didn't have children, the children of their relatives and friends would also be in Hogwarts. And for such a wise minister who put Dementors into Hogwarts, it's no big deal to have an arm chopped off. Until a light bulb suddenly popped up in one of the clever ghosts' heads. Huh? It's my wedding anniversary, and we have a candlelight dinner, Mr. Scrimgeour. If anyone wants to leave, they can leave now. Scrimgeour took a deep breath, his hand holding the wand already soaked with sweat. How could he not want to find an opportunity to give Fudge a hard time? But there was no way. After all, he was a senior official of the Ministry of Magic, and his behavior had to be within the rules set by the Ministry of Magic. So subjectively, he had no ill will towards Kaysen, who made Fudge suffer for the safety of the little wizard. This was also the reason why he agreed to some Aurors running away. But objectively speaking, he was a senior official of the Ministry of Magic, and the head of the ministry had his arm chopped off by a sword. If he didn't show his attitude, he would no longer have to be the director of the Auror office. Kingsley, are you still there? Scrimgeour whispered. If you're not going to take action, then I think I can leave. Kingsley looked at Kaysen, who was standing there with his hands in his pockets. Although he didn't seem to have any intention of resisting, who knew what terrible things would happen after he and others took action. Having been an Auror for so many years, he naturally had his own informants and connections in Nocturne Alley. He also knew that this professor, who seemed harmless on the surface, had returned to the wizarding world for the first time and truly stood in the magical society, and had killed several dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. As for the alchemy skills of this so-called professor of alchemy, he is not a professional and cannot comment on it. But in terms of black magic, this professor of alchemy definitely has the potential to become the third-generation Dark Lord. What's even more get up is that Kaysen isn't the only one here. Dumbledore is standing in the office with the Elder Wand in his hand, and his eyes show no emotion, so one has no idea what he's thinking. Should he choose to help the professor of Hogwarts and provide him with shelter, or should he choose to help the Ministry of Magic and bring the man who has taken half the life of the Minister of Magic to justice? Kingsley could be regarded as the mainstay of Dumbledore's private society, the Order of the Phoenix. He knew too well what kind of person Dumbledore was. At this moment, even if he used his toenails to guess, he knew what choice Dumbledore would make. "Kaysen, let's go," Dumbledore said. Kingsley breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that Dumbledore had made his choice, and he, the captain of the Auror team, no longer had to be caught between Scrimgeour and Dumbledore. What does Fudge think? No one cares. No, I'm sorry, Dumbledore. You can go now, but Professor Kaysen, you can't. Scrimgeour took a deep breath and said restrainedly, I've always thought that you are an official in the Ministry of Magic who gets things done, which is rare in the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore stood in front of Kaysen, turned and looked at Scrimgeour. That's why I can't let him leave, Scrimgeour said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, but trying wizards is the responsibility of the Wisingamot, and the Aurors are just executors. So, let's wait for the summons from the Wisingamot. Dumbledore closed his eyes, then opened them again and said. Scrimgeour finally breathed a sigh of relief, because Dumbledore found a reason for him to step aside without being blamed by anyone. But the necessary performance segments should still be there. The next moment, Scrimgeour suddenly set off a fiery red firework at Dumbledore, which was casually deflected by Dumbledore with his wand, and he was responded with a light, disarming charm. As Scrimgeour's wand flew into Dumbledore's hands and was placed steadily on the desk, Scrimgeour finally let go of the heavy stone in his heart. And Kaysen was sitting on the desk, while Fudge was lying on the desk like a dead dog. He rapped his knuckles on the desk. "Remove all the Dementors. We can't retreat," Fudge said weakly. The device that controls the Dementors is damaged, and the Department of Mysteries is repairing it. "We can't command the Dementors until it's repaired," said Fudge. "Then you can only pray that the Dementors are honest enough and the young wizards are lucky enough. After all, this kind of thing only needs to happen 3 more times, and you can unlock the achievement." "Queen Lou's collection," Kaysen said with a sneer. No one present understood the joke. Only Dumbledore showed a speechless smile. In ancient times in the Far East, there was a queen named Lou who cut off the limbs of one of her enemies and stripped away his 5 senses. She called him a human pig. This is a very obscure piece of knowledge in England. "Let's go, Kaysen, back to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said with a sigh. "I'm waiting for your subpoena." Kaysen looked around at everyone in the office, Fudge lying on the desk, Umbridge still bound by the binding spell, and Scrimgeour and Kingsley, who were like 2 commanders without troops at this moment. Following 2 roars, the only things left in the office were purple spots of light and burning golden feathers in the sky. With Kaysen and Dumbledore out of the office, Fudge was finally able to lean back in his chair and bark. Kingsley took out his wand and tapped the imprisoned Umbridge. He tried to stop spell, but it was useless. Fortunately, the imprisonment spell lost its effect at this time. Umbridge pushed Kingsley away and ran towards Fudge screaming. She slid down her knees and came to Fudge's side. "Mr. Minister? Mr. Minister, are you okay?" Fudge was furious when he saw the culprit who had caused him such a disaster. However, he was the Minister of Magic after all. If he took his anger out on his subordinates because of such an objective little thing, who would dare to work for him in the future? But is he just going to swallow his anger? Fudge is really not that magnanimous. "I'm fine. Help me sit up," Fudge said with difficulty. Umbridge quickly pulled Fudge into his seat. "Go find a therapist." After doing all this, she shouted to Kingsley. Kingsley shrugged and slowly left the office. Scrimgeour looked at it and walked out. After all, if he didn't leave, would he be blamed or have to work overtime? "Umbridge, you do this, you do this," Fudge said hoarsely with a grin. "Minister, I'm here, go ahead." Umbridge quickly agreed. "You will split your forces into 2 groups and go to Africa and South America to serve as diplomatic attaches," Fudge said. "Mr. Minister, should I split my troops into 2 groups?" Umbridge asked in confusion. Didn't you tell me to just tell you?" "Of course, if you don't want this task, I have another job for you," Fudge continued. "Mr. Minister, another mission. To be precise, there are 2. The Department of Mysteries Death Veil Explorer and the Avada Cadaver Negative Range Observer. Choose one," Fudge said with a breath. Then, "Minister, can I still be a diplomatic attaché?" Umbridge forced a smile that was even uglier than hers. "Go now." "Yes." Umbridge left the office in a flash. On the other side, the sorting ceremony officially begins. Professor McGonagall was sorting the houses downstairs, while Dumbledore and Kaysen were deserting their chairs along with a large group of professors. After all, most of those who could be professors at Hogwarts have a position in the Wizengamot. He had already begun preparing for the opening of the Wizengamot court. So, if Fudge and his team are really going to pursue this, how should you vote? You don't need to tell us. We all know how to vote, and others will probably make the same choice as us. They know how to distinguish between a stupid politician and a professor who truly cares about the young wizards. Professor Flitwick said easily. It seemed that he already had a rough idea of the Wizengamot's decision. But will Fudge and the others really choose to escalate the matter? They are obviously not in the right in this matter. Keeping peace is the best option. Otherwise, he will be scolded by the entire wizarding world. Lupin asked doubtfully. "Mr. Remus Lupin, when will your beastly brain ever truly wake up? Or is your human brain not as sharp as your wolf brain? Did Cason's enchantment book remove your brain as well when it removed your werewolf nature? Snape complained as he elegantly put a piece of sausage into his mouth. Oh, respected Professor Snape, what do you think? Lupin took a deep breath and kept telling himself not to be angry. With regard to the current Ministry of Magic headed by Fudge, if the directors of various executive departments had not pretended to obey him, but actually disobeyed him, the wizarding world would have been in chaos long ago. So this kind of person cannot be judged by common sense. A cowardly person, an arrogant person, a stubborn person, a stupid person, his stupidity is not only that he can't see what he is doing, but also that he can't see what is the best solution at the moment. Besides, such a fool who is so-called superstitious about the authority and rules of the Ministry of Magic and likes to make decisions on impulse will definitely choose to appeal to the Wizengamot. As I said, he was so stupid that his brain couldn't even remember who the chief wizard of the Wizengamot was. As Snape spoke so long, Dumbledore couldn't help but puff out his chest. I don't know which clever guy supported such an idiot. Dumbledore dropped his chest again, as Snape completed the double link and became famous in one battle. The entire professorial chair was filled with a happy atmosphere. At this time, Professor McGonagall finally finished the sorting, and a large number of owls flew into the hall and delivered the expedited version of the Daily Prophet to everyone. Oh, it seems Fudge really did that stupid thing. Professor McGonagall complained while staring at the newspaper. But to be honest, this newspaper is fairly reported. It started with Sirius's escape from prison, then Fudge and Dumbledore's decision to send Dementors to Hogwarts, and then to Cason's warning letter to Fudge and Dumbledore's reminder letter to Fudge. Finally, the Dementors on the Hogwarts Express and Cousin Dumbledore went to Fudge's office one after another to chop off his arm. Then they went to St. Mungo's and found that the wound was contaminated with a special curse magic that could only heal but not recover. Then Fudge decided to go to the Wizengamot to sue Cousin. Professor McGonagall repeated everything that was written in the Daily Prophet in full, and although what was written in the Daily Prophet was not exactly the same as what happened in reality, it was word for word. This Daily Prophet is really good. The reporter for the Daily Prophet this time is Joanne Catherine Rowling, one of the few impartial reporters for the Daily Prophet. She was asked to write the article because other reporters were afraid to take on such a difficult task, Professor McGonagall explained. All in all, she wrote it very well. People in the wizarding world know the truth, and the upcoming Wizengamot trial will be very beneficial to Cason, said Dumbledore. Yeah, I see. Sprout had a smile on his face, because the little wizards below were already furious after seeing this freshly printed newspaper. They knew that in order to protect them, Cason had personally gone to Fudge's office and cut off one of his arms, and now Fudge was going to sue Cason in the Wizengamot, so they all started to follow Fudge's morning routine. I'll have to write to my old friends in the Wizengamot later, Dumbledore said dimly. I will also write to the Potion Society and the Slug Club, Snape said succinctly. Don't worry, Cason, the Transfiguration Association will also help. Professor McGonagall patted Cason on the shoulder. There's also the Herbology Society and the Ravenclaw Mutual Aid Society. Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick also comforted. Actually, there's no need to be like that. I'm not afraid. Well, I have to write a letter to the European Alchemy Association later. These two pictures are beautiful creations by readers. I will mention them in the comments section here. Before Cason had time to take off his wizard robe when he returned to the office, the crystal ball on his desk lit up. He patted it casually, and soon Harry and his friends came to him in a small boat. Professor, are you okay? Neville asked worriedly. Cason shook his head. Let's have some confidence in Dumbledore's network of connections. Besides, the trial won't start soon. The professors at Hogwarts and Dumbledore will help me, so you don't have to worry. Professor, did you really cut off Fudge's arm? Ron's questions were always so unexpected, and even Bruce sniffing around him couldn't stop him from asking abstract questions. Actually, I didn't want to be so cruel at first. I just wanted to chop off his hand, but his ignorance made me angry, so I chopped off his arm in a fit of rage. But I regret it now. Kaysen said dimly. Regret shouldn't be so impulsive. Hermione asked. I regret not chopping off his head. Silence times 4. Professor, the Sorting Hat must have assigned you to the wrong house. You're clearly Gryffindor. Harry sighed. I think it's a good division. At least I think it's quite accurate. And who says the badger can't chop the enemy to pieces in a fit of rage? Kaysen said with a sidelong smile. Okay, Professor. Just know what's going on. Hermione obviously didn't know what to say. Anything else? Kaysen said as he looked at Bruce, who was about to pounce on Ron. He pulled him back by his tail helplessly and clamped his dog head between his legs. Professor, I actually like him quite a bit, Ron explained. I can see that he likes you very much, but I didn't put a collar on him to shut up. It would be bad if he accidentally hurts you. Kaysen said, and knocked Bruce on the head. All the crowd heard was 2 dull thuds. It was obvious that Sirius had been hit hard by him. Also, there are a lot of Dementors surrounding the castle right now. Although they theoretically won't enter Hogwarts, you all know that whenever I say this, things will turn out to be unexpected. So try not to go out at night this semester. Although I know you probably won't listen to what I say. Kaysen said helplessly. In fact, I will listen this time, Harry said seriously. I doubt it. Okay. They chatted for a while, and then Harry and the others left. Kaysen stretched hard. He had classes at 8 a.m. tomorrow, so he had to go to bed early. The next day, you know what I'm going to say, right? Kaysen asked as he stood on the podium and looked at the newly promoted 3rd-grade wizards in the audience. The little wizards looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. That means you're already falling behind, kids. I originally prepared a very complete teaching outline. Kaysen cleared his throat and said, as for the teaching outline, what is that? But even if it's not there, I still have to say it. Professor, who among us is lagging behind? Draco Malfoy came to the alchemy class alone because his other 2 friends obviously did not have that confidence in themselves, so they signed up for another final exam, which was very easy to complete. Goyle and Crabbe were the only 2 students in this class who did not apply for alchemy. It is worth mentioning that the reputation of the divination class has been damaged once again. You follow Mr. Neville Longbottom, who is also a 3rd year behind. Kaysen replied. All the young wizards in the classroom couldn't help but look at Neville Longbottom, and it was very easy to read the meaning of his eyes. Everyone is playing badly in the same way. How come you're secretly improving? Is this correct? This is not right. This kind of strange look comes especially from the young wizards in Gryffindor. Okay, classmates, do you remember the Wither Amulet I gave you yesterday? Now, put the Wither Amulet on a corner of the table. Kaysen continued. Soon the little wizards did as they were told, and Kaysen collected all the amulets and confirmed that they were all genuine. No little wizard who wanted to have dinner with the god of death chose to quietly leave behind a little wither. This is very good. Okay, classmates, I regret to tell you that from now on, you will lose the protection of the Wither Amulets in Hogwarts. They will temporarily leave you. Kaysen waved his hand, and one by one the Wither Amulets flew up and surrounded him. With a snap of his fingers, everything turned to ashes. The young wizards in the audience were all embarrassed when they saw this scene, while Kaysen distributed the design drawings and alchemy drawings he had drawn. Since you have all signed up for my alchemy exam, I will definitely help you improve your alchemy skills. For example, this Wither Amulet is your final grade for this year. I'm telling you in advance that although it's very simple for me to make, it's still a big challenge for you. Of course, this is not only about your final grades. It is also your pass to play freely outside the castle this year. After all, everyone can see that there are a lot of Dementors outside the castle. Although theoretically they cannot set foot within the Hogwarts territory, I am very worried about the Ministry of Magic's promise. The young wizards all nodded in agreement. If the Ministry of Magic was really reliable, there wouldn't have been an expedited daily profit last night, and Fudge wouldn't have had his arm chopped off, and the bleeding wouldn't have stopped this morning. Of course, the Wither Amulet is not the only way for you to enter and leave the castle freely. You can also wait until the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to learn the Patronus Charm. I have also linked up with your Professor Lupin. For example, if you successfully make the Wither Amulet, then your Defense Against the Dark Arts class will average out your alchemy scores. That is to say, if you successfully make the Wither Amulet and get an O, excellent, in Alchemy, even if you don't take the defense against the Dark Arts final exam, your defense grade will be equal to your Alchemy grade, and you will get 2A pass subjects and vice versa. Of course, I still suggest that you study hard and make progress every day, because my intelligence shows that your dean has decided on this year's grades and will treat A as a failing grade. Although this grade is enough for you to be promoted to the 4th grade smoothly, the punishment you deserve will not be less. Now, let's officially start the class. Kaysen distributed pieces of gold, mithril, and obsidian. Naturally, he started with the Wither Amulet. If we start with the Wither, not to mention the Wither flying all over the sky, at least Kaysen will be chasing the little wizard and feeding him milk. And making the outer shell first requires more work from the living world, and then you can make the Wither directly inside the outer shell and carry it away. In just half a class, the young wizards had each made their own Wither shells. Regardless of whether it looks good or not, at least it can be used. Okay, students, the shell is finished. As for the Wither, we'll wait until next class. Now I'll leave you with an assignment. I personally suggest that you do it in conjunction with the runes assignment. As Kaysen spoke, he wrote large areas of runic symbols on the blackboard. These runes are the trick to connect the magic of soul sand. I have already agreed with your rune professor that you will learn these runes completely in his class. Of course, those of you who haven't signed up for runes can wait until the next class, and I will explain it to you again. As Kaysen spoke, he distributed pieces of soul sand to the young wizards, for pieces to each person. As for the homework, it is of course very necessary. If all you really need to do is arrange the soul sand into a T shape and then place 3 wither skulls on it, that is something only Kaysen can do. Just like an enchantment table, Kaysen just needs to hold the obsidian in his left hand and the diamond in his right hand, slap them in the middle, and put the book on it to make an enchantment table. Young wizards need all kinds of complex mithril fillings and rune carvings. The same goes for the Wither. If making a Wither was really as easy as kneading plasticine, Kaysen would never have linked the Wither's grade to the final grade. And now, they want to learn how to make the Wither, which not only requires a lot of knowledge of rune magic, but also a lot of knowledge of defense against the dark arts to make the Wither skull with bare hands. Combining the Wither skull with soul sand also requires a lot of knowledge of transfiguration and spells. In order to prevent yourself from being accidentally injured by the Wither, you also need knowledge of potions and herbology. For such a small Wither, the prerequisite subjects account for almost half of the subjects in Hogwarts. It can be said that it is full of sincerity, and the corresponding difficulty is also full. If this were not the case, Kaysen would not dare to link the alchemy score with the defense against the dark art score, even if he smashed his forehead. He must be a young wizard who can successfully create a Wither, and his defense against the dark art skills must not be that bad, so he would make such a decision. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and Fudge with a brain injury? Kaysen returned to the office and looked at the reply letters one after another. Most of them were from wizards who had seats in the Wisingamot in the English branch of European alchemy. The contents are varied, but the meaning is the same. Don't panic. I'm here to help you. After replying to all the letters one by one, Kaysen leaned back in his chair and dozed off comfortably. As for the so-called Wisingamot trials, he was not so worried. The Wisingamot trials were similar to the courts in modern society, but not that similar. However, the role of the jury is the same. For example, Wisingamot members do the work of a jury to a certain extent, and the power of the Wisingamot jury is quite great. What is not so similar to the court in modern society is that in modern society, there are so-called suspects. The two sides line up in the court and use all kinds of evidence to refute the other side's point of view, so as to send the other side in or let themselves out smoothly. The Wisingamot is different. The Ministry of Magic usually catches people in the act. This does not mean that the Ministry of Magic is very caring and enforces the law very strictly. This is purely because the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement will only take action when they see it, and as for criminals or dark wizards who escape early, they basically cannot be caught. Therefore, all of these actions were to catch people in the act, and the Wisingamot omitted the part of providing evidence. Instead, they gave the prisoners time for a stand-up comedy show and let them debate for themselves. As for this debate, it is certainly not a debate about one's innocence, but a debate about the necessity of one's actions. For example, if I don't kill him, he will kill him. This is a debate tactic with a very high success rate, and most of the time the person can be acquitted. As for Kaysen's behavior, even if he did not write letters to the Wisengamot wizards to canvass for votes, the probability of him being acquitted is basically very high. Most of the wizards in the Wisengamot are well-known wizards with very high social status. They are not afraid of threats or oppression from the Ministry of Magic at all. They only follow their own hearts. Even if he stood on the Wisengamot's trial stand at that time, as long as he was convinced that Fudge had made the decision to throw the Dementors into Hogwarts and hurt a student of Hogwarts, that student was the savior of the wizarding world, the famous Harry Potter. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer, and in order to protect the young wizards from further harm, he rushed into the Ministry of Magic and cut off Fudge's arm, even though he had been warned in advance. That's nothing. Chun-Chun is acquitted, which is faster than the blind spot collision of the otherworld transmission device. Fudge still makes me suffer. Kaysen picked up his big book helplessly. This was the guide for making wither transcriptions for ordinary people during this holiday. For him, making a wither is as easy as kneading plasticine, but it is not the same for ordinary young wizards. As mentioned before, for an ordinary young wizard to make a wither, not to mention the all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, he also needs to be proficient in most of the courses in Hogwarts. In order to copy this knowledge, Kaysen basically didn't get a good night's sleep during the entire holiday. Damn it, Fudge! Why are there classes in the afternoon? The trial process of the Wisengamot is very fast. Basically, the crime is read out, the wizard defends himself, and then the Wisengamot members vote by raising their hands. The wizard is basically either acquitted or sent to Azkaban. The whole process usually does not exceed 2 hours. The preparation process is long. Wisengamot members are scattered all over the world all year round, serving as diplomatic envoys here and attending cutting-edge forums there. It is very likely that the preparation process will take 10 days or half a month to complete. But this time it was much faster, just 7 days. Kaysen received the summons from the Wisengamot just after class that day. Kaysen, change your clothes and let's go. Dumbledore appeared behind Kaysen and said, I'll help you with the limited version of Kaysen, and I'll ask for a gift. Wisengamot, nervous? Dumbledore asked as he and Kaysen sat in a separate room. I'm not nervous. You don't lack confidence in your own connections, do you? Kaysen asked back. Of course not. I just think that under normal circumstances, even if you know it's a must-win situation, you should be a little nervous. Dumbledore explained. The facts show that I am not an ordinary person. Soon a ministry employee knocked on the door, and the two followed him out into the center of the Wisengamot. When he left, he gave Kaysen a thumbs up implicitly. Soon, all the members of the Wisengamot entered the venue. A few of them were Kaysen's acquaintances, but most of them were Dumbledore's acquaintances. The king of Hogwarts connections is. Are you sure you have arranged everything? Who are you looking for? At this time, Kaysen did not forget to ask Dumbledore. Although he was not nervous, if Dumbledore was unreliable or the Wisengamot tribunal was playing tricks and made him lose the case, would he just run away? Although this kind of thing is impossible to happen. But soon he saw a figure who was very familiar to him at the Wisengamot seat. All Kaysen knew was that his name was Lestat, and that he was the one who demonstrated the physical oblivion to others with an anvil when he first came into contact with the magical world. Kaysen felt as if he had eaten a fly. What is the most unfortunate thing in life? One such scene was when one of the jurors at the trial was a former enemy of his. Although the number of one person is not enough for the Wisengamot to decide to kill me. Oh, what a bad idea. Kaysen sighed helplessly. Soon all the members of the Wisengamot and the plaintiff Fudge were in place, and an elegant which sitting on a separate podium coughed softly. It is worth mentioning that at first glance, Fudge has both arms, but if you look closely you can see that one of them is a prosthesis made of alchemy. It was then that Kaysen noticed that the witch was also wearing a monocle, quite tasteful. He also noticed a silver nameplate in the center of the platform. Amelia Burns, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Casenis, please take a seat, Burns said in a deep voice. Kaysen looked behind him and saw a square chair with chains wrapped around it. "I'm out." He kicked the chair with some disgust, and instantly the chair broke into small cubes and disappeared. Then he casually placed a pure black wool sofa in its place. Of course, this was to match the decoration and accessories here. "Aren't you going to give me one too?" said Dumbledore. Kaysen was silent for a while and placed 2 more sofas on both sides of the sofa he was sitting on for the sake of symmetry. "Thanks." Burns ignored Kaysen and Dumbledore's little movements, but took out a piece of parchment and spoke calmly. "The defendant, Casenis, you are accused of teleporting to the minister's office of the Ministry of Magic without the permission of the Ministry of Magic and magically attacking Dolores Umbridge, the former deputy minister and current junior diplomatic employee in South America and Africa, and using a long sword to cut Cornelius Fudge's arm." "That's the truth." Burns nodded. "Now you have 5 minutes to explain the rationale of what you did." Kaysen rolled his eyes. "Do I need to prove the rationality of what I did? What do you think is reasonable? Is it reasonable for Fudge to stuff a Dementor that has no reason and can only suck human souls into a den of young wizards? Or is it reasonable for me, who was angry at the Ministry of Magic's wise operation and rushed in the office to cut off Fudge's arm, to do such a thing?" "Casenis, now we're talking about what you did. Don't say anything irrelevant." Fudge suddenly spoke up. "Why can't I say it?" Kaysen leaned back into the sofa. "You can do such stupid things, and you're afraid of what others say. To be honest, I regret it now. I regret that I chopped off your arm instead of your head." Kaysen fought back without giving in. "Mr. Casenis, please let's end this topic. You said that what you did was to protect the young wizards, but the Dementors did not leave Hogwarts. So, is this behavior venting your anger, revenge, or protection?" Burns asked calmly. "You should ask our wise and mighty Mr. Fudge about this. According to him, the magic item that controls the Dementors has been destroyed and is now being repaired in the Department of Mysteries. Such an important thing can be broken. Does Fudge have nothing better to do than use that thing as an ashtray?" Kaysen said with a sneer. Fudge shrank his head in embarrassment, because the magic item that controlled the Dementors was a chainmetal skull. In a sense, if you put the thing upside down, it could really be used as an ashtray, and even a missing teeth in the skull could hold cigars, so it was really convenient to use. The last question is, are your actions extreme? In fact, my behavior was not extreme. I wrote to Fudge before that, warning him that it would be better to restrain the Dementors. If the Dementors harmed the little wizards, I would tear off their heads and plant them in flower pots. So in fact, I wrote the advance notice and I only cut off his arm, not his head. You mean that everything you did was premeditated, not just an extreme act? It's okay if you think so, Kaysen said casually, rolling his eyes. Now, the Wisengamot members will begin the vote. Those who think Casenis is guilty, please raise your hands. Burns nodded and said. A few hands were raised at the Wisengamot seats. Kaysen took a quick look and found that most of them were employees of the Ministry of Magic, that is, those under Fudge's supervision. Casenis is guilty, 6 votes. Those who think Casenis is not guilty, please raise your hands. The entire venue seemed to darken in an instant. Kaysen looked around casually and saw that many arms were stretched out from the entire venue. Even Burns, who was sitting alone on the trial stand, raised his hand. It seems that the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement under the Ministry of Magic doesn't care about Fudge. Kaysen and Dumbledore looked at each other. When Kaysen and Dumbledore left the Wisengamot Hall, they were walking slowly until a figure appeared beside Kaysen. Kaysen glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. His pupils shrank. Lester. To be honest, when he was being tried, he took a special look at Lester and voted for his innocence. In fact, Kaysen hoped that he would vote guilty so that he could pay back for the rapid, rhythmic, and regular contact of the anvil on his head. Moreover, in his own eyes, he would be just an ordinary little Auror of the Ministry of Magic, little Karami who mindlessly supported Fudge. He would not feel any psychological pressure to stay away from him or to utter trash words. But it's different now. When I almost smashed him to death with an anvil, he was still able to vote for me not guilty. What kind of person is this? A noble person, a loving person, a wise person, a kind person. He always felt that it would be a bit impolite to others if he ran away now. What are you thinking about? Lester asked curiously as he looked at Cason's eyes rolling around. As for Dumbledore, he gave up his space to the two young men early on. I was wondering why you voted for me to be not guilty. Don't we have some grudge against each other? Cason asked, throwing away all the weird thoughts in his mind. What you're doing is the right thing. Why can't I give a green light to a right thing and a righteous person? Of course, I still don't agree with you using magic to do decoration in the Muggle world. Lester said seriously. You're a very nice person. Cason said with a smile. Thanks for the compliment. Although I don't like you either, because this is our first meeting, you are indeed a good person. Lester happily acknowledged such a compliment. It was obvious that this kind of compliment that came out inadvertently was very useful to him. As for me, I'm generally fine. By the way, aren't you an Auror? Will Fudge target you if you just vote not guilty? Cason asked. No, because ever since that time when you were in the office with Dumbledore and Fudge, and I said I forgave you, I was fired. Lester said somewhat embarrassedly. So you are now? Except for the dozen or so shops in the most prosperous area of Diagon Alley left by my family, the family estate occupying an entire island, the highest level trust fund in Gringotts, the Wisingamot seat passed down to me by my father, the mountains of gold galleons in the vault, and the great magical experiments I am conducting, I really have nothing. Lester said bitterly. Oh. Cason listened to Lester's Versailles speech in silence. The rationality of his brain told him that Lester must have said this on purpose in order to make others exclaim. And he had just helped me in the Wisingamot, so it was understandable for me to reciprocate and cooperate with his little Versailles habit. There was nothing wrong with that. It's a pity that not everything in the world goes according to his ideas, such as his mouth. Obviously, his mouth is very fast, and more than twice as fast as before, and he speaks subconsciously in a sarcastic tone. Then you are really pitiful. You have nothing. The corner of Lester's mouth twitched. I have something else to do. I have to go home and sleep. Uh-huh. See you later. Cason waved his hand awkwardly. Witnessing a new friend refusing to communicate because of his high emotional intelligence, he could only sigh helplessly. At the end of the thought, he reached out and patted his mouth. Why are you talking so fast? After returning to Hogwarts, Cason stretched and leaned back on the sofa. In fact, he had a lot to say and a lot of complaints to make at the Wisingamot just now. For example, because of Fudge's impulsiveness, his originally beautiful vacation was basically aborted. Using runes to connect the magic blocks was something he had originally planned to do as a course in his first year at Hogwarts, but that course would only be offered in the 5th grade. Otherwise, he would not have taught the 5th graders how to make a wither last semester, because making a wither is basically easy for the 5th graders. But it is not the same for the 3rd grade alchemy freshmen. The 5th graders have 2 more years of alchemy knowledge than them. Some knowledge that is common sense for the 5th graders is a brain-exploding knowledge point for the 3rd graders. So naturally, the 5th grade courses cannot be used directly for the 3rd graders. I also need to break down the 5th grade curriculum into small knowledge points and tips and teach them to the 3rd graders step by step. Just this one thing made him waste almost half of his time at his desk. He didn't even have the nerve to express this abstract bitterness in front of the Wisingamot. But this kind of thing is the kind that he has to get out of his mouth. He will always feel uncomfortable if he keeps it in his heart. It has nothing to do with the Wisingamot and the trial, and Burns didn't give him a chance to complain. But now I can say it myself. I just need to find someone unlucky enough to talk to. At this moment, Sirius came out from the painting pasted on the corner of the wall next to the office door at the far end. Then he stood up in an anthropomorphic manner and pressed the launcher with ease. A small boat was sprayed onto the ice road, and soon he drove the boat over. Cason looked at Sirius's smooth operation and nodded in approval. This dog understood human nature and was suitable to be the unlucky guy he mentioned. As he said this, he picked up Sirius and said, "Bruce, Let me tell you that fudge is really F asterisk 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 G. The next morning, Sirius walked out of the painting corridor of Kaysen's office listlessly. He did nothing the whole night and just had nightmares. Basically, whenever he closed his eyes, he could see Fudge's disgusting face. Every time he was awakened by Fudge, he would let out a whimper and then be hit on the head by Kaysen's big D asterisk asterisk K that fell from the sky. And add a sentence, "Sleep well, Bruce, don't bark." Sirius sighed helplessly. After venting his dissatisfaction, Kaysen slept well last night. It was a pity for him. I'm sorry for the dog. On the other side, Kaysen once again took out his freshman magic arts instruction book. He had wasted the entire vacation on compiling new teaching materials. Now that it was over, it was time to improve himself. What are you talking about so fast? Kaysen read the instructions carefully for a while, and soon he found his next target. In other words, the goal is not particularly accurate, and it should be an inevitable advancement process. After all, his current level of research on the new magic arts is a little embarrassing. For him, it can be said that it is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw it away. For example, among the first-level magic talismans, there is one called the Remove Magic Talisman, which can remove all external effects on the human body, but you can achieve almost the same effect by using milk yourself. There are also things like ignition, synthesis, placement, and interaction. These effects are a bit like taking off your pants and farting for me. It's not that they are useless, but I can always find simpler and more stylish substitutes. There are only so many useful ones, and the useful talismans have very good effects, but their strength is questionable. For Kaysen today, studying the enhancement talisman is as indispensable as lasagna is to Garfield. Soon he found a panacea talisman in the instruction manual, the strengthening talisman. Based on the basic principle that the simpler the name, the more likely it is to be a conceptual strength monster, he saw the name almost at first sight. He flipped through the instructions and found that it required magic clay, diamonds, and a magic talisman stamping machine. Diamonds are the easiest of these, as he can find a handful of them at will. Magic clay is also something that he can study, although he has a high probability of not finding it in nature, but he has a magic infusion platform. How can ordinary clay not be considered magic clay if magic is injected into it? He did it right away. He took out a clay ball and threw it into the magic infusion table. Soon the gray-white clay ball turned into a purple clay ball with red light flashing. This was the magic clay. After preparing the two raw materials, he took another look at the instruction manual. The magic talisman stamping machine required an iron block, a piston, and 2 random stones. Was an arcane stone. He tapped the arcane stones with his hands. 8 stones plus a magic gem can make 8 arcane stones. So what are magic gems? Kaysen fell into shameful silence. But it must be said that he was lucky. If the module he unlocked last time was the new magic art, he would most likely be stuck at the magic clay level. But Kaysen, who has been immersed in the mysterious era for a whole year, is now a completely different person. Although when Kaysen told me to stop researching the mysterious era when I have nothing to do, but I have something to do now, so it won't be a problem if I use it a few times. Kaysen took out an emerald and threw it into the magic infusion table, and the magic infusion was successful. A purple magic gem is freshly produced. Afternoon. Today I'm going to teach you a new magic rune. This magic rune is not a so-called rune, so please put away your rune textbooks, Ravenclaw students. Kaysen wrote a lot of words in the 6th grade advanced class. Although it didn't take more than 3 strokes for him to strengthen the magic pattern, it was very complicated for the young wizards. After he made the strengthening rune in the morning, he first conducted a simple experiment to test its strength, and then he came up with the idea of making it into an advanced course. After all, that thing is really cool. I now need a wizard with enough ability to be my assistant to show you the effect of this magic talisman. It's you, Cedric. Don't hide, come out. Kaysen pulled Cedric out from his book. We're not having potions class downstairs anymore, so what are you afraid of? Kaysen pointed at a training dummy in the distance, waved his hand in the air, and a strengthening magic pattern was drawn in the air. Use any spell and let it attack the dummy through this magic pattern. Kaysen patted Cedric on the shoulder and said, "Anything?" Cedric asked. "I hope it's not the Avada who's biting the big melon. If you really choose that magic, I can only say that you did two things wrong. In a sense, it should be one thing." Kaysen complained mercilessly. "What do you mean, Professor? You shouldn't be exposed. As for you learning this kind of magic that can kill people to protect yourself, I don't object. But there are many kinds of magic that can kill people. You can learn some that are not so extreme and have room for improvement. In short, I personally don't approve of you using magic like Avada. The reason why the Avada Cadaver Curse is unforgivable is because the wizards who can use this magic are unforgivable bad, not because the magic is unforgivable. This cause and effect relationship must be controlled well." Kaysen explained. "I understand. You mean that a person who is not bad enough cannot use the killing curse?" Cedric nodded and asked, "Not necessarily. There are many kinds of killing intent. There is killing intent to relieve someone of pain, killing intent for revenge, and killing intent generated by others pleading. But if you encounter someone who can casually have enough killing intent to release the Avada Cadaver Curse on innocent people, stay away from him." Kaysen patted Cedric on the shoulder and said, "We are off topic again. Let's get started." Cedric nodded, stood behind the magic talisman, took out his wand, and performed a simple black magic. It's torn apart. A spell passed through the strengthening magic talisman, and its color instantly became darker until it hit the dummy. The magic that was originally able to allow a mannequin to cosplay Shang Yang on the spot has now done nothing. "Professor, what's going on?" Cedric asked in confusion. "Kelly, blow into the dummy." A female classmate named Kelly walked over. She was now the one closest to the dummy. She just walked over and blew a breath casually. The next moment, the dummy seemed to have withered and turned into a pile of powder. "Oh my God, Merlin, that's so cool," Cedric said in surprise. "I remember you were quite polite." Kaysen looked at Cedric with strange eyes. "Haha, now I'm familiar with you." Cedric scratched the back of his head with a smile. "Okay." Kaysen was quite satisfied with this reason, just barely. As he said this, he waved his hand, signaling the young wizards to return to their seats. "Okay, now take out your notebooks. I'm going to tell you a heavy premonition. You should conservatively remember 40 minutes of the 1-hour class. Now hurry up. Get moving." After class, Kaysen hummed a little tune and returned to his office. When he was in school, his teachers often said that reviewing the old knowledge can help him learn the new. He broke down the knowledge of strengthening magic talismans and taught it to the little wizard. At the same time, he also understood this knowledge at a deeper level. For example, he can now strengthen the damage magic in the magic book twice to the limit, draw a strengthening magic rune in the air, and carry out the third strengthening. For example, a normal person has 10 hearts, and 1 heart is equal to 2 points of blood, which means a person has 20 points of blood. The basic damage magic is 5 points of damage, and after 3 enhancements, it is exactly 20 points of damage. The low-end version of Avada is a big deal. This thing is much more natural and harmless than the Wither Skeleton, Kaysen said as he turned to another page of the magic book. The new Magic Art Magic book can not only edit magic, but also edit the sound effects and colors of magic. So based on this, after sneaking into Gryffindor Tower and checking the area, he still couldn't find Ron's dormitory. Sirius returned to the office exhausted and drove a boat to the office area. Then he saw Kaysen holding a book, which was madly pouring its pale green magic power towards a dummy. It is always accompanied by a roaring sound. Sirius's dog face was full of surprise. The magic used by Kaysen looked like Avada, sounded like Avada, and his intuition now told him that this was Avada. A natural fear of death came from a living being. In an instant, Sirius' head stopped twitching and his tongue stopped sticking out. He immediately stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel, drifted, and disappeared in a flash. The drainage ditch has a bend. "So, who taught you this magic?" A voice suddenly appeared behind Kaysen, scaring him so much that he almost threw a low-profile Avada at him. It was not until he saw it that Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. You didn't mean to scare me to death. Do you know that if I really threw it on you, you would be dead? Kaysen said with a sigh of relief. In fact, I can block it. Dumbledore walked to the side of the dummy and looked left and right before finally breathing a sigh of relief. If it's scary, then the real scary one is you. Do you know how shocking it is for a headmaster to suddenly sneak into a professor's office and see the professor desperately releasing pale green magic on a dummy? After all, that thing looks too much like a killing curse. This thing of mine can adjust the color. If I want, I can adjust it to red so that the enemy will think it is a weapon that can eliminate your weapons. Kaysen said as he turned the pages of the book. Soon, another red magic flew towards the dummy. Is this a new magic you developed yourself? Dumbledore found a seat and sat down. Yeah, you're really rude. There's some black tea under the coffee table. By the way, what's the matter with you coming here suddenly? And who taught me what it means? Kaysen walked over and took a kettle from the shelf nearby. I don't think someone like you can learn the killing curse, and I don't think it's a good idea for you to learn the killing curse. So I will forget it. That's not the killing curse. What are you talking about? It's confusing, but let me guess. Do you have another annoying task for me? Kaysen said. Dumbledore shook his head. That's not it. What I want to tell you is Gellert told me this. You say, Gellert said you wanted to repair my relationship with him? Said Dumbledore. Why does he tell you everything? No, you are not Dumbledore. Kaysen looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled look. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. Okay. Then almost instantly he turned back to his original appearance, Grindelwald. How did you recognize me? Although Dumbledore is sometimes openly flirtatious, to be honest, he really wouldn't tell me such private matters. After all, although he never said it explicitly, I can see that he always treats me like a child. He always thinks I need to be taken care of and that I need someone to watch over me. If he doesn't know about me for a while, he'll think I've done something big. So when you suddenly showed up in my office by some unknown means and were surprised by my behavior, I didn't doubt you at all. Because Dumbledore treated me as a child. So when he knew I learned the killing curse, his first reaction was definitely the same as yours. He was surprised and angry, and then asked me who taught me. You acted well in that respect. You really know him well enough, Kaysen explained. I may be the person who knows him best now. Then how did you know that he was me in disguise? Grindelwald nodded in understanding and asked, like I said, would you reveal your relationship history to a child? Kaysen shrugged. Good reasoning. Kaysen was very pleased with the compliment. Although he was slightly inferior to some gifted monsters and even suffered a dimensionality reduction attack, that was only between himself and Holmes. Is it shameful to lose to Sherlock Holmes? Not shameful, but compared with the wizards whose logical abilities were somewhat embarrassing, Kaysen also got a taste of being a big boss. Okay, so you're not Dumbledore, so you're okay? Actually, there is. Did you know that Albus is not an only child? Said Grindelwald. Kaysen shook his head. He had a brother who owned the Hog's Head, and a sister. Her name was Ariana, who passed away, and that's where we started to drift apart. So, what happened to you, Ms. Ariana? Kaysen asked. This is what I want to say. That day, I, Albus, and Aberforth, his younger brother, had a fight at Dumbledore's house. I don't know whose spell suddenly hit Ariana, who came downstairs to see what happened. It was because of this incident. Grindelwald explained. Very, whose spell is that? Kaysen said hesitantly. It's not mine. The spell I cast was blocked by Aberforth. The spell Aberforth cast at that time was a protective spell. Grindelwald sighed. So, Dumbledore, Kaysen murmured. He was blinded by my flash spell, so he used a magic power without attributes. This is his common method to deflect other people's spells. Grindelwald continued. So you're saying these are? Grindelwald took a deep breath and said, This is a hurdle that he and I cannot get around. It would have been fine before, but now that I have, let it go. If he asks, please tell him that I was the one who cast the spell. But you didn't cast that spell. Kaysen frowned. A dark wizard who did all kinds of evil, the one called the Dark Lord, killed an Obscurus, and a brother killed his sister. Which of these two things do you think is easier to accept? You are his favorite professor, and I hope you are worthy of his love and preference for you. Grindelwald said with a smile. Kaysen sighed. Okay, this is a beautiful secondary creation by the reader Yin Duo Pai. Originally, I wanted to tag her directly. I follow her. However, because I have to get up early for an exam tomorrow, this chapter is published on a scheduled basis. But why don't you tell him all this yourself? Asked Kaysen. We hadn't seen each other for 47 years, or maybe 48 years since I was imprisoned in Ermengarde until I showed up at Hogwarts. He had been avoiding me, Grindelwald explained. It seems that Dumbledore also has some guesses about Ms. Ariana's death. The reason why he doesn't want to see you is because he doesn't dare to hear the definite answer from you. Kaysen nodded in sudden realization. But I remember the portrait in the headmaster's office said that Dumbledore would go out every Christmas. I didn't know what he did there. After I knew about your existence, I thought he went to find you. Grindelwald shook his head. He has a heart of stone. How could that be possible? What about Aberforth? Kaysen asked again. No one in the Dumbledore family shirks responsibility. Although Aberforth is not smart, he is not so smart as to blame his brother Albus for his own mistakes. But I heard that their relationship is not very good now. That's normal. For Aberforth, not pointing his finger at Albus and calling him the murderer of his sister is already very gentle. Grindelwald sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. The long chat had made him so engrossed that he waved his hand and a bottle of wine flew out from the wine cabinet next to him. Do you mind if I take a souvenir? Kaysen rubbed his chin in confusion. You mean you came here empty-handed and you want me to give you a gift when you leave? This is an exchange. I will use the security loopholes in your office in exchange. For example, it cannot prohibit the instant movement of the portkey. Grindelwald said with a buzz and disappeared. The corner of Kaysen's mouth twitched, and he decisively opened the restriction of the demon-infused Ender Pearl. It was fine for Dumbledore to come to his office. As the headmaster, he had the privilege of following the rules of Hogwarts. It was understandable that he was not affected by the apparition ban of Hogwarts. But Old Man Grindelwald also followed suit and made a key to his own office door, which is 2F********G abstract. Besides, couldn't he just tell me directly if there was anything? Why did he have to beat around the bush and pretend to be Dumbledore? Kaysen thought about it seriously for a while and decided that since he was free, he should find a mine and throw Grindelwald into dig. He would be obedient after 2 months of mining. Of course, the greater possibility is that the entire mine was blown up by Old Man Grindelwald, along with the people, machinery, they're all old magical monsters. Kaysen sighed, took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, and poured himself a glass. Ding dong. The crystal ball on the desk lit up, and Kaysen leaned over and lit it. The 4 little wizards of Gryffindor. Perhaps objectively speaking, they can no longer be called little wizards, for by the time their 3rd year arrived, Harry and the others had grown up. However, he still called the 7th grade students little wizards, so he still had no intention of changing his name. Soon the 4 of them drove the boat to the office area. It was then that Kaysen noticed the interesting seating arrangements of the 4 people. Harry and Neville were in the middle, with Ron and Hermione sitting on both sides. They always smile when talking to anyone, but when they look at each other, there's a hint of dislike between them. Wow, what happened to Hermione and Ron? Asked Kaysen. Well, obviously, there was a quarrel. It seemed to be because of Hermione's pet Crookshanks and Ron's pet Ben. These 2 pets are a cat and a mouse, so Harry spread his hands helplessly and said. Sirius, who was taking a nap on the 2nd floor, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he didn't hear anything, to be honest, he really needed to go downstairs now. It was his intuition. Harry watched Sirius walk down with his tail swaying. Just as he was about to open his arms and give him a happy hug, he saw Sirius walk straight towards Ron, lie on Ron, and sniff him left and right. Tom and Jerry, to be honest, your pet configuration is quite classic, Kaysen said with some amusement. Sirius, who was checking whether the mouse Ben had hidden on Ron this time, sniffed even harder. Yeah, Ben is so scared of that stupid cat that he dares not leave the dormitory. He shivers in the matchbox I made for him every day. Now, he doesn't even dare to go to the cafeteria. Ron complained bitterly. It's a cat, Ron, and it's the nature of cats to catch mice. Hermione retorted. I know it's a cat's nature to catch mice, but as Crookshanks's owner, can't you restrain him? I put my bin in my hand, and he still wanted to pounce on me. If you don't want to bring a cage for your cat, please bring a rope for your cat. Okay. Ron finished speaking in one breath and looked at the bottle of wine on the coffee table. He is now 13 years old, which is the time of puberty. Human cubs in this period are hated by everyone and always like to do new things. So, want to try it? Kaysen saw Ron's desire and said with a smile, "Is it okay? For you minors, I strongly advise you not to try this." Kaysen took the wine glass away, turned around, picked up a teacup, and poured himself a cup of tea. "Okay, Professor." Harry and Ron looked a little disappointed. It seemed that they were quite curious about the taste. After the five of them had a harmonious opening chat between teacher and student, Harry, Neville, and Ron tacitly sat aside and gave the stage to Hermione to perform. Hermione lived up to everyone's expectations and started with 0 frame. "Who the hell is Professor Trelawney?" Kaysen almost spit out the tea from his nostrils when he was halfway through drinking it. "Ahem, be civilized, Hermione. Be civilized. If you have something to say, just talk about it." Hermione calmed down and let out a long breath. "Professor, I should have listened to your advice. I shouldn't have been so stupid as to go to that damn divination class." Kaysen nodded. Originally, he was not very good at comforting people, but after coming to Hogwarts and being a teacher for 3 years, he knew very well what to do when he encountered a young wizard who was out of control. Just don't say anything and let the other person finish speaking first. This can also be applied to listening to adult confessions. Of course, if the person on the other side is an enemy who wants to insult you. Personally, I recommend starting with 0 frames, both verbally and physically. Hermione talked to Kaysen for nearly 10 minutes. During this time, Harry and Neville were forced to move to other sofas to avoid the war. Only Ron, perhaps because he felt that he would be considered a coward if he avoided the attack, or for some other psychological reason, still sat firmly on the same sofa with Hermione. But Kaysen thought it shouldn't be the first one, because Ron poured Hermione 4 cups of tea in the past 10 minutes. Now it's 5 cups. Whenever Hermione was talking so much that her mouth was dry and she had to stop talking for a while, Ron would always push a cup of tea over to her at the right time. "Thank you." Hermione always said thank you after drinking. Ron continued to sit on the sofa with his arms around his shoulders and did not respond, as if he could still maintain the aloof personality he had just conceived. However, whenever Hermione said she was thirsty, he would still pour the tea and push it over, then hug his shoulders and pretend to be aloof without responding to her thanks. Kaysen looked towards Harry and Neville covertly, wanting to ask what was going on. Harry gave Kaysen a look, and he understood. It would be troublesome for Ron to be angry, but not too troublesome. Kaysen nodded, apparently attributing this contradictory behavior to Ron's character. He knew the 4 Gryffindors very well. Hermione never hid her personality. She was smart, strong, kind, and sometimes a little bit sinister. Harry's personality appears to be soft on the surface, and he smiles at everyone as long as they are not his enemies. But in fact, he has the toughest temper. Everything has to be discussed with him, and he will not turn back until he hits a wall. He is determined to do things as he expects, and will get angry if the result is different from what he expected. But this anger does not involve others. Neville is a perfect friend, good-tempered, comforting, loyal to his friends, and he will bravely stand up and point out your mistakes when you do something wrong. Ron is, of course, also a very good friend. He dared to fight with Harry at the age of 11. As for Hermione and Neville, one failed in the potion level, and Voldemort was originally Neville's enemy. Only Ron saw the statue's attack power with his own eyes. He probably wanted to be the knight and really wanted to die. But being his friend also requires a tolerant heart, because Ron's character is somewhat contradictory. Logically, he grew up in a loving family. Although he is not the most valued one, Mrs. Weasley still loves him just as much. But he needs Harry, an orphan who has no problem being sensitive, to be tolerant and understanding. This is one of the tiring aspects of being friends with him. But correspondingly, as mentioned before, Ron being angry would be troublesome, but not too troublesome. Although he has a sensitive personality, he is actually the softest one. If he has a cold war with a friend, he will remember all the good things about his friend on the second day. without even needing the third day. As for the duration of the Cold War, it depends on when he becomes extremely soft-hearted and feels he can no longer bear the loss of this friend. Generally, he will take the initiative to apologize after 3 or 4 days, and the two will reconcile. Of course, they might suddenly be in a Cold War for decades by chance, and then meet on the street one day. Let's go eat skewers. Okay. Elbow. Kaysen is well aware of how many close friends like brothers have gradually parted ways because of the so-called face and Ron's shameless behavior of asking friends for money. Although it sounds uncool, but if you really meet such a friend, you are really lucky. And now Ron should be the sign that he is about to collapse. He will start by apologizing with his actions. He doesn't know what the next step will be, but the last step should be a verbal apology. In response to this, Kaysen listened attentively to Hermione's complaints. After all, the main theme was the same. Trelawney is a shitty professor. I reminded you at that time. Kaysen rubbed his temple and said speechlessly, "This is my fault, Professor. I didn't listen to your advice. I knew I had no talent for divination. I just wanted to give it a try. I wasn't angry with Professor Trelawney because I couldn't learn in her weird teaching. But Professor, now I really know how good your temper is. In the past 13 years, this is the first time I know that a person's accident can be so exciting. Do you know the movie Final Destination? The screenwriter of that movie should really ask Professor Trelawney for advice. Their movie can still sell well at the box office, even if it is filmed 800 times. Kaysen looked at Hermione, who had been broken down by Professor Trelawney's death prophecy, and looked at Ron in confusion. What's going on? In short, it was predicted by Professor Trelawney. She predicted that Hermione would be dazzled after reading in the library in her slippers, and she would be tickled by a quill that fell in the corner of the table, and then the quill would throw it over her shoulder. She twisted her ankle after falling flat on the ground. She went to the hospital wing and was treated by Draco Malfoy, who fell off his broom. Then Madame Pomfrey confused osteogenizer with osteogenizer, and they drank each other's potions. Then Hermione... Actually, this is not a prophecy of death, because in the end Hermione did not die, but 2 small horns grew on her forehead. After Ron finished speaking, Kaysen spoke quickly again. Is there a tail behind you? Professor. Hermione opened her half-moon eyes and looked at Kaysen in silence. Sorry. Kaysen apologized awkwardly. But will accidentally eating bone spirits really make people grow horns on their heads? Professor, you can give it a try. I understand your feelings, Hermione, very well. What did you do afterwards? Kaysen changed the subject awkwardly. I knocked over the crystal ball and threw it on the ground. To be honest, I think I was a little too gentle. Hermione continued. Kaysen also tried to comfort Hermione from time to time, and also told Hermione some life tips to improve her mood. Sirius, who was sure that there was no mouse on Ron's body, lay helplessly on the carpet. He didn't have any ideas before, or his ideas were too simple. He wanted to find Peter Pettigrew. Then the dog caught the mouse and bit him to death with 1 bite. But now it's different. Maybe he can find an ally for himself. For example, the cat named Crookshanks. The best student this time is Draco Malfoy. Let's all applaud Draco. At the end of the course, Kaysen read out the name of the little wizard who completed the best homework in the classroom and led the applause. From this assignment, Kaysen also discovered that Draco had another talent besides Quidditch. This kid's talent for alchemy seems to be a little too strong. Not to mention ordinary archers like Hermione and the vast number of Ravenclaws. Even Neville, who had taken the alchemy course half a semester in advance, did not complete his homework as well as Draco. His alchemy level is even close to that of young wizards in the early 4th grade. Soon, there was a half-hearted applause in the classroom. Seeing this, Kaysen stretched out his hands and pressed in the air. The applause stopped immediately, and Kaysen rubbed his fingers. He saw the applause clearly from the podium. All the Slytherins applauded, which was within his expectations. Hufflepuff and the Ravenclaws, who didn't want to offend anyone, also applauded, which was still reasonable, because that was Gryffindor. You can't use any uncertain words. No, not even one. He clapped his hands helplessly and said, All right, little wizards, please be rational. This is not the College Cup. nor is it the auditorium. So I ask you to temporarily put aside the prejudices between the different colleges and take off your college robes." The little wizards looked at each other, and finally a group of Hufflepuffs and the 4 Gryffindors took the lead in taking off their school robes. "Okay, what about the rest of you? Is it cold here?" Soon, the remaining little wizards also took off their school robes one after another. "Look, now you all really act like a whole. Now, please applaud again. Applaud for Draco, not Malfoy, not Slytherin, not the so-called pure blood, but simply applaud for Draco," Kaysen said as he knocked heavily on the surface of the golden desk with his knuckles. This time, the classroom was finally filled with applause that matched his number. Kaysen nodded and stayed silent for 5 or 6 seconds, then quickly raised his arms and clenched his hands. "That's all." The young wizard still looked at Kaysen in confusion, and the latter shrugged. "Do what you should do." Soon the young wizards put on their school robes again. "Honestly, just now you all really looked like a whole Hogwarts." Kaysen sighed and clicked his tongue. The little wizards were still staring at Kaysen as if the automatic locks were not turned off, which made him feel weird. Then he rolled his eyes and waved his hand to let them retreat quickly. Normally, the 4 Gryffindors would occasionally stay and chat with Kaysen, but today was different, as someone else was the one who stayed. Draco, what's the matter?" Kaysen asked, tapping the materials in his hand on the podium again and again as if collecting manuscripts at the end of a news conference. "Nothing. I heard that you, Professor, were killing people in the Wisingamot." Draco obviously did not get straight to the point, but just brought up a random topic. "It's all thanks to the professors and my friends in the Alchemist Guild. Otherwise, if they had to choose between a powerless professor and the Ministry of Magic, I really don't know what the outcome would have been." Kaysen was also humble. The next minute passed in a stalemate, with neither of them saying anything. However, Kaysen still had the information in his hand, so he could keep the ******G on the podium, and if Draco didn't speak, then his stay would be in vain. In other words, he would be a complete clown. "Professor, should I say thank you?" Kaysen shrugged. "You think just as I do. Your family is full of love, which makes you very natural." "Professor, what does this mean?" Draco asked puzzledly. Kaysen pointed to the table next to him. "Why are you standing? Find a place to sit down." Draco thought about it and sat down on the table. "Professor, what do you mean by natural? Mr. Lucius or your mother should love you very much, right?" Draco nodded, and then quickly responded, "Professor, are you blaming me for my lack of manners or the fact that our conversation just now was awkward?" "I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, I'm happy to see you like this. You are now a real, rebellious 13-year-old boy, not a ridiculous teenager pretending to be a 40 or 50-year-old family head." Draco nodded blankly. Although he didn't know what Kaysen meant, it was always good to nod at this time. You didn't understand?" "Okay, I get it. You just didn't understand." Kaysen sat down on the podium without any image. "Professor, I don't know what you mean." Kaysen did not answer his question. "Why thank me? Because you helped me out? Isn't that what I should do?" Draco said in confusion. "How'd I help you out?" Kaysen asked. "You said, how can we make them stop thinking that I'm a Slytherin, a Malfoy, or a pure blood, and just think of me as a good student, Draco?" Draco answered tentatively. "Anything else? Is this the reason you came to thank me?" Kaysen asked with a smile. Draco nodded in confusion. "Professor, do you have any other questions?" As for whether Kaysen has any other problems, there are absolutely no such problems. When he was teaching senior students, there was still a young Slytherin wizard named Finks who won the excellent homework. At that time, he still helped Finks out in this way, but after class, Finks found him alone. At that time, Finks said a lot of things, but in the final analysis, he was very dissatisfied with Kaysen for depriving him of the Slytherin label, the pure blood label, and his surname label, and had a serious conversation with Kaysen for half an hour. What can Kaysen choose? Of course, he chooses to respect him. Dumbledore was right. He did have the bad habit of making decisions for others before, which was indeed a deeper level of arrogance. From that time on, he decided to change his arrogant bad habits. For example, Finks, he accepted his surname, pure blood, and Slytherin from the bottom of his heart, which was above his true self, and he enjoyed it. Kaysen naturally couldn't forcibly help him remove those labels. Just as Dumbledore said to him at the time, not everyone likes magic, and not everyone likes to show their true self. "Professor, why are you laughing suddenly?" Draco asked. Kaysen shrugged. "I'm just relieved. I'm also very happy that you recognize that you are an independent individual and you have an independent self. I know that people with your family background must be more worried and have more psychological pressure than their peers, but please remember at all times that this pressure is always your subjective perception, not an objective existence. When you feel unhappy because of other people's vague, contemptuous eyes, you just need to find your true self and treat other people as eggplants and cabbages, and you can get rid of 80% of the psychological troubles in the world." Draco looked up. "What about the other 20%? Those are objectively existing troubles. 18% can be solved with money, and the remaining 2% can only be solved with force," Kaysen explained. "Professor, what kind of pressure do you think I have?" "The pressure from the Malfoy family. Are you afraid that you won't be able to lead the Malfoy family to prosperity after Mr. Lucius Malfoy hands over the family power to you?" Kaysen casually mentioned a worry shared by all the pureblood young wizards in Slytherin. "Professor, can you say something else? Face your little conflict with Harry and the others." Draco nodded. "Professor, what do you think I should do? We fight almost all the time, but you want to stop?" "Not really. If possible, I would like to fight them for the rest of my life," Draco said seriously. Kaysen was silent for a while. He originally thought that Draco was tired of this kind of fight and wanted to end it, but was afraid of losing face. He did not expect this result. But this result is very good. Draco plus his 3 friends, Gower, Crabbe, and Pansy, and on the other side are Harry, narrator, Ron, and Hermione. There are exactly 3 men and 1 woman, and it's 4 against 4, so it can be considered fair. He had a rough idea of the magical abilities of the people on both sides. Draco's side were all children of pure-blood families, and had been immersed in various evil curses since childhood, while the 4 little Grindelwalds on the other side were all more dishonest than the others. These 2 groups of people are basically the high-level combat forces who are dancing happily in this session. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are no other high-level combat forces in their class. It's just that they are not as active as them. And just like Professor McGonagall said before, evenly matched competition can quickly make young wizards improve, as long as the fighting power of both sides is balanced, rather than one-sided bullying. Kaysen was still happy to see the back-and-forth magic battles, as it could be considered a way of contributing their strength to the increasingly scarce high-end combat power in the magic world. After all, he had flown across half the world with Grindelwald before, and he also learned from Grindelwald what the combat power of wizards in their era was like, and what the combat power of wizards now is like. So, then you fight them, but your group of 4, you, Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe, can only cause trouble for Harry, narrator, Ron, and Hermione. Of course, I'd be happy if you pulled out your wands against the stronger ones. But if you pull out your wands at someone weaker than you, I can consider letting you grind the diamond into diamond powder. I have a rough classification of the strong and the weak in my mind. Don't try to use sophistry to turn the weak into the strong. I won't tell you the evidence in this matter. After all, I'm not the Wisingamot. Also, there must be absolutely no humiliation. Even if you cut off Harry's arm, you must not use any insulting words." Kaysen added. At the end, Kaysen did not forget to draw a path for Draco. It's okay to clash with the strong, but if you dare to draw your wand towards the weak, don't blame Kaysen for dragging them into the office one by one and dealing with them one by one. Also, physical damage is allowed, but psychological damage is not. Okay. Draco nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, as if he remembered the dark time when he was dominated by Redstone. Anything else? Kaysen asked. Draco quickly shook his head, said goodbye, and was about to retreat. By the way, Draco, what kind of responsibilities and obligations your family has placed on you is the Malfoy family's family affair. But as an outsider and a professor, I sincerely hope that you can stick to your original intention. You will always be Draco, not a symbol imposed on you by others. Of course, I'm an outsider. If you think what I said is nonsense, it's okay to turn around and curse me and run out of the classroom. I'm not Severus, and I won't deduct points from you. Kaysen finally reminded. Draco stopped moving and turned to look at Kaysen. Thank you for telling me so much. As Draco left, Kaysen breathed a long sigh of relief. By winning over such a young master, his friends in that small group were also passively won over. Kaysen's understanding of Pansy was not very deep, but Goyle and Crabbe were under Draco's influence all the time. So this conversation was about one person, and it affected 4 people, but these 4 people were just behaviors, not psychology. Psychologically, I still need to find opportunities to find the other 3 people, maybe by staying in class or by chance. Oh, right, there are 4 of them. Kaysen suddenly reacted. He had just suggested that Draco could continue to oppose Harry and the others. Based on Draco's character of climbing up whenever he saw a stick, he was probably already in the stage of looking for someone. We must quickly remind them to be careful of the wands that suddenly stretched out from the dark. He quickly wrote the letter and handed it to an automatic flying puppet that could find its way. It would cast magic according to the name of the 4 Gryffindors and fly to the person who is closest to the puppet. Phew, everything is fine. Madame Pomfrey will suffer a little, and I will bear the blame. Kaysen finally leaned back on the sofa without any worries. What he could foresee next was a horrific bloody storm in Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey is a bad-tempered person. Sirius, who had successfully found Crookshanks last night and spent the whole night chatting with cats and dogs in the Gryffindor common room, finally caught up on his sleep. When he woke up, he heard Kaysen's mumbling and immediately rushed out at the drone. Peter Pettigrew has not had an easy time recently. He can even be said to be afraid of everything, especially since his master Ron and his friends talked about the big black dog in the office of the mysterious Professor Alchemist. He has not had a good sleep for a single day. Fortunately, his master's friend now has a cat that seems to have rear-ended someone's car, so his fear and anxiety during this period were not suspected. After all, it is natural for mice to be afraid of cats. All he needs to do is wait until the end of this semester, or after some time, when Hogwarts opens Hogsmeade Village to third-year wizards. If his current master Ron accidentally remembered him one day and planned to take him out with him in his pocket, he would never have to worry again, even if he flew to heaven. Just let Sirius continue to chase mice in Hogwarts Castle like a headless dog. The next moment, Peter Pettigrew saw a horrifying scene that shouldn't have appeared. I saw a flying puppet with 4 propellers slowly flying out of the dormitory window, and there was a small clip in front of the puppet, loyally holding an envelope, and there was a seal in the middle of the envelope that had not yet cooled down. Just as he was feeling dazed by the rapid changes in the magic world, he saw a big black dog biting the landing legs of the drone. Paratrooper number 1 Sirius, ready. F***K. This was Peter Pettigrew's only thought at this moment. The next moment, he moved his 3.5 legs with a small amplitude, but a very high frequency, and quickly jumped down from Ron's bedside table. With the speed that the Flash would be silent, Quicksilver would cry, and Sonic would bow down, he ran behind a cabinet in the corner of the dormitory. That was where he secretly dug it out every day when no one was in the dormitory after he learned that Sirius had escaped from prison. Did a big black rat just pass by? Harry, who was chewing, looked up and asked in confusion. Huh? Ron looked confused. Sirius, who broke into the room through the window with the flying puppet, opened his mouth and looked around in confusion. After cultivating his character in the Alchemy office for such a long time, he no longer did things without thinking as before, but had his own little thoughts. For example, a very simple question is that Peter Pettigrew crawled into the cabinet, which he saw with his own eyes, but he didn't know whether there was a rat hole in the cabinet, and whether the rat hole connected to other rooms so that Peter Pettigrew could escape directly. And for the sake of a little mouse that he was not sure whether he could catch, he exposed his identity here. Regardless of whether he could catch it or not, he would definitely not be able to leave Hogwarts. But this trip was not without gain. At least I knew where Harry and Ron's dormitories were. All I had to do next was walk out slowly. Although it can be considered as alerting the enemy now, But what if? He knew Peter Pettigrew very well, and sometimes he would even risk his life for laziness. On the other side, Kaysen, at this moment, he was wandering with Lupin in various remote corners of Hogwarts. So, is the boggart you're talking about a regular life form? I heard you say that they appear in closed cabinets where no humans have been around for years. This boggart doesn't sound like it migrated in. It sounds more like it, refreshed somewhere. Kaysen asked curiously. I don't know how to answer this question yet, just like no one knows the true appearance of boggart yet, and no one has studied how he suddenly appeared in the cabinet. Of course, it may also be that my knowledge reserves are not enough. Lupin did not forget to fold armor when he said this. Okay, so how are we supposed to know if what we're seeing is a boggart or something else really scary? Fluorite floated around Kaysen, illuminating the environment around him. Any scary thing that shouldn't be in a cupboard is a boggart, like the moon in the cupboard, Lupin explained. Are you still afraid of the moon? No, it's just that I haven't seen a boggart for a while, Lupin said as he opened the cabinets one by one, searching for the boggart, but obviously he didn't find anything. But Kaysen on the other side was different. He opened a row of cabinets. Until he opened the last cabinet, he saw someone who looked exactly like him. His eyes had no pupils, but instead emitted a dazzling white light. Lupin on the other side also heard the noise and looked over here in surprise. Then Kaysen grabbed Bogart's collar without any hesitation, pulled it down suddenly, and hit Bogart's chin with his knee. Wow, whoa. Kaysen, stop, don't kill it. We finally found this one. Lupin trotted over quickly, flicked his wand casually, and threw the boggart back into the cabinet, then tied it up with a chain. It seems like you're really scared. But why are you afraid of the white eyes? Kaysen shrugged helplessly. I forgot. Of course it could be something else. Childhood trauma. Childhood shadow. Is your childhood shadow the fear of a person with glowing eyes? Lupin was a little confused. My childhood shadow is another one with glowing eyes. It has little to do with me, but it still caused tons of damage to my young mind. Kaysen explained. Oh, okay. Lupin nodded and shut up. It would be impolite to ask any more questions. So he waved his wand and lifted up the cabinet containing the boggart, and the two of them walked towards the exit. Soon the two returned to Lupin's office. Lupin tightened the chain of the cabinet with his wand again, while Kaysen sat leisurely on the sofa and looked around Lupin's office, wanting to see if there was a wine cabinet or something like that here. It's a pity that Lupin's life seems to be damned self-disciplined. Even a little too self-disciplined. In short, don't drink. Come and try this. This is the green tea I bought from Diagon Alley. Lupin walked over with a teapot in his arms and said, Second creation warning. So, your next class will be to teach the little wizards how to defeat boggart? Is it necessary to defeat this thing? Kaysen said, pointing to the cabinet in the corner that kept shaking. Kaizen, you're different from others. Not everyone's first reaction when they see something that is afraid of is to grab its neck and beat it up. Moreover, the things that some people fear are not an image. It may be an abstract moment or a relative's corpse. You can't whip the corpse. Lupin explained earnestly. Yeah, that's true. Kaysen nodded, finished the tea in the cup, and was about to leave. Where are you going? To study magic. Kaysen answered casually. Take me with you. Lupin, who was drinking tea, quickly drank the boiling hot tea in the cup and stood up to catch up. He still hasn't forgotten what Dumbledore told him when he tricked him into becoming a professor, asking him to watch over any magical experiments that Kaysen conducted to provide dual protection for the life safety of the alchemy professor and the bearing capacity of the walls of Hogwarts. Okay, keep up. Soon the two opened the door of the alchemy office, and Lupin pulled two boats over with ease. Why isn't Bruce here today? I don't know, but dogs are full of energy, so it's understandable. Soon the two stopped the boat, and Lupin stood there blankly, looking at the extra table and machine in the office area in confusion. There's also a square table in the corner with 9 grids neatly arranged on it. He just stared at Kaysen as he took out his new magic art spell book and placed it on a corner. Then there were terrifyingly large diamonds, black stones and white stones, and 2 brimstones that seemed to be burning with flames. I know nothing about alchemy. Dumbledore really gave me a tough job. Lupin murmured in confusion. Kaysen was also happily flipping through his upgraded version of the magic book. The previous one was a beginner's book, and this book was a mid-range model called the Mage's Magic Book. The magic talismans for use in new Magic Arts magic books are divided into 3 levels. The previous novice magic book could only use level 1 magic talismans, but the current one can use level 2 magic talismans. The second level magic talisman is not like the previous first level magic talismans, most of which have the effect of taking off pants and farting. The second level magic talisman is really powerful. One of the talismans is the one that Kaysen has been eyeing for a long time, and it is called the Gravity Talisman. Just the name itself sounds very classy. He flipped open the instruction manual and took a look. Using extraordinary clay, anvil, and magic stamping machine. What is extraordinary clay? This is the question mark that popped up in Kaysen. He then flipped through the instructions. It's great to be able to do it. He breathed a sigh of relief. As for the magic clay and magic gems, which were also very simple to make, they could all be made using the magic infusion table. Then, by adding these 2 magic items to a bunch of original MC stuff, this extraordinary clay could be made. What's the use of this thing? Lupin asked at the right time. You can think of this thing as a template, Kaysen said as he put the clay and anvil into the machine, and the next moment the gravity magic symbol popped out. Wardfa? This is unscientific. Lupin was a little confused when he saw the so-called alchemy that could shatter his worldview. It was already confusing that Kaysen could take out such a big anvil with his bare hands. But why put the anvil and clay together and press them? Because of the omnipotent magic, Mr. Lupin. Kaysen explained as he embedded the gravity charm into the groove in the magic book. So, is this strictly alchemical or magical research? Lupin asked again when he had calmed down. Both. In fact, I can use magic without a magic book. Kaysen put the magic book away and raised his chin towards the wine glass on the coffee table, not far away. The next moment, the wine glass was crushed into powder by a sudden pressure. Wow, but your control is not very good. There's a dent on your coffee table. Lupin walked over to take a look and said with some amusement, You know how to cast a repair spell? Give me a hand. Kaysen said with an embarrassed look. Since you can research so many strange magics, why can't you find a spell book and study it seriously for a few days? Lupin asked as he repaired the coffee table. Because I really don't have any talent in that area. Do you think I'm suitable for learning the Patronus Charm? Dumbledore said that the Patronus Charm requires happy memories. I think it would be very easy for me to learn it, but in fact, I have nothing at all. Kaysen spread his hands and said, In fact, remembering one's own happiness and bringing happiness to others are 2 completely different things. How about I teach you? No thanks. Lupin shrugged and said nothing more on the subject. By the way, are these the only small experiments you do now? I see you don't use those large machines much anymore. Those things are too dangerous. I'll just find something to play with for fun. Kaysen said as he continued to look through the instruction manual in his hand. Soon, 2 more magic talismans were made, fireworks, and slow descent. What good are these 2? Asked Lupin. You'll know if you try it. Kaysen took out a small remote control and slowly lowered it to the floor-to-ceiling window not far away. It became a huge terrace. Come over. The 2 came to the terrace, and Kaysen edited the spell to combine fireworks and slow descent and released it directly at Lupin. The next moment, Lupin was hit by a red light and flew into the sky with a whoosh. Soon, a large number of light spots like fireworks appeared on his body, and then he slowly fell down. Wow, whoa, FK. Lupin sat on the terrace for a long time before reaching out to Kaysen. I really want to beat you up now, really. Don't hit me in the face, okay? Lupin rolled his eyes, punched Kaysen on the shoulder, and then stood up. Why didn't you come over and help me? But your fireworks magic is really G stupid. Ordinary wizards don't have the concentration to hold the wand at that level. Without the slow descent magic that followed, falling to death would have been the only outcome. What do you think? If I use fireworks to launch the enemy into the sky, and then use gravity to make him fall at a high speed, will it cause considerable damage? I won't play with you anymore. go find Bruce," Lupin said, panting. Kaysen shrugged helplessly, sent Lupin away, took out Bruce's ender pearl, and threw it to the ground. With a humming sound, Sirius appeared in the office with a confused look on his face. "Did Bruce miss me?" Kaysen picked up Sirius with a sidelong smile and walked towards the platform not far away with a smile. Several little wizards who were walking in the Black Lake watched a big black dog gliding slowly towards them. "Wardfa." Kaysen looked at Sirius, who was flying happily and had no intention of calling the happy dog back. After closing the French window, he began to study the magic book in his hand happily. He felt that he could stack one magic after another to form an even more powerful magic. Until the next day. "Wow, don't tell me you didn't sleep all night." Lupin walked in and saw Kaysen with an unshaven beard and lifeless eyes. "I can't help it. This thing is so damn fun." Kaysen raised the new magic arts spellbook in his hand and explained. "So you just stayed up all night?" "Not only that, I also made a few more magic symbols, such as Wind Slash. This can be used as Severus's Shadowless Sword, and its attack range is even greater. There are also growth charms and naming charms. There's nothing much to say about the former, but the latter can be used as a confusion spell in a sense, which is awesome," Kaysen said excitedly. Lupin nodded. Okay, I know you're awesome now, but listen to me, you really need to rest. Do you need to pass out?" Okay." Fainted. After Lupin finished chanting the spell, he immediately followed it with a levitation spell. The levitation spell brought Kaysen back to his bedroom on the 4th floor, while Lupin shrugged helplessly and left. It was another morning, and Kaysen, with a mess on his head, looked at his homework in confusion, realizing that he had doubled his homework just because he hadn't done anything for a day. But he soon came up with the best solution and staggered towards the wine cabinet, which would help him sober up quickly. "Kaysen, come with me. I need your help." At this moment, Dumbledore appeared in his office without any explanation, held his shoulders, and tried to apparate away with Kaysen, but failed. Kaysen looked embarrassed. "Do you really think my office is a vegetable market? I can come and go as I please." "Okay." Dumbledore walked helplessly towards the pile of scattered boats in the corner, intending to sail away. Kaysen went back to his desk, took out a remote control, and pressed it. With a click, the smooth ice track was instantly retracted under the floor, and the bluestone floor was exposed again. "Kaysen, are you really going to let me leave on foot?" Dumbledore said pitifully. "Otherwise, wouldn't it be useless for me to set up my Ender Pearl to allow entry but not exit? Of course, you can also tell me how urgent your so-called matter is. If it is very urgent, I will turn off the restriction, but if the truth is not that urgent..." Kaysen shook his head and said, "Of course it's a matter of urgency," Dumbledore said dryly. Kaysen nodded helplessly, turned off the Enderband, and then let Dumbledore take him away. The International Wizarding Convention. "Dumbledore, what should I tell you? You fool me again. The most urgent thing you said was to accompany you to brag at the International Wizarding Conference." Kaysen patted Dumbledore's shoulder hard and said, gritting his teeth, "This is not just my business, and it's not an insignificant matter. Do you think Hogwarts has no dignity?" Dumbledore explained, "I should have been enjoying fine wine in the office." Kaysen walked towards the window with his hands on his hips, looked at the scenery outside the window, sighed helplessly, and continued. "So, you should be very good at bragging. Why did you call me here?" "I have already agreed with German Shepherd Strong and Beaux Batons that the 3 schools will relaunch an ancient athletic competition next semester," said Dumbledore. "So, what does it have to do with me?" Kaysen asked in confusion. "This competition is called the Triwizard Tournament. It is a competition between these 3 schools. Each school needs to send a hero, and the hero is selected by an ancient chain gold device. And now this chain metal device is broken?" Kaysen asked back. "That's right. Can't you ask Nicholas Flamel for help? He's lived long enough. He must know how to fix it. Besides, how can I fix that thing? I know nothing about alchemy," Kaysen said helplessly with a dead face. "German Shepherd Strong and the alchemy professor of Beaux Batons have been there, but both failed. I boasted to them before. So you better not let me down," said Dumbledore. Can I still catch up if I leave now? Of course not. Kaysen was very sorry, so he just followed Dumbledore into a small meeting room. There were already 4 people sitting in the conference room, a tall and elegant lady and an old man with a goatee. On the other side was a tall man with a beard and long hair that was slicked back. Next to him sat a female wizard wearing a black windbreaker and bangs that covered her eyes. This is Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, and Professor Pound, the professor of alchemy at Beauxbatons. Dumbledore introduced the tall witch and old wizard. Oh, hello. This is the headmaster of the German Shepherd Strong. You can call him Headmaster Karkaroff, and the alchemy professor Miss Rostamer. Kaysen was still confused and nodded and greeted. The 4 people from the 2 schools were also very curious about this name that was active in alchemy papers. But putting other things aside, perhaps because Kaysen had just woken up today and had no time to wash up, which resulted in his not looking very good, the 2 alchemy professors did not look down on him at all. Obviously, they all knew what those papers written by the young man in front of them meant. But the 2 principals were different, especially Madame Maxime, whose face turned embarrassed. When she thought about how she had previously sent the current professor alchemist to raise Pegasus, and then recruited such a professor into the school, she couldn't help but feel strangely relieved, with a hint of shame and indignation. Because my plan at that time had not yet succeeded. Tip: this article has no CP, no heroine, no CP, no heroine, and no ambiguity of any kind. Karkaroff on the other side was different. He simply watched the fledgling alchemist professor in front of him with a simple attitude of eating melons. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it's alive. Anything you want to say? Dumbledore patted Kaysen on the back. Does being a principal require one to be over 180 centimeters tall? And Rostamer, is he the Rostamer from the 3 broomsticks? Kaysen asked subconsciously. Dumbledore nodded helplessly, not knowing which one he agreed with, the headmaster's height or Rostamer's last name. But before that he had another question. Are you drunk again? Hearing this, Madame Maxime's brows furrowed even deeper. Any academic and technical wizard she knew, whether it was potions, runes, or alchemy, was basically extremely self-disciplined. Their brains were extremely clear all the time, and the true level of the wizard in front of them who seemed to be an alcoholic. It was hard to describe in words, and she felt even more annoyed when she thought that such a wizard had rejected her invitation. Try it and see if you can fix it. Dumbledore raised his head towards the center of the conference table. Only then did Kaysen react. The big guy on the table seemed to be the big guy he needed to repair today. He was silent for a long time, reached into his pocket, took out his monocle, and put it in his eye socket. Flame Highwood Goblet of Fire / damaged. Oh, this is a good thing. Kaysen waved his hand and attracted the huge goblet of fire to his side. Since it is the Supreme Wood, no matter what the attributes of the Supreme Wood are, I will definitely use my new magic skills. Instead of just finding an adventure partner to wander around the world, the Supreme Wood in front of me is just right. Any clues? Asked Dumbledore. This is good wood. Kaysen reached out and touched the wood, and the growth magic was activated by him. The next moment, it was like a dead tree coming back to life, and the goblet of fire, which seemed to be cut by a knife, sprouted. This move stunned the 4 people present. The 2 principals were surprised that alchemy could be played like this. The 2 alchemy professors were surprised. Is this alchemy? Are you going to cultivate this sapling to use as repair material? Rosmerta asked after she realized what was happening. No, I just like this kind of wood very much. I'll take a sapling back to cultivate it, Kaysen said as he put the sapling into his ring. On the other side of the natural area of the office, the sapling suddenly appeared in the soil, saving Kaysen the trouble of going back to plant it. Doesn't it still require materials to repair it? Or have you prepared any other materials? Pound asked curiously. Is it so difficult for you to repair things? Kaysen scratched his head, casually touched the goblet of fire, and used naming magic to summon the goblet of fire naming column that only he could see. Goblet of fire / damaged. Goblet of fire. After deleting the word damaged, Kaysen took 2 steps back and clapped his hands. Done. ×4. Dumbledore, Professor Kaysen, we have learned little about alchemy, so please don't deceive us. Karkaroff said in a tone that said, don't treat us as fools. We can definitely give it a try. Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand and cast a detection magic specifically for the Goblet of Fire, mainly to test whether the Goblet of Fire was still working. As a result of this inspection, a deep blue flame suddenly burst out from it. In the small conference room, everyone except Dumbledore and Kaizen had confused expressions, especially Madame Maxim. She was very glad that the diss against Kaysen just now was just a mental drama. So wouldn't she still have a chance to poach him? And not only are there opportunities, there are a lot of them. Compared with Beauxbatons and Hogwarts, Beauxbatons is of course more attractive. What is the level of the professors in Beauxbatons? All of them are handsome men and beautiful women. Where is Hogwarts? The old ladies, the old men, the sinister man who cosplays as Sasuke with a dead face every day. The four colleges of the school are not united and are naughty every day. My own Beauxbatons is different. It is still full of handsome men and beautiful women. I can also introduce my favorite female student to Consensus, which is a good opportunity to cultivate their relationship. When she graduates, I can let them get things done. Isn't Beauxbatons going to flourish in my hands? While Madame Maxime was immersed in a bright future, Karkaroff on the other side had already taken his own action. Professor Rostamer has already started talking to Kaysen. Yes, the last name Rostamer should not be too common. After I knew your last name, I thought of Mrs. Rostamer. I really like the cocktail she made. When I return to England, we can get together somewhere. No problem. Maxim watched Kaysen and Rostamer chatting animatedly, and immediately felt that he was a step behind and felt a strong sense of regret. Why didn't you think of bringing in a female professor? Why did you think of hiring a male professor of alchemy? A light bulb suddenly went on in Madame Maxime's head. Man, England, nothing wrong with that. Then she glanced down at Pound. Dry old-fashioned dishes. But it doesn't necessarily mean that some people like that tune. So forget it, I'd better not do that. Although England has special hobbies, they're still a minority after all. Not everyone likes to be intimate with men, let alone such an old friend. Why didn't I recruit a female professor back then? Madame Maxime was immersed in deep regret. Dumbledore, sitting in his seat, formed a frightening contrast with Madame Maxime. One is in a very bad mood, the other is very happy. At this time, Dumbledore was drinking milk tea in a thermos cup, smiling at Kaysen, who was chatting with Rostamer, feeling that his own child had finally learned how to do something good. Kaysen struggled with his inner self for a long time, and finally asked the question, is there any wine here? Tip: this article has no CP, no heroin, no CP, no heroin, and no ambiguity of any kind. The inspiration for Kaysen, who just woke up in the morning with messy hair and wanted a drink, was tricked by Dumbledore. The guy who blocked the wine was very popular on the internet. Kaysen, this is not Hogwarts. Please pretend to be a normal person. Dumbledore gritted his teeth and condensed his voice into a thread to let it penetrate into Kaysen's ears. Reasons. On the other hand, Rostamer also appropriately suggested that the two of them go out for a drink. This is not necessary, Kaysen said subconsciously. Rostamer still had that smile on his face, but it was a little stiff. Didn't you say you wanted to drink? Why don't you want to drink now? I want to drink, but I don't want to go out. Or you can mail the wine to Hogwarts. After Kaysen said this, Dumbledore, who was sitting next to him, stopped laughing and looked at Kaysen as if he were an alien. Huh? You don't want the two of us to go out alone? Rostamer said stiffly. Kaysen shook his head. Why did you agree to my previous suggestion that we could get together when I return to England? You didn't say that only the two of us can get together. Maybe we can call our respective friends. Kaysen said as a matter of course. Rostamer looked at Karkaroff with a confused look, and soon Karkaroff's eyes also turned to him. Get him to give you a raise? Rostamer took a deep breath and said, I beg you, let's go out for a drink, just the two of us. Kaysen shook his head. My mom won't let me go to the bar alone. Aren't there two of us? And aren't you an orphan? They won't let me go with strangers, and I'm not an orphan. I have a happy family, and we're happy and harmonious, even though they're not in this world anymore. Rostamer still had a decent smile on his face, but in fact he almost broke his teeth early on. The only thing she wanted to do at this moment was to write a letter to her aunt as soon as possible, telling her to add fuel to the fire for the damn professor the next time he went to her place to drink. But she quickly adjusted her mentality. Of course, it might also be that the salary increase promised by Karkaroff blinded her bright eyes, so that she completely prostrated herself at the feet of Jean Gallion and spoke humbly. Let me put it another way. We are all adults. Maybe we can act like two adults. Or, to be more straightforward, I invite you to the bar. I beg you. Oh, Kaysen understood this time. After all, as a professor with a very high emotional intelligence, how could he not hear such a clear hint? Then he said very considerately, "You want to pursue me, right?" Rostamer was on the verge of tears. The only thing she wanted to do now was to quickly draw her wand and give Karkaroff a good beating, then rob his vault and the gold galleons that he had embezzled from the school board for so many years and run away. However, the helpless reality turned into gravity and pulled down her dream. "Yes. Did you agree to my request?" Kaysen raised his head 45 degrees and looked at the ceiling, then paused for 5 seconds. "No." Rostamer's expression was rarely seen without a look of frustration. "Look, I'm a man and you're a woman. We are of different genders. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry. Of course I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. In fact, you're the most beautiful which I've ever seen. But like I said, our genders don't match." Kaysen explained with high emotional intelligence. He thought that his words could perfectly help both of them out of the predicament. And then Rostamer suddenly had the urge to cry, but she forced herself to hold it back. However, she couldn't stay in this damn meeting room any longer, so she walked out of the meeting room without looking back and seemed to wipe the corners of her eyes with her hands vaguely. Have I gone a little too far? I think I have done a good job of preserving both of our reputations. Kaysen asked Dumbledore quietly. You, forget it, it's okay. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. And on the other side, Karkaroff was thrown back by a purple spell just a few seconds after chasing out. It seems that Miss Rostamer is not in a good mood right now, Kaysen said without any self-awareness, successfully silenced the other 4 people in the meeting room. Finally, it was Madame Maxime and Professor Pound who broke the silence. Madame Maxime's clever mind recalled what Kaysen had just said. We don't match gender. What if the genders match? She immediately signaled Professor Pound with her eyes. Poor Professor Pound is forced by the president to engage in dirty hook exchanges at his old age. His old face turned red, and he sat down next to Kaysen, reaching out his hand to touch Kaysen's thigh, which was only wearing a layer of pajamas. Launch plus damage plus fireworks plus gravity. Kaysen quickly used his new magic arts to edit a set of complex magic. The next moment, a red light suddenly appeared beside him and flew towards Pound. With a whoosh, poor Professor Pound shattered the window and flew out of it until he reached a perfect height, and then gravity magic came into play. Almost instantly, an indescribable gravity was exerted on him, and he fell rapidly towards the ground. Bang! Rostamer was looking in a mirror in the corridor, wondering if she was not as attractive as before, feeling sad, when he saw a figure falling from the sky, raising a cloud of dust. What? She waved her hand curiously, and a breeze blew away the dust, revealing Professor Pound, who was embedded in the ground. She apparat over curiously. What's wrong with you? As the chain gold amulet on Pound's chest completely broke, he breathed a sigh of relief. Can you do me a favor? Uh-huh. Give Maxim a hard blow, just like you did at Karkaroff. Rosta nodded in understanding. Karkaroff is my superior. My beating him is our internal affairs of German Shepherd Strong, but my beating Maxim, do you think I'm like a knife? Oh, please give me a hand. Pound looked at the failure of his plan of hitting 3 shots and stretched out a hand helplessly. Rostamer had no good feelings towards this colleague who treated him like a knife and a fool. He just rolled his eyes and disapparated away, leaving Professor Pound alone, still embedded in the ground. Dumbledore, I don't think it's safe here anymore. You didn't even know there was a gay in the conference room. Kaysen complained to Dumbledore in a low voice. Dumbledore nodded as a matter of course. So what do you think of me? Professor McGonagall's dearest friend. And you're already so old. Kaysen was halfway through his speech when he suddenly remembered Professor Pound, who had been fired by him before. He immediately moved a little further away from Dumbledore without saying a word. I don't think you need to do this. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Kaysen said nothing, just shook his head wildly. Well, now that the Goblet of Fire has been repaired, we should go back. Since next year's Triwizard Tournament has been confirmed to be hosted by Hogwarts, we will take the Goblet of Fire with us. Dumbledore said this and looked at Kaysen, who waved his hand helplessly and put the Goblet of Fire into his pocket. Then Dumbledore patted Kaysen on the shoulder, and the two disappeared from the spot in an instant. After returning to the principal's office, Kaysen sat on the sofa naturally and took a pillow and placed it across himself. In order to prevent you from misunderstanding, I feel it is necessary for me to explain myself. Dumbledore said helplessly, just fart as much as you want, to see if I listen or not. Kaysen nodded and said, you should know the relationship between me and Gellert. So let me put it this way. My relationship with Gellert is simply because Gellert happens to be a man, and it has nothing to do with my personal sexual orientation. Yeah, you're right. Dumbledore now fully understood Rostimer's feelings. When Kaysen is serious, he is really like the sun. It is very comfortable to be with him, but when he is not serious, he is really abstract and torturous. I don't think you understand. Dumbledore said with a frown. Yeah, you're right. Don't you know anything else to say? I still have some homework to grade in my office, so I'll go back first. Kaysen said, as he was about to teleport away. Etc. Gellert told me that he told you a lot when he was in Africa, and one of the things he asked you to tell me. Dumbledore suddenly said this without any reason. Kaysen looked at Dumbledore with some confusion. Normally, if Dumbledore wanted to ask a question, he would either start with 0 frames and get straight to the point, or he would give a long prelude and say a lot of foreshadowing before finally getting to the point. However, this is the first time that there has been such an abrupt turn as today's. Kaysen has been at Hogwarts for nearly 2.5 years. It seems that Dumbledore finally lost his patience this time. What did he tell you? Dumbledore asked calmly. He told me about a fight between you, him, and your brother at Dumbledore's house many years ago. That's it, Dumbledore murmured. What did he say? He said that he was the one who cast the curse that caused the tragedy. After saying this, Kaysen hesitated a little. Should he stay here to comfort Dumbledore? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Dumbledore was not a psychologically fragile child. He did not need comfort. In other words, although he had lived for 2 generations, he was only 20 years old in age and experience, and could not provide any useful comfort to Dumbledore, who was over 100 years old. I guess I should let you digest this on your own, right? Dumbledore forced a smile and nodded. Review. The next moment, there was a loud roar, and Kaysen disappeared, returning to his office to work hard at grading assignments. On the other side, German Shepherd Strong. Karkaroff, there's a letter for you, which seems to be from England. Although I didn't do the job for you, you must pay me not a single copper, nut less for the mental damages. Rostamer said as he slapped a letter on Karkaroff's desk. Got it. I'll write you a note and go get the money from the vice president. Karkaroff casually wrote his name on a blank expense account slip, leaving the number on it blank. This is another empty seal case in the world. As Rostamer left, Karkaroff tore open the envelope, and almost instantly, he saw a signature that made his heart tighten. Peter Pettigrew, but isn't he dead? When a mysterious man lost power, wasn't he killed by Sirius? Karkaroff swallowed and looked from the signature to the top. His uneasy heart made his eyes tremble uncontrollably as he scanned the words above. The general meaning is that Sirius has escaped from prison and is now trapped in Hogwarts, so he should find an opportunity to rescue him as soon as possible. Karkaroff frowned and stared at the letter for a long time. Then he breathed a sigh of relief when he finished reading the entire letter. Peter Pettigrew did not make any threats in the letter. For example, if you don't go to rescue him, he will tell everyone all the bad things he has done before. This made him feel a little relieved. Even if Peter Pettigrew chose to get out, it didn't matter. What was his current identity? He was the dean of the German Shepherd Strong School of Magic, and he had already attributed all the bad things to the Imperius curse. Although his reputation is not very good nowadays, he can still be considered clean overall. Just as he was about to summon a ball of fire to destroy the letter in his hand, he suddenly reacted. Neither himself nor Peter Pettigrew were good people who were willing to help others. So Peter Pettigrew didn't even threaten me and directly asked me to rescue him. Did he have some evidence that he hadn't cleared up yet? Or some reason he had to go that he hadn't noticed yet? And Peter Pettigrew was sure that he would be able to remember the reason that would make him go. But what the hell is that reason? Karkaroff was a little upset and crumpled up the letter in his hand and threw it into the corner. But soon he reached out and drew the letter back into his hand. This letter cannot be destroyed for the time being. There may be clues in it that I have not noticed. As for the plan to rescue Peter Pettigrew, of course I will go. But it was not a rescue, but a silencing. Peter Pettigrew cannot live in this world anymore. No matter what evidence Peter Pettigrew knows that even he himself doesn't know, as long as he is killed, everything will be happy. Please give me a gift. Dear readers, please give me a gift. The alchemy professor with a very high EQ and Miss Rostamer who broke the defense. As for why the bangs are covering the eyes, it's because I drew the eyes asymmetrically. After returning to the office, Kaysen first went back to the area where he had previously grown plants, found the saplings he had planted in the soil in advance, and directly used growth magic to accelerate their growth. Almost instantly, the sapling, which was not much bigger than a willow twig, grew into a tree, but it was still square. After transplanting the tree many times to form a small forest, Kaysen no longer took care of the trees. Anyway, my new magic art has not yet used other materials. Ordinary materials that are not so hellish can be replicated by oneself using the magic infusion table of the mysterious era. Now, his new magic art can be said to be on the right track. The only problem is that if he wants to upgrade his magic book to the highest level, it still needs to be synthesized once. The Emerald Ender Pearl and the Nether Star are within his reach. It was the totem of Undying and something called Wilderness Offering that troubled him. He currently has the former. When he was in heaven, the civil servant Kaysen gave him one. However, the undead totem is a life-saving thing after all. It is much more cost-effective to save not only his own life, but also the lives of others than to make a magic book. Another wilderness offering is a boss drop similar to the Nether Star dropped by the Wither. That boss is called Wild Chimera. All you need to do is find a place to spawn the Wild Chimera. But when he actually opened the instruction manual to see how to summon this Wild Chimera, he suddenly stopped laughing. What is the annoying Supreme Wood? Kaysen looked at the necessary materials for summoning the Wild Chimera, the Wilderness Summoning Plate. One of the summoning materials was exactly this so-called annoying Supreme Wood. Of course, there is more to it than that. Other things are also needed, such as wilderness horns, wilderness membrane wings, and wilderness spikes. These are more abstract than the annoying Supreme Wood. At least the Supreme Wood can be found in nature. These three items are purely drops. The only good news now is that to make a summoning plate, you only need any one of these three. You don't need to collect all of them. This is the only good news now. This is really a difficult problem for me. Kaysen summoned a blackboard from the corner, took out a piece of chalk, and started writing on it. Annoying tall tree. Wilderness 3-piece set, undead totem. But he quickly wiped out the totem of immortality because he had thought of a way to make the totem of immortality. Just like the teleportation glasses that I made for the little wizards last semester to defend against dark magic, the glasses need to be copied into two parts, the main body and the copy. Of course, at that time I asked the professor to help me cast the magic of duplication, but I probably can't use this magic this time. After all, the synthesis needs to be absolutely real, and the counterfeit copy by magic should be useless. And the original MC does not have this magic, but it can still use various characteristics to copy objects. But the difference is that what is copied by magic is just an empty shell, which is useless and cannot be used for synthesis and can only be used as a consumable. However, Although the items spawned by the characteristics still cannot be used, strictly speaking, the items spawned are exactly the same as their original bodies, except that they cannot be used. Everything else can be done, such as synthesis. I'm such a genius. Kaysen quickly took out a full set of blocks, quickly made an update inhibitor, and then made a shadow object replication device within the radiation range of the inhibitor. As expected, putting the undead totem in there caused the undead totem to be successfully copied into two. One of them is in the hand, and the other is in the box. But there is another problem at this time, that is, the copy of the shadow cannot be touched by hand. Just as Kaysen was thinking hard, a light bulb popped up in his head again. I never thought that the magic talisman that can make you take off your pants and fart can be useful. Kaysen remembered the first-level magic talismans that he had dissed before. He said at that time that they were all magic talismans that can make you take off your pants and fart. As a result, it is still useful today. For example, one of them is called Pickup Talisman. The copied shadow item cannot be touched by hand, so it is okay to use magic to take it out. He did it right away. He quickly ran to the magic talisman stamping machine, used magic clay and funnel to press a picking magic talisman, and then used the power of picking magic to take out the replica of the undead totem in the box. I'm such a genius. Kaysen praised himself sincerely again, and then put the copied undead totem back into the box. He just needed to make sure that the undead totem could be taken out through the pickup magic, and it was not a problem that he had to take off his pants and fart to carry it with him. On the contrary, it is safest to put it in a box. Now the plan to upgrade the magic book has been initially completed by 1/3. The next step is to find out what other wilderness monsters there are in the annoying Supreme Tree, and summon its wild chimera to kill it, and then you'll have successfully upgraded the magic book to the highest level. After finishing his sweet dream in his heart, Kaysen happily left the office and walked towards the principal's office. He planned to ask Dumbledore where Grindelwald had gone. For such an abstract matter as finding a plant on the scale of the entire planet, it would be better to find a real master of prediction. Until he found Grindelwald in Dumbledore's office. I want you to help me predict a kind of tree. Kaysen pulled Grindelwald out under Dumbledore's strange gaze. Grindelwald sighed helplessly. I'm a prophet. Some people call me a prophet, but I'm not God. I cannot see the future that I'm not involved in. Kaysen, you may have some misunderstandings about prophecy. Prophecy means that I can see my future. The reason why I accurately predicted that you would be able to find those two plants last time was because I went with you, and we were lucky enough to find them successfully. So I saw the prophecy that we found the right plants in those two places. Then you can come with me this time. Kaysen abandoned poor classmate Lupin and turned around to find a functional adventure partner, Grindelwald. You still don't understand what I said. I'm a prophet, not a god who controls time and space. I can only see what has already happened. So unless you are determined to travel every inch of this planet together, I will not be able to accurately give you the prophecy. Or we could try hiking. Kaysen once again put forward his bad idea. Well, maybe I should ask Professor Trelawney to help me with divination. Kaysen was about to leave with tears on his face. Return. He heard Grindelwald's voice behind him and smiled as if to predict it. Then he quickly turned around with that helpless and suicidal expression again. What's wrong? You have a prophet standing before you, and you're going to go find a half-witted one? Grindelwald asked, frowning as he put his hands behind his back. I can't help it. If you don't want to help me, I can't just hang myself on a tree. Kaysen said with a shrug. Wait for me for a day. Grindelwald said after a long silence. Okay, no problem. I knew that your ability to predict the future is unparalleled and invincible. It's the most awesome. Kaysen quickly flattered him, then patted his butt and left. Oh, there's one more thing. Kaysen turned around with a question mark on his face. You told him about the spell that flew towards Ariana? Yes, and he asked it himself. Grindelwald nodded. Thank you. Kaysen shrugged, turned around, activated the Ender teleport, and disappeared on the spot. After returning to his office seat, he began the painful process of correcting homework. Evening. Oh my. What a satisfying review. After Kaysen put the corrected homework in a corner of the desk, He remembered that Grindelwald had asked him to wait for him for a day. It's not that I don't believe Grindelwald, but what's the saying? A person always has to make preparations for both situations. It's like I was still stuck in the PPT ideas in my mind last semester. At that time, I boasted that I would make a 3D version of the Hogwarts surveillance map. But later I found that the magic that needed to be modified was too complicated and, as a lazy person, too lazy to fix it. But he had to do it now, even if he didn't want to. And it wasn't just the surveillance of Hogwarts. What he needed now was a global search map that could help him find plants or minerals hidden in various corners. After all, it's much faster than measuring the world with your own feet. Upgrading a magic book can lead to so many tasks. Life is not easy. Kaysen helplessly made a huge peephole on the arcane workbench. This peeping mirror is the theme of the search map. For example, if you need to search for the annoying supreme tree, you only need to tell the search map the entry of the annoying supreme tree. The core of the search map, the peeping mirror, searches everything in the world, finds the corresponding object, and tells you its coordinates. Isn't that it? Speaking of the subject, the next day, Kaysen, wow, what is this? Grindelwald pushed open Kaysen's office door and then saw that this already extremely large office was even larger. Or to put it more exaggeratedly, if the original office was as big as a black lake, then the office at this moment was as big as a forbidden forest. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated, but it's no wonder Grindelwald made such an exclamation. Right in front of him was a device so huge that it could not be bigger. Various redstone creations were densely arranged on it. Almost every movement was the result of the concerted efforts of tens of thousands of mechanical piston levers. He couldn't even see the end of this huge creation. He could only see a purple round mirror hovering in the center of the machine. What is this? Grindelwald asked. Kaysen, who was resting casually on the ground, sat up with difficulty. This is what I made. It can find anything in this world. Can I find someone? Dumbledore appeared in the office at some point. He looked up at the huge machine in front of him and asked, "Why are you here?" Kaysen asked, scratching his head in confusion. "I just woke up early in the morning and felt a bit tired. I was thinking of coming to your place to attend a meeting on the ice boat, and then I saw this guy. So can he find someone?" Dumbledore said, "Logically, it should be possible." Kaysen said, touching his chin. Dumbledore nodded. "Try Sirius Black." As Dumbledore finished speaking, Grindelwald, who was standing next to him, showed a helpless expression. On the other side, Kaysen nodded. There were buttons and levers densely arranged on a huge operating table. Each of the buttons represented a letter. After he entered Sirius Black into the letters, the huge machine soon found the target, but there were only two of them. Among them, Sirius points to the star Canis Major A in the sky, and darkness points to the place where there is no light at all times. Kaysen slapped himself on the forehead. I forgot that the core of this machine is the peeping mirror. It can only search for terms, not names directly. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. But can you at least make this big guy a little smaller? This has already been shrunk, what do you think? Kaysen said helplessly. I really can't imagine its grandeur. Dumbledore sighed, but his eyes were not looking at the huge machine, but at Kaysen. I can't imagine how great your alchemy is. Please forgive me for not being able to think of a word to describe it. Dumbledore smiled, shifted his gaze away from Kaysen, and looked at the huge machine instead. Of course I know what you mean. Kaysen accepted the compliment very naturally. He looked at Grindelwald again. Is there any result? You could try your luck at Hoabacho. Grindelwald left the office after saying that. Dumbledore just shrugged and walked to Kaysen's side. You don't need his answer anymore, do you? The old man spent the entire night brainstorming about my request. I can't just say I don't need it. When it comes to serious matters, my emotional intelligence is still very high. Kaysen said arrogantly with his hands on his hips. Today, Kaysen is a killer without emotions. Killer. The cruel kind. If you don't give me a gift, you will be shot twice in the chest and once in the head. Then I really want to thank you on his behalf. Dumbledore said faintly. By the way, when do you plan to go? Let's take a vacation next time. You know how busy I've been with this elective course since the number of students has increased. In a few years, it may become a compulsory course. Kaysen said with a bitter face. How does it feel to be popular with students? Although it's tiring, it's worth it. Kaysen shrugged at Dumbledore and teleported to the classroom downstairs. After placing everyone's homework on their seats in advance, it's a long wait until class starts. Soon the class time was about to arrive, and a series of little wizards walked into the classroom one after another like dumplings. Then they saw the homework spread out on the table, and all looked embarrassed. It seems that you all don't look very happy. Kaysen sat down on the podium and asked in a very ungraceful manner, Professor, we really don't know how to be happy about this result. Draco held up the red crosses on his homework and said helplessly, and homework like Draco's is already among the top 3 homeworks in the entire 3rd grade. Kaysen was looking at the same scene, and to be honest, he was very satisfied. In the last class, he left these soul sands connected to the magic patterns and told them to study them as homework, but he also knew that it would be beyond the syllabus for the 3rd grade wizards to learn this. So he just taught them as a preview homework, but after the homework was handed in, he was surprised to find that the homework written by these little wizards was really interesting. Although it's not much, it's already very good for these little wizards who have almost no basic skills. This is a good start. If they can manage themselves well, most of these 3rd-year students will be able to achieve great things in alchemy. But whether they want to or not is another matter. This also interrupted his original teaching plan. He had originally planned to explain these magic patterns directly to the young wizards in this class. But at this point in time, he did not plan to explain them directly. It's like if there's an active and awesome nerd in a class, then the probability of the class's average grades being outstanding is not very high, because almost all the guided thinking thrown out by the teacher in class will be cracked by this nerd in an instant, so that other students don't need to think, nor do they want to think. Now for Kaysen, the atmosphere in the 3rd grade class is undoubtedly ideal. Everyone wants to think independently, and if he chooses to explain all the knowledge points directly at this time, it will undoubtedly send them a signal. There's no need to waste brain cells like that. The professor will explain it to us when the time comes anyway. Is this right? This is not right. So he chose another way to look. After this class, I will be the real thinking fairy who guides thinking in Hogwarts. After encouraging himself in his heart, Kaysen took out a piece of chalk and made a heavy tap on the blackboard. Get out of class is over. I have taught you all the tricks this time. It will be unacceptable if you do the same homework next time, Kaysen said as he was about to leave the classroom. Of course, he did not go back to the office directly, but went to the auditorium with the little wizards to find food. God knows how long it has been since he had a proper meal. After arriving at the auditorium, Lupin hurriedly asked Kaysen to sit next to him, while Snape's face next to him turned even darker, and he simply left in anger. What's wrong? Where did Severus go? Kaysen asked with some confusion after sitting next to Lupin. You will know now after you listen to what I say. Then Lupin told the whole story of how he had the little wizards learn how to subdue Boggett in the classroom, and how Snape, whom Neville feared the most, wore old Lady Neville's clothes. At this moment, not only Lupin, but also Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout beside him couldn't help but reveal the slightest smile. Hagrid, who was sitting at the very edge, looked at everyone laughing and frowned in confusion. Then he suddenly reacted, and his hearty laughter resounded throughout the entire auditorium. I can already foresee how difficult the next few potions classes will be for poor Neville. But this cannot be blamed on Neville. This is indeed Severus's outburst, not Neville's original intention. And I still think that Severus is not suitable to teach ordinary little wizards who lack the talent and basics of potions. For a genius like him, teaching ordinary little wizards may be like torture for him. Now I can understand him. In this mental state, we cannot find fault with his teaching attitude. Kaysen defended Snape. But in fact, your talent for alchemy is stronger than Severus's talent for potions. But you are not like Severus. Dumbledore said, while watching the fun. How could I not have any? You should have looked at me when I first came to Hogwarts, and then looked at me now. Being a professor for a long time will always be like this. It's just that my symptoms are milder, and Severus's symptoms are more serious. And you can't compare me with Severus. Everyone's childhood is different. I got to know him a little bit when I was drinking with him before. You can't ask someone with a childhood like him to compare with someone like me who had a childhood soaked in a sugar jar when facing such things. It's unfair to him. Kaysen explained. But the fact is, you don't have any sugar jar. Dumbledore shook his head. At least I have a good attitude, but this is innate in everyone, and Severus has no choice, right? Kaysen said, leaning back in his chair and spreading his hands. Lupin, who was standing by, picked up the glass of pumpkin juice and touched it with the glass next to Kaysen. Snape is so lucky to have a friend like you, he said and drank the pumpkin juice in his mouth. I'm not that good either. I'm just telling the truth. Kaysen shrugged helplessly. In fact, you are a little self-deprecating. Professor Sprout shook his head and said, maybe. The meal was very satisfying, really satisfying, and Kaysen himself couldn't remember how long it had been since he had a proper meal. On the way from the auditorium to his office, he saw another interesting girl. Of course, what was interesting here was the girl's original personality. But if we speak objectively, this little girl is in some trouble now. I remember your name is Luna Lovegood, right? Kaysen looked at the little girl standing in the middle of the corridor, wearing a lion hat and with one bare foot, looking up at a shoe hanging on the chandelier. Yes, it's me. Luna turned her head and said. Kaysen nodded, stretched out his hand, and used the picking magic to take down the shoes hanging on the chandelier out of thin air. Here. He returned the shoes to Luna, who put them on quickly. Someone is bullying you. Otherwise, it's not like your shoes grew wings and flew up there. Kaysen said, maybe this is a kind of bullying, but I forgive them. Luna said softly. Well, why? Kaysen asked. I feel sorry for them. There are too many harassing horseflies buzzing around them. No one can be in a good mood. Besides, they are not doing anything. Maybe they just want to practice my levitation spell. Luna explained. This is not the scope of responsibility of the levitation spell. This should be the scope of responsibility of the flying spell. Kaysen complained. Perhaps you have a lot of harassment flies on your head, too. Much more than all of them combined. Yes, adults always have a lot of worries. Kaysen said helplessly. Why aren't you curious? Luna asked. What are you curious about? Kaysen asked as he sat directly on the iron golem platform beside the corridor. Why aren't you curious about what a harassment fly is? Everyone has been asking me what a harassment fly is, even though they can't see it, but they never get tired of asking me. Can you be the only one who can see this harassment fly? That may be because we are similar, because I can see things that others cannot see. Kaysen took off the monocle on his eye socket and handed it over. Luna took it and held it carefully in her hand, looking at Kaysen curiously. What does MC mean? Who knows? Maybe it's my talent, Kaysen explained. Then your talent is really special. Yeah, logically speaking, you guys should have never heard of it. Luna nodded and stopped talking, but hummed softly. Do you want me to accompany you to see Professor Flitwick? Luna shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but it's really not necessary because they can't cause any harm to my body or mind. It's just a prank. Kaysen was silent for a while. He still remembered that on his birthday last year, Professor Flitwick said that Luna Lovegood in front of him was too strong. At that time, he just thought it was strength in an ordinary context. But I didn't expect it to be this kind of strength, which can be called extraordinary. This can't even be called strong. The word strong doesn't fit Luna. There should be more wonderful words to describe her. In short, the Luna in front of him was almost the most Luna that Kaysen had met in the 2.5 years since he came to Hogwarts. Forgive his weird wording, but he really doesn't know what word to use to describe her. Professor, can I leave now? Luna asked, staring at Kaysen with her eyes wide open. I'm not stopping you. Please feel free to do as you please. Kaysen said as he made way. As Luna skipped back to the Ravenclaw Tower, Kaysen also returned to his office. The first thing I did when I got back here was to take out some stationery and write a letter to Penelope, the head of Ravenclaw, asking her to come here when she had time. Luna's shoes were hung on the chandelier, which was a very regular circular chandelier. It was a pipe dream to try to throw the shoes onto it by using a levitation spell or physical throwing. And being able to hang the shoes on it means being able to precisely control the flying spell or more sophisticated magical control. No matter what the result is, the people who use these magics should be much stronger than Luna's magic. He had previously followed Dumbledore's advice and stopped making decisions for others. But when faced with a situation like this where seniors were suspected of bullying juniors, it was not a decision he made for Luna, but his own choice. He could selectively ignore attacks between people of the same grade and level, or even attacks between many and one. However, it is absolutely necessary to take care of this kind of little wizard who chooses to take out his wand and attack, even though he knows that the opponent is weaker than himself. Not long after, Penelope came to the office. Although Kaysen said in the letter that he could come whenever he was free, Penelope still immediately left her classmate Percy, with whom she was suspected to be in a relationship, and came here. Professor. Penelope, standing in front of the desk, looked at the huge machine behind him again and asked in surprise, "Is this also alchemy?" Kaysen nodded. "Fortunately, this thing is not included in your course outline. Don't worry. Do you know Luna Lovegood? She's your second-year wizard in Ravenclaw." Penelope subconsciously looked up at the sky, and soon she remembered, "Oh yes, a little wizard who is a little bit strange, a little bit not very fond of making friends." Of course, it's not necessarily that she doesn't want to, but mainly because she always says something weird, and some little wizards are afraid of her. Is there anyone in Ravenclaw who bullies her? Or is there any little wizard who likes to play those cheap pranks? Kaysen asked. Well, there are indeed two of them. They are roommates and sisters. We usually call them the Grey Sisters. To be honest, the pranks they play are pretty tasteless, but they don't have any bad intentions. It's just they're not smart enough. They were so busy having fun that they didn't think about other people's feelings. Penelope made up for the Grey Sisters. I met Luna on my way back to the office today. Her shoes were hung on the chandelier on the ceiling. Go back and ask the Grey Sisters if they did it. If they don't say, ask Luna. Kaysen said. Then Professor, why don't you just ask Luna? If you can avoid asking about this kind of thing, then don't ask. Is it interesting to help the victim recall bad memories? Of course, you still have to ask when necessary. And then I won't interfere and will tell Professor Flitwick directly. Kaysen added. Kaysen and Luna looked at the shoes hanging on the chandelier and fell in a deep thought. Oh, you know what I'm going to say? Please give me a gift. I'm taking a day off on the 15th. I apologize to everyone. Penelope nodded. No problem, Professor. I'll do it right away. Then she sat back in the boat and left in a flash. These little wizards are not easy to deal with. Kaysen leaned back in his chair and let out a breath. After thinking for a while, he sent another letter to Professor Flitwick. She had no experience in resolving conflicts among the little witches, and could not handle them as easily as she handled the conflicts between Neville and Draco, so she had to trust Professor Flitwick, who had rich teaching experience. Ding dong! The crystal ball on the desk lit up, and Kaysen casually picked up a thick book and threw it over. Soon Hagrid appeared in front of Kaysen like a strong man in a baby carriage. Oh, maybe I should get you a bigger boat. Hagrid waved his hand. No, if I say I'm number one in body flexibility, no one in Hogwarts dares to say I'm second. Kaysen looked at Hagrid, who was sweating profusely while driving the boat, and nodded seriously. Well, you are awesome. Of course, Kaysen. I came to you this time because I want to ask you a favor. Hagrid said awkwardly. If you have something to say, just say it. Sit down. I'll pour you a drink. Kaysen said as he took out 2 wine glasses, poured 2 glasses of strong liquor, and handed one to Hagrid. Thank you. Maybe you want to scold me after hearing this, but I still want to tell you the truth. What do you mean? Ahem. First take a look at my lesson plan for my first class. I've been preparing for it for a long time. Professor McGonagall specially scheduled my class for later in the semester so that I could make more preparations. But she obviously doesn't think highly of my lesson plan. Hagrid said as he handed over the lesson plan. Kaysen took it and looked at it. Lead students to know the eagle-headed, winged, horse-bodied beast. Kaysen looked at the lesson plan and the photo on it. Who came up with this name? Has he graduated from elementary school? Well, I don't know. Hagrid said somewhat embarrassedly. Well, Let me take a look at your course. Why doesn't Professor McGonagall agree? She said that hippogriffs are XXX magical creatures and can be dangerous, Hagrid explained. Kaysen looked up at the sky. 3x, what is that? He helplessly reached out to the bookshelf behind him, and a book about magical animals appeared in his hand. Well, the book says that this thing can easily rip open a human stomach. This thing, Professor McGonagall, is right. Kaysen nodded in agreement. You don't think this is a good idea either? Hagrid said helplessly. Why do you have to teach them this? Aren't there any magical creatures that are safer? Because she's cute. Kaysen looked at the photo on the lesson plan, but couldn't think of any words related to cute. I don't recommend you to teach this. At least I don't recommend you to teach this magical creature to the third-grade wizards. Hagrid's eyes seemed to have lost their luster. What should I do then? Can't we just use another animal? Hagrid shook his head, then cut down on the courses a bit. If you want to introduce the young wizards to each other, just introduce them to each other. Forget about the contact. Just let the young wizards watch from a distance. Kaysen rubbed his brows helplessly. He knew too well what Hagrid was thinking now. Hagrid now was like a little kid who no one paid attention to before, but now he suddenly became a big star. Now Hagrid, the big star, wants to show everything he thinks is cool to the audience. That is, the little wizards. It's like a child who learns a swear word from somewhere, and then he will run to his friends to show off that he can swear. Even though he didn't know what the swear word meant. Just like Hagrid today, he didn't know what kind of lethality a 3x level magical beast could have on young wizards. The desire to show off is unstoppable, but it can still be restrained a little. For example, let Hagrid still show off to the little wizards that he has a cool magical animal national treasure, the hippogriff. But there should be no contact. Let them watch from a distance. Can they learn anything from this? Hagrid said, scratching his head. The Care of Magical Creatures class is also about teaching young wizards to protect themselves. It lets them know that this animal is called a hippogriff, and that they can kill it alone if they encounter it in the wild. Just stay away from it. This is also a kind of knowledge, Kaysen advised. Well, I had intended to cram my first class full of things, but what a pity about those lesson plans I wrote. Hagrid said dejectedly. Are you nervous? Kaysen asked. Nervous? Hagrid shyly nodded. How about I accompany you? Is it possible? Hagrid's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, I don't have anything to do anyway. When does your first class start? Tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll come to your place tomorrow morning. Hagrid quickly responded, I'll prepare the wine. After sending Hagrid away, Kaysen looked at the wine bottle on the coffee table. It's open now. Drink it. The next day, morning, after breakfast, Kaysen came to Hagrid's little house early. He first stroked Yaya, who was strolling in the yard. He had always wanted to match Yaya and Bruce, but unfortunately Bruce seemed very resistant. Every day, whenever I heard myself talking about anything related to Yaya, I would quickly hide under the bed. Just as Kaysen was petting the dog, Hagrid also came over from a distance, pulling a magical creature that looked extremely tough to deal with. You're here so early. There are some freshly baked rock cakes in the oven. Go try some. Hagrid greeted. Kaysen thought about it and decided to eat 2 pieces, soaking them in milk. He hadn't eaten them for a long time. You eat first. I'll decorate this place. I have to make it more like a classroom and less like a vegetable patch. Hagrid's voice was still calling out from outside. Okay, Kaysen replied. Soon after Hagrid brought in a large row of tree stumps to serve as seats for the little wizards, the little wizards came over one after another according to the class time. Just as Kaysen was about to go out, he was stopped by Hagrid, who was going back to his room to get something. I know this is a bit rude, but Kaysen, can you stay in the room and not go out? Because you are so popular, if you go out, I won't have a sense of existence. Okay? Kaysen looked at Hagrid's shy look and nodded with amusement. No problem. I just want to help you gain some courage to go to class. I can also help you here. As he was talking, he suddenly took out a photo ball from his ring. By the way, look at this. Today is your first class. I think we need to record it. What do you think? Hagrid took the photo ball and said, That's great. I'm with class now. Wish me good luck. Well, good luck to you. Kaysen patted Hagrid on the shoulder and said. Hagrid took a deep breath and walked out of the room, while Kaysen made himself invisible and walked to the second floor. It was almost a holiday, and the atmosphere of life in Hagrid's cabin became more intense. He lay on the balcony and watched Hagrid tie the hippogriff firmly to a huge tree stump, about 10 meters away from the young wizards. The photo ball was also placed in a place with a wide view, quietly recording Hagrid's first class. As Hagrid stuttered through his self-introduction, the young wizards, led by Harry and the others, began to applaud sparsely. However, Harry and his friend were obviously not satisfied with this level of applause, and they clapped even harder. Now, even the Ravenclaws who were taking classes with Gryffindor started to applaud sporadically, and Hagrid seemed to be encouraged by the applause, and his lecture gradually got better. His voice went from dry and low at the beginning to high and fluent. As for the knowledge, it was of course only the basic knowledge about hippogriffs. This knowledge could actually be found in the Fantastic Beasts books, but for Hagrid, a completely novice professor, it was already very good. It's much better than those teachers who can't even read PPT fluently. But Hagrid is definitely talented in teaching or dragging out classes. Hagrid exaggerated the knowledge that could be explained in just a few sentences for most of the class, until he could no longer speak, and then remembered to check the pocket watch in his pocket. Seeing that there were still 5 minutes left before the get-out-of-class ended, he did not let the young wizards study on their own or have a free discussion, but instead continue to talk about useful and dry stuff. Hagrid has already talked about the personality traits of the hippogriff before, and now I'm going to talk about another useful tip, which is how to gain friendship if you meet this big guy in the wild. Kaysen was standing on the second-floor balcony and listening with great interest until classmate Draco Malfoy, who was still as powerful as ever and still the talk of everyone. What happens if you don't do that? Oh, at the very least she will ignore you. But of course if she feels offended or threatened, she will show her fangs without hesitation, Hagrid explained. Hearing this, Draco just shrugged helplessly, but he was still full of curiosity about the huge monster behind Hagrid. Harry, on the other hand, decided to be real. Professor Hagrid, shall we give it a try? Kaysen, who was standing on the second floor, slapped Harry on the forehead. Of course, he didn't just want to slap himself on the forehead. He also wanted to slap Harry on his big face. But then again, this kind of thing of looking for trouble and creating surprises, even when there are no surprises, is really a Gryffindor characteristic. At this moment, he was just praying to Merlin. Hagrid's mind was still clear enough at this moment, but it was obvious that he was wrong. Hagrid hesitated for only 3 seconds before he easily made way and let Harry in. Hagrid, how can I say hello to you? Kaysen quietly cast a protective spell from the Age of Mystery on Harry. He really didn't think that an ordinary magical creature could break that protective spell. But he guessed wrong again. It seemed that Harry really had some talent. As he performed a series of etiquette movements to the hippogriff, the big creature actually showed goodwill to Harry and even leaned forward to let Harry fly a few circles on it. Kaysen was confused when he saw this. Even magical animals understand the ways of the world these days, building a good relationship with the savior in advance. As Harry went up to the sky, the protective magic continued to perform its duties. There was no chance to use the protective spell until the man and the beast descended from the sky. Hagrid smiled and took Harry down from the hippogriff. Then he looked at the watch in his pocket. Fortunately, there were still 3 minutes left, and another little wizard also stood out like a pioneer. Professor Hagrid, I think I should be able to give it a try. It can't be that you favor Gryffindor and give special treatment to Harry Potter, but don't give Slytherin this opportunity. Draco Malfoy's eyes passed Hagrid's broad body and looked at the hippogriff behind him. Hagrid was in a dilemma at this time. He regretted letting Harry pass in a fit of anger. Now he was fine. If I don't let anyone touch Buckbeak in this class, it will be a perfect class, maybe a little boring, but definitely not wrong. But now that Harry, a Gryffindor, has approached him, to be fair, Slytherin must also follow this process. And not just Gryffindor and Slytherin, but also Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. In short, I must definitely complete the equal teaching in all 4 colleges. Snape targeted Gryffindor so much, but he didn't make things difficult for Gryffindor in class. So of course I couldn't do that. Hagrid finally nodded after figuring out the trick and stepped aside. Then, Mr. Malfoy, please give it a try. Remember to be polite. As he spoke, he walked over to the tree where Buckbeak was tied and held the reins firmly. And Kaysen on the second floor quickly cast a protective spell on Draco. He was a little confused now. Actually, if it was any other member of Gryffindor, it would be easy to deal with, but unfortunately that person was Harry Potter. Draco thought he was no worse than Harry in any way, which was why such a frustrating situation occurred. I should find a tutorial to learn how to draw stickman clothes. Kaysen squatted on the second floor and stared at Draco and the hippogriff downstairs, or Buckbeak, as Hagrid called it. He knew too well what kind of person Draco was. Although it was not nice to say that to a third-year wizard, the fact was Draco was a little wizard who loved to act like a jerk. He had no doubt that Draco might come up with some fancy moves just to be different, such as giving Buckbeak a big D **K at the beginning and forcing it to kneel down and fly around with him. Of course, this doesn't mean that this approach can't be done, but Draco's current level. But soon, the scene downstairs made his heart return from his throat to his chest. After a long inner struggle, Draco finally decided to be a little timid and follow the procedures. He bowed slightly towards Buckbeak. "Watch your eyes, Mr. Malfoy. You have to keep your eyes on Buckbeak." Hagrid reminded him at the right time. Draco looked up when he saw this, and at this moment his posture was as strange as the wrist of the man-eating tree archer. Unfortunately, Buckbeak didn't seem to appreciate it. It lowered its head, pulled a piece of grass from the grass, chewed it in its mouth, then opened its mouth and spit at Draco. Kaysen felt so miserable that he wished he could have a withered head. He had planned everything, but had never expected this to happen. Draco's personality is much better now than when he first came to Hogwarts. After all, he has endured a lot of torture from Alchemy, including his own redstone, other professors, and Neville's exclusive skill of flying. But Buckbeak is a bit abstract. It is understandable that he looks down on Draco, but there is no law that requires him to like someone from the Malfoy family. But spitting at others is too weird, and you can't be sure whether it started from zero frame or the so-called super long pre-swing. It's a super long pre-swing, and it still spits out suddenly. Let's start with zero frame. Hagrid said in his lecture that Buckbeak is a carnivore, but it just bowed its head and ate a piece of grass, which is unreasonable. It can be regarded as a pre-announcement. As for the current situation, it would be better if Buckbeak directly gave Draco a claw. At least Draco had the protective magic he cast on him, so one claw would definitely not do anything. But the protection magic can defend against attacks, but not insults. For example, at this moment, there is a green thing on Draco's head that looks like bird droppings. Draco took out a quill from his pocket, scratched his head with it tentatively, and then looked at it. Tell him, Dad. The entire lawn, all the Gryffindors, and a few Slytherins laughed subconsciously, and even Hagrid, the professor, couldn't control the corners of his mouth to slightly curl up. Soon, the class was over, and Hagrid and the 4 Gryffindors returned to the house excitedly. The 4 were enjoying their teeth grinding rock cakes downstairs, while Hagrid excitedly pulled down Kaysen, who had a sour face. "Professor Kaysen, you have been watching us in class on the second floor, just now." Kaysen sat on the sofa and nodded helplessly. "Yes, Harry, you really gave me a big surprise." Harry seemed to be unable to tell whether the words were good or bad. Well, he just couldn't tell. He smiled foolishly and said, "Ah, thank you, Professor." Kaysen said helplessly, Harry, I understand that you want to add color to Hagrid's course, but some colors really don't need to be added so strongly. Hagrid's original course is very good, and he introduced you to the amazing magical animals. As a result, you are now in heaven. Gryffindor is in heaven, so Hagrid cannot be partial. Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even every little wizard must go to heaven to reflect Hagrid's fairness. Otherwise, no one will be convinced by a professor without credibility. Originally, Slytherin could have gone to the sky, but Malfoy didn't seize the opportunity. Ron imitated Kaizen's way of eating and soaked the rock cake in milk to soften a little. Then he crushed the softened rock cake into pieces and soaked it in milk and stuffed his mouth with it like a hamster and said, This should be considered the only good news in this class. After Kaysen finished speaking, he saw the four little ones nodded in agreement and quickly explained it again. Luckily, it was him. No one dared to laugh at him. If a little wizard who was not so outstanding and not so strong was scolded by Buckbeak like that, I guess he would not feel good for the whole semester. At least he would have an ugly nickname and become the topic of conversation for others. It can't be that serious, can it? Hagrid scratched his head. Did you have any ugly nicknames when you were in school? Some people call me Big Guy, or a blunter word, a big fool. I remember a very vulgar person said I was a fool and my father was a warrior. I didn't understand what he meant at the time until later on. Hagrid reacted instantly and said quickly with deep agreement, citing his own personal experience. Oh, then he's really a jerk. Do you remember his name? Next time, I will help you put him in a sack. Kaysen nodded and said, I forgot his name a long time ago. I only remember his last name is Black. It is said that after graduation, he traveled around the world, constantly looking for all kinds of powerful magical creatures. I thought I would get along well with him because we both like magical creatures. Hagrid sighed. Well, it seems that the sack plan has failed. By the way, I remember that we have a second good news. Kaysen waved his hand, and the crystal ball that Hagrid placed in a place with a wide field of view but accidentally passively hidden appeared in his hand. This is your first class, and it's as memorable as the day you were sorted into the new house, Kaysen said. Oh, thank you. Hagrid quickly took the crystal ball and put it in a safe place. Not long after, it was dinner time for all ages again. Kaysen came to the auditorium happily and then saw Hagrid with a bitter face. What's wrong? Kaysen asked after sitting down. You're a little late. If you had come about 4 minutes earlier, you would have seen the Wizengamot summons falling from the sky, Snape said while eating. Huh? What's going on with the Wizengamot again? Kaysen was a little confused. Hagrid had no choice but to hand the subpoena to Kaysen, who saw intentional injury? What bullshit. Don't we have a photo-taking ball? Kaysen didn't take it to heart at all. The plaintiff is suing the one who vomited. So the Wizengamot or the Ministry of Magic or Lucius Malfoy thinks that spitting on Draco's head is personal injury? It would be fine if it was a person, but they took it too seriously for a hippogriff. Kaysen asked in confusion. Yeah, what should we do, Kaysen? Hagrid asked bitterly. Well, what will they probably decide? Kaysen asked. I think it's probably a life sentence for Buckbeak. Oh, in that case, I don't think it's a big deal. Lupin added at the right moment. There is also Hagrid's crime of dangerous teaching. This crime has always existed, but no one has ever taken care of it. This time, it is very likely to be pinned on Hagrid. Well, let's go find Madame Pants later. In addition to a vast amount of knowledge, the library also has almost all newspapers, official documents, and Wizengamot judgments. As long as there are words in the library, they are all there. Madame Pants tidies up the books in the library every holiday. She will definitely have the judgments on magical creatures. The next step is to copy the previous defense homework. The question is it really possible? Cried Hagrid. What do you mean? Kaysen was a little confused. He means, can an ordinary defense really defeat powerful people like the Malfoy family? Snape translated, making Hagrid nod quickly. Oh, they want to use their power to overwhelm others. Kaysen said with sudden enlightenment. Hagrid nodded frantically. Will you be able to do this? In fact, Hagrid, apart from the Malfoy family, no one should have the time to cause trouble for a magical creature. So if we need external help at this time, the external helpers will treat us like sand-dollars. Lupin patted Hagrid on the shoulder. Then never mind Buckbeak, the crime of teaching dangerous things. Kaysen was halfway through asking when he suddenly saw Mrs. Sprout and an uninvited guest, Nymphadora Tonks, walking over. Are you revisiting the old place? Kaysen asked curiously. Nymphadora shook her head helplessly. It's a case investigation. I'm here to investigate Hagrid and Buckbeak's suspicion of crime, as well as the warning from the Ministry of Magic. Kaysen sat up a little straighter. What's the warning? Nymphadora cleared her throat. It's mainly a warning to Hagrid. The Ministry of Magic, especially the Auror office, is understaffed right now. There are no extra people to guard Buckbeak. So I'm here to warn you, Hagrid. Don't wait until I'm gone and let Buckbeak run away when you're alone. Also, don't use the sandstorm charm to corrode the rope or use 3 saw blades stacked together to saw the rope, because it will look like it broke naturally. It's not your fault, so the Ministry of Magic won't be able to track you down. As for the so-called crime of dangerous teaching, don't even think about asking Dumbledore to secretly give you a certificate of internship, as Hogwarts would only need to judge you as unqualified for internship without the need for a judgment from the Wisengamot. And Dumbledore could rehire you the next day on the grounds that there is no suitable candidate. All of what I said above, don't do it, Tonks said seriously, putting her hands on the dining table and looking at Hagrid. Then he saw Hagrid's innocent eyes, and then he looked at Kaysen helplessly. Then he saw eyes even more confused than Hagrid's, and finally he looked at Lupin. Well, this man looks smart. Did you remember? Remember to help me supervise Hagrid, Tonks said to Lupin. The latter gestured okay. Of course, no problem. Then everyone else turned their eyes to Kaysen. The reason was very clear. Hagrid's reaction was normal, and it was even basic operation. But if Kaysen had the same reaction, then something was wrong. It's not that Kaysen didn't understand Tonks' suggestion. He just didn't expect it to work this way. What can I say? The Ministry of Magic has such an excellent employee as Tonks. Take the pill. Kaysen finally gave Tonks a thumbs up implicitly. So brave. Tonks shrugged and said, "It's okay. If I'm really expelled from the Ministry of Magic, I can still be the defense against the dark arts professor next year." As she spoke, she glanced at Lupin and showed an inexplicable smile. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly and said, "In fact, the professor of defense against the dark art for next year has already been selected." Huh? Tonks looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. She thought she had found a way out for herself, but she didn't expect that her way out would be intercepted by someone else. Then, Professor, what if I don't have food to eat one day? She looked at Dumbledore pitifully. Perhaps you could become gamekeeper at Hogwarts, suggested Dumbledore. How much is the salary? Dumbledore gave a polite smile, and Tonks looked back at Hagrid. Gamekeeper? And a salary? Asked Hagrid, looking confused. This time the professor's eyes shifted to Dumbledore. So where do the tens of thousands of gold galleons sponsored by the board of directors every year go? Professor McGonagall asked quietly. Professor salaries, daily maintenance of the school, purchase of various magical materials, purchase of ingredients for the cafeteria, and purchase of desserts for the principal's office. Dumbledore said dryly. Not long after, it was dinner time for all ages again. Kaysen came to the auditorium happily, and then saw Hagrid with a bitter face. What's wrong? Kaysen asked after sitting down. You're a little late. If you had come about 4 minutes earlier, you would have seen the Wisengamot summons falling from the sky. Snape said while eating. Huh? What's going on with the Wisengamot again? Kaysen was a little confused. Hagrid had no choice but to hand the subpoena to Kaysen, who saw intentional injury? What bullshit. Don't we have a photo-taking ball? Kaysen didn't take it to heart at all. The plaintiff is suing the one who vomited. So the Wisengamot, or the Ministry of Magic, or Lucius Malfoy, thinks that spitting on Draco's head is personal injury? It would be fine if it was a person, but they took it too seriously for a hippogriff. Kaysen asked in confusion. Yeah, what should we do, Kaysen? Hagrid asked bitterly. Well, what will they probably decide? Kaysen asked. I think it's probably a life sentence for Buckbeak. Oh, in that case, I don't think it's a big deal. Lupin added at the right moment. There is also Hagrid's crime of dangerous teaching. This crime has always existed, but no one has ever taken care of it. This time it is very likely to be pinned on Hagrid. Well, let's go find Madame Pants later. In addition to a vast amount of knowledge, the library also has almost all newspapers, official documents, and Wisengamot judgments. As long as there are words in the library, they are all there. Madame Pants tidies up the books in the library every holiday. She will definitely have the judgments on magical creatures. The next step is to copy the previous defense homework. The question is it really possible? Cried Hagrid. What do you mean? Kaysen was a little confused. He means, can an ordinary defense really defeat powerful people like the Malfoy family? Snape translated, making Hagrid nod quickly. Oh, they want to use their power to overwhelm others. Kaysen said with sudden enlightenment. Hagrid nodded frantically. Will you be able to do this? In fact, Hagrid, apart from the Malfoy family, no one should have the time to cause trouble for a magical creature. So if we need external help at this time, the external helpers will treat us like sand dollars. Lupin patted Hagrid on the shoulder. Then never mind Buckbeak, the crime of teaching dangerous things. Kaysen was halfway through asking when he suddenly saw Mrs. Sprout and an uninvited guest, Nymphadora Tonks, walking over. Are you revisiting the old place? Kaysen asked curiously. Nymphadora shook her head helplessly. It's a case investigation. I'm here to investigate Hagrid and Buckbeak's suspicion of crime, as well as the warning from the Ministry of Magic. Kaysen sat up a little straighter. What's the warning? Nymphadora cleared her throat. It's mainly a warning to Hagrid. The Ministry of Magic, especially the Auror office, is understaffed right now. There are no extra people to guard Buckbeak. So I'm here to warn you, Hagrid. Don't wait until I'm gone and let Buckbeak run away when you're alone. Also, don't use the sandstorm charm to corrode the rope or use 3 saw blades stacked together to saw the rope, because it will look like it broke naturally. It's not your fault, so the Ministry of Magic won't be able to track you down. As for the so-called crime of dangerous teaching, don't even think about asking Dumbledore to secretly give you a certificate of internship, as Hogwarts would only need to judge you as unqualified for internship without the need for a judgment from the Wisengamot. And Dumbledore could rehire you the next day on the grounds that there is no suitable candidate. All of what I said above, don't do it, Tonks said seriously, putting her hands on the dining table and looking at Hagrid. Then he saw Hagrid's innocent eyes, and then he looked at Kaysen helplessly. Then he saw eyes even more confused than Hagrid's, and finally he looked at Lupin. Well, this man looks smart. Did you remember? Remember to help me supervise Hagrid, Tonks said to Lupin. The latter gestured okay. Of course, no problem. Then everyone else turned their eyes to Kaysen. The reason was very clear. Hagrid's reaction was normal, and it was even basic operation. But if Kaysen had the same reaction, then something was wrong. It's not that Kaysen didn't understand Tonks' suggestion. He just didn't expect it to work this way. What can I say? The Ministry of Magic has such an excellent employee as Tonks. Take the pill. Kaysen finally gave Tonks a thumbs up implicitly. So brave. Tonks shrugged and said, It's okay. If I'm really expelled from the Ministry of Magic, I can still be the defense against the dark arts professor next year. As she spoke, she glanced at Lupin and showed an inexplicable smile. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly and said, In fact, the professor of defense against the dark arts for next year has already been selected. Tonks looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. She thought she had found a way out for herself, but she didn't expect that her way out would be intercepted by someone else. Then, Professor, what if I don't have food to eat one day? She looked at Dumbledore pitifully. Perhaps you could become gamekeeper at Hogwarts, suggested Dumbledore. How much is the salary? Dumbledore gave a polite smile, and Tonks looked back at Hagrid. Gamekeeper? And a salary? Asked Hagrid, looking confused. This time the professor's eyes shifted to Dumbledore. So, where do the tens of thousands of gold galleons sponsored by the board of directors every year go? Professor McGonagall asked quietly. Professor salaries, daily maintenance of the school, purchase of various magical materials, purchase of ingredients for the cafeteria, and purchase of desserts for the principal's office. Dumbledore said dryly. After finishing his meal, Kaysen walked towards his office humming a little tune, and then he heard a series of thunder-like sounds behind him. He looked back and saw Hagrid running towards him, breathless. What's wrong? Kaysen asked, scratching his head. Kaysen, you have to help me. Buckbeak cannot be imprisoned for life. It will be better to kill her. She loves freedom so much. Hagrid said, crying. Didn't Tonks already tell you the solution? What's the solution? Hagrid asked. It's okay, just ask Lupin when you have time. Then, Kaysen, can you talk to Malfoy and ask their family to withdraw the charges against Buckbeak? Those little wizards respect you so much, and so does Malfoy. Hagrid continued to plead. Kaysen pinched his nose helplessly. First of all, Hagrid, I may be popular, but I am definitely not at the point where I can influence the decision of a family. And even if I could get Draco to withdraw his accusation, I would not do that. That is Draco's right, and it is also the right of all the young wizards at Hogwarts. When they encounter prejudice or targeting from professors at school, this is a desperate retreat for the young wizards. Even if Draco was just spitted at by Buckbeak, this door cannot be opened. Today, because we are in the right, I advise Draco to withdraw the accusation. Perhaps after a long time, a scumbag professor who did something wrong will use the privileges from Hogwarts or some PUA methods to force the young wizard to withdraw the accusation. Kaysen explained with a sigh. That Buckbeak. Kaysen rubbed his face helplessly. Where is Buckbeak imprisoned now? Forbidden Forest. What's wrong? Hagrid said, wiping his eyes. Take me there. Although Hagrid didn't know what Kaysen was up to, he still brought him to this open space. Buckbeak was tied to a thick rope with a big tree at the other end. Look at her. How pitiful she is. She loves freedom so much, but in the end, Hagrid looked at Buckbeak tied to the tree and once again couldn't control himself and wiped his eyes. Kaysen picked up the rope helplessly, and then a cough was heard from the dark. Magic will be detected by the Ministry of Magic. Tonks and Lupin staggered out from the shadow of the Forbidden Forest. Saw, or the Sandstorm Charm, pick one. Tonks took out her wand, while Lupin on the other side hurriedly took out 3 saw blades that he had found from somewhere. A mount. Kaysen looked at Lupin and Tonks speechlessly. Then he calmly picked up the rope, which was as thick as an adult's fist, and exerted a little force. Bang! The rope broke with a sound. What the hell? Clamp! Lupin and Tonks' eyes almost popped out of their heads, and they looked at the rope that was torn apart by Kaysen with his bare hands in confusion. Kaysen, tell me the truth. Have you done some weird human alchemy experiment on yourself again? Lupin asked after taking a deep breath. Do you really think my cubes are weightless? Kaysen rolled his eyes, casually rubbed out a golden cube, and threw it at Lupin, who subconsciously reached out to catch it, and was then brought directly to the ground by the huge weight of the golden cube, successfully allowing himself to hug Mother Earth. I always thought you were using a levitation spell. Lupin took great effort to successfully pull his hand out from under the gold. On the other side, Tonks was already taking out her seamless stretch bag. Just when she was about to buckle the bag on the gold, Kaysen came over and took the gold directly. Tonks awkwardly put the thing she had just thrown out back into the seamless stretch bag. Okay, you are free now. Go find food in the wild and don't spit. If you meet someone with a bad temper, just eat his super wings. Kaysen said as he untied the rope tied around Buckbeak's neck. Of course, I don't know whether Buckbeak can understand it, but at least it seems like he understood, because Buckbeak was nodding in a very human way. He couldn't help but move a little further away from Kaysen, and only felt relieved when he hid behind Hagrid. Anything else, Hagrid? Asked Kaysen. It should be gone. By the way, thank you. I have to prepare food for Buckbeak for her long journey. She will be hungry. Hagrid was still dropping little pearls and walking toward his house. Okay, so anything else? Kaysen watched Hagrid and Buckbeak walk away, and then looked at Lupin and Tonks. I thought you would tell Hagrid directly, but I didn't expect you to do it yourself. Tonks scratched her head in embarrassment. It's not polite to say that, and I have a good relationship with Hagrid, but objectively speaking, Hagrid is indeed too honest. Oh, well, you are right. I won't bother you anymore. Bye. After saying this, Kaysen teleported away from here. Did he misunderstand something? Lupin felt that what Kaysen said before he left was a little strange. I asked directly immediately. Nothing. I'll show you a secret base in the Forbidden Forest where I lived when I was in school. I remember there's a magical place there. I call it the Secret Forest. Tonks ignored Lupin's high EQ speech and pulled Lupin towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. You sneaked into the Forbidden Forest while at school, Lupin said in surprise. Oh my God, can you please get the point? This is not allowed in Hogwarts. Although I was not an easy person to deal with back then, I am now a professor and I have the right to say that. Oh my Merlin! Kaysen returned to the office and looked at the pile of homework, which had grown thicker without him noticing. He glanced at Sirius, who was licking his fur in the corner with a confused look on his face. A dog can dance and sail a boat, and sail it pretty well, but can he grade homework? The next day, Sirius, who was forced by the shameless Kaysen to correct homework all night, crawled out of the office listlessly. God knows if he drank too much again last night. What decent person would think of having a dog grade homework? Humor. Just as he was about to go to Gryffindor Tower to eat and drink for free and pretend to be cool, he also wanted to check out the place so that Peter Pettigrew would let down his guard against him and at least not think about running away all the time. I just need to walk around more, and sooner or later I will make that stinky rat think that I went to the Gryffindor dormitory just to get close to Harry, and it has nothing to do with him. Just wait until the right opportunity comes, and then show how the dog catches the rat. Hee hee. When Sirius was enjoying the fantasy of his successful revenge, Harry and his friends came over listlessly. Sirius threw all his previous plans behind his back and followed Harry happily, wagging his tail. "Oh, Bruce, aren't you going out to play?" Harry said with a not-so-happy smile as he looked at Bruce at his feet. "Woof, woof." In the end, Harry still didn't understand what Sirius said, so he had to push open the door of the Alchemy office listlessly. Professor Kaysen, who was sitting on the sofa reading a novel, heard a sad echo. Not long after, Harry and his companions came to Kaysen with a dog. "There's hot water over there. There's biscuits over there. I like green tea this time. Thank you." Kaysen, who was reading a novel, successfully turned himself into a guest. Harry brewed a pot of green tea and poured a cup for Kaysen. "Professor, I have a favor to ask." Harry asked with a grin. Tell me," Kaysen asked, putting the novel down. "Professor, you should know that we in the third year will be able to go to Hogsmeade Village in October, but we need a guardian's signature to go there, but my aunt and uncle can't sign their names for me, so—" Harry said with a weird smile. Kaysen touched his chin. Before he could say anything, Sirius, who was lying on the carpet, whimpered in pain. He and James Potter were so close that they could even share a pair of underwear. So naturally, he also knew the family affairs of James Potter's lover, Lily, a mean sister and a brother-in-law who hates magic. It is conceivable that for a little wizard living in such a family, being able to ensure food and clothing is already a rare treasure, not to mention more spiritual supplies. And I can't play with my friends in Hogsmeade. In the eyes of Sirius, the adventurous Gryffindor, this was much more serious than not having enough food to eat. "Oh," Kaysen took a sip of tea with a strange look in his eyes. "I didn't know you were so obedient." "You mean the invisibility cloak? Hogwarts has Dementors this year," Harry said bitterly. "Oh, yes, I just remembered this. I have to remind Professor McGonagall that in addition to the form, the little wizards who have not successfully made the Wither Amulet cannot leave Hogwarts," Kaysen said with sudden realization. Hermione, Neville, and Ron looked at Harry in bewilderment, as if to say, "Why are you saying this?" On the other side, Harry could almost remember the cold violence he received from almost all the young wizards in the third grade and above who had not made the Wither Amulet after the news of today got out. Although I'm not afraid, the feeling is indeed uncomfortable, especially because I have a strange feeling that I feel sorry for them. "Thank you so much, Harry." Kaysen patted Harry's shoulder at the right time and successfully stabbed Harry again. "Puff. Professor, can you please not say that you remembered this through me?" Harry asked Kaysen pitifully. "Of course not. I'm still very good at protecting the privacy of the little wizard. So how are your Wither Amulets going?" Kaysen asked. The three of them simultaneously focused their eyes on Hermione, who shyly picked at her fingernails. "I think there's a high chance that will be made before Hogsmeade opens." Hermione made a very bold statement. "Then congratulations in advance, Hermione. You three should work harder. In fact, Harry, don't give up on yourself. If you can successfully make the Wither Amulet, I can give you a little backdoor." In short, the situation this year is special. The Wither Amulet is much more important than the Guardian's signature. Harry was still in a bad mood after hearing Kaysen's promise. In fact, if it was a signature, he might be able to bribe his aunt or uncle with gold galleons to get him to sign. This was feasible, but the Wither Amulet gave him a headache, as he couldn't bribe it with gold galleons, unless he asked a student who had successfully made one to sell him one. But the probability of success of this thing is not necessarily much higher than the probability of escaping the sight of Dementors by wearing an invisibility cloak. As for making the Wither Amulet, they don't have the same skills as Kaysen, who makes withering easier than building blocks. The production cycle of a Wither Amulet will take at least 1 or 2 months, unless they spend a lot of money directly. Hermione! Harry looked at Hermione, but Hermione looked at the ceiling and pretended not to see Harry's gaze. Harry sighed. There was only one way left for him to choose. That was to successfully make the Wither Amulet. Of course. Professor Kaysen, what is the backdoor you promised? This backdoor is actually a trap for you, because you're the only one in the 3rd grade and above who has not received a signature. So if you succeed in making the amulet, I will let you bring your Wither Amulet with me to clean up the Dementors. You just stay outside after the cleanup is done, Kaysen explained. Okay, Professor, we got it. The 4 little ones nodded and were about to leave the alchemy office, planning to see how they could improve their alchemy skills, so that they could at least make a Wither Amulet before Hogsmeade opened. At least give it to Harry first, and let Harry go out for a while. After all, Harry is the only one with 2 guardians. This year, Harry found a back door that turned out to be a blessing in disguise because of the Dementors and was able to go out and play openly. After the Dementors are gone, I guess I'll have to sneak around wearing an invisibility cloak. On the other side, Sirius quickly followed Harry and the others, obviously wanting to sneak into the Gryffindor Tower to eat and drink for free and desensitize Peter Pettigrew. Hey, none of you give a poor alchemy professor any peace of mind. The whole raincoat, Kaysen. Please give gifts to your family. Peter Pettigrew, hiding under the cupboard in the Gryffindor dormitory, bleated as he ate the food scraps that he had previously hidden under the cupboard. It was his usual style to prepare for a rainy day. Although now, this precaution may be a little redundant, and every time he comes to his secret base, he needs to fight a protracted battle with cockroaches, but fortunately he can win every time. Today, just when he was about to sneak out from under the cupboard and lie down on Ron's bed, his strange sense of smell belonging to a mouse smelled a familiar and terrifying smell. Danger! Peter Pettigrew quickly jumped out of bed and crawled back under the cupboard almost instantly. As soon as Sirius entered the dormitory, he started sniffing with his pitch-black dog nose. Of course, he knew where Peter Pettigrew was hiding at that moment, and of course he also knew that Peter Pettigrew would never come out of his dark and damp little nest at that moment. But what if he slacked off or took a nap somewhere, and he just took it away and ran away? Then Harry's friend Ron would just hold a grudge against him for a few days. At worst, I can turn back into human form and get some gold galleons to buy Ron a new pet. I don't think any 3rd grader would like a dirty gray mouse. They generally like those that are bright and shiny. Of course, there are also some who like to stand out from the crowd. Anyway, he now knows that Peter Pettigrew will not appear in front of him, but he will still subconsciously give it a try. Just in case, right? Where's Ben? Where'd he go? Crookshanks isn't here now. Ron knelt on the ground again, looking under the bed or under the desk for Ben. Since the beginning of this semester, Ben always likes to hide in some corners. In short, he is quite hard to find. Especially in the past few days, Hermione's pet Crookshanks always suddenly appeared in the dormitory, scaring Ben to become more ghostly than a ghost day by day. He has never lived a life in the world of the living, and most of the time he is hiding in various gloomy places. Every day, I might come out for a walk at night, which is also a 2-way journey with the owl. Ben hugged himself with his 3.5 legs under the cabinet, like a weak, pitiful, and helpless mouse. Although he is. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hagrid, has Buckbeak been sent away? Kaysen knocked on the door of Hagrid's hut, and soon Hagrid appeared in front of him with 2 bottles of wine and red eyes. I was just about to look for you. I wanted you to have a couple of drinks with me, or maybe 2 bottles, Hagrid said, while wiping away his tears. Yeah, here I come. Kaysen stretched out his arm and patted Hagrid's shoulder to comfort him. Buckbeak is gone. She's free. I'm happy for her. Hagrid poured a full glass of liquor into his golden mug. Obviously, he no longer had any intention of tasting the wine. He just wanted to get himself drunk quickly so that he could quickly forget the sadness of one of his animal friends leaving him. Kaysen just shrugged helplessly. Be happy for Buckbeak. She is so arrogant that it is probably impossible for her to coexist peacefully with all humans. It is better to let her return to freedom as soon as possible. Otherwise, with her rebellious temper, she will hurt someone sooner or later. By then, she won't just be sentenced to life imprisonment, but maybe sentenced to death. Kaysen used persuasion, deception, and a little bit of intimidation to coax cup after cup of liquor into Hagrid's stomach. Half an hour later, the coffee table between the two of them was already filled with bottles of various kinds of liquor. Kaysen is now finally different from before. He successfully got Hagrid drunk with his half-conscious mind and still had the strength to move Hagrid back to bed. All in all, I finally got the wine fruit, which is much better than the first year I came to Hogwarts. At that time, Hagrid and I were evenly matched in drinking, but now it's a one-sided battlefield. Although Hagrid also subjectively wanted to get himself drunk as quickly as possible. But it did not stop Kaysen from imagining himself becoming the king of drinking parties. Hee. After moving Hagrid back to bed, Kaysen walked out of the hut and saw two figures walking out of the Forbidden Forest side by side. Lupin and Tonks. He was really curious now. He seemed to remember that Lupin and Tonks had been in the Forbidden Forest for quite some time. Why did they come out again? Second visit to the palace? Kaysen's little head, poisoned by alcohol, could not understand the current situation. However, he also has a most basic rule of conduct. If you don't understand something, ask. He walked over with a dazed face and waved to the two of them. Hello. What bad things are you two doing in the Forbidden Forest? Tonks looked at Kaysen in confusion, then at Lupin. What's wrong with his brain? Lupin looked at Kaysen and sighed helplessly. Okay, he drank too much again. And Hagrid, oh yes, maybe he needs a good hangover right now. Tonks nodded seriously, took out her wand from her bosom, and planned to cast a confusion charm on Kaysen. In fact, as an Auror, the real specialty should be the Oblivion charm. After all, Aurors do not have much work to fight against dark wizards. Most of the time, they help the office for the prevention of misuse of magic. That is, they use the Oblivion charm on muggles. Although the Oblivion charm of these Aurors could not compare with Lockhart's, it was still stronger than other unconventional ones. Aurors needed training in order to minimize the damage to the brain. However, it would be better to be a little gentler towards his Hufflepuff Jr. For example, using a confusion charm could probably achieve a similar effect, such as making Kaysen ignore his existence. In this way, he could leave Hogwarts directly, and the embarrassment after Kaysen was freed from the confusion curse would have nothing to do with him. If he had any problems, he could just go to Lupin. I am such a clever kid. As Tonks was about to take out her wand and cast a small chaos spell on Kaysen, the new magic arts spellbook that automatically protected its master beside Kaysen caught the slightest bit of malice, and then a red light shot out. Tonks flew. Wow, she's going to love the feeling of gliding. Lupin exclaimed as he looked up at Tonks, rising straight into the air. In fact, she probably won't be able to glide this time. Do you remember the compound spell I told you about? Flying plus gravity. Kaysen said somewhat embarrassedly. That is to say, oh my god. Lupin quickly drew out his wand and looked for Tonks in the sky. Ahem, use this. Kaysen patted Lupin on the shoulder and handed a red pearl to Lupin. What is this? Just throw it at her. Lupin took the pearl, pulled it up with his wand, and threw it towards Tonks, who was still rising. Call out. The moment the pearl touched Tonks, she fell rapidly. Just when she was about to hit the ground, a large number of dense spider webs suddenly appeared around her body, preventing her from becoming Tonks John. Junior, are you going to kill your senior? Tonks crawled out of the spider web with difficulty, lifted her hair with a lingering look, and said helplessly, It's all an accident. Do you want to go find Madame Pomfrey? Kaysen said somewhat awkwardly. Not for now. Tonks shook her head and helped Lupin stand up. Can we do it again? Kaysen opened the magic book speechlessly and edited the last gravity into gliding. Then she flew again. Where's the pearl? Give me the pearl. This time Lupin had prepared the flying spell and was ready for battle. No need this time. This time it's gliding, not gravity. Kaysen explained. Oh, that's good. Kaysen was not interested in studying these two infatuated men and women any further. He took 2 deep breaths of fresh air and returned to the castle. He also has to prepare for tomorrow's class. He is not too worried about the little wizards other than the 3rd graders making wither amulets. After all, even the 4th graders have learned the basics of alchemy and runes for a year. Now we are only 3 years away from the 1st grade, and except for a few gifted monsters, everyone else is just a bunch of little kids with 0 basic skills. Therefore, throughout the year, he treated all other courses of alchemy equally, but when it came to Wither Amulet, he placed most of his focus on the 3rd-year wizards. It's not that the Wither Amulet is so important, but the opening of Hogsmeade in the 3rd grade. He knew this group of young wizards too well. They had been envious for 2 years because they had seen the young wizards in the upper grades spending money lavishly in Hogsmeade. This year they finally had the chance, but it was almost impossible for them to stay in the castle obediently. If it were in previous years, it would be fine, but this year there are so many Dementors outside. If something happens, even if Fugue's father married an Acromantula, it would not be enough to deal with it. The next day, class, forget it, don't stand up. I looked at the calendar these days and found that you can go to Hogsmeade Village in a few weeks, right? Kaysen said with a smile while standing on the podium. The young wizards in the audience nodded subconsciously, and at the same time felt a chill at Kaysen's weird smile. There are also differences in smiles. For example, the last time Kaysen smiled like this, it seemed like they had been wearing glasses for a semester. In addition, Defense Professor Lockhart was persecuted and dared not leave the office. The last time before that, Quirrell had to lie in the medical wing for a semester. The young wizards used their little brains and quickly thought of the similarities between the 2 events. Draco raised his hand and asked, "Professor, do you need us to help you assassinate Professor Lupin?" The corners of Kaysen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ahem, this is totally unnecessary. Really, you should have read Professor McGonagall's notice. The little wizards all looked as if someone in their family had died and nodded helplessly. In fact, I originally wanted to add the Patronus Charm. You can choose between the Patronus Charm and the Wither Charm. You can go to Hogsmeade if you master either one. But someone told me that the Patronus Charm is an active skill after all. To be honest, I doubt whether you can remember to pick up your wand and chant the spell when you see the Dementors. So, come on, let's take a look at your homework. Kaysen said this and waved his hand to distribute the homework to the little wizards. Draco asked again, "Professor, who reminded you?" "Lupin, what's wrong?" Draco touched his nose helplessly. "So I can't help you assassinate the defense against the dark arts professor this year." Kaysen's voice became a little stiff. "In fact, I don't even need you to help me assassinate the defense against the dark arts professor. If I need you, I will go by myself." "Okay." Draco lowered his head helplessly. The evil plan given to him by Professor Snape might not be completed for the time being. Kaysen was looking at the depressed reactions of the young wizards. Although this mentality might not be very suitable for learning, at least judging from their reactions, they really didn't dare to sneak out of the castle. This is very good. Okay, let's take a look at your homework first, and then we'll start the class. Those of you who are called by me, please stand up and copy today's blackboard writing 10 times. Slowly, the class came to an end, and Kaysen finally wrote a string of runic symbols on the blackboard. Okay, little wizards, learning the Wither Amulet is tiring enough. Now, let's learn something refreshing to cleanse our souls. The young wizards stared at the runic symbol on the blackboard with red eyes. These runes are very simple. I just need you to take out your wands and use magic to replicate the rune symbols on your wrists. Kaysen said with a smile. The young wizards also began to practice, until Hermione suddenly remembered something. "Professor, what is the use of this rune? It's good to specify, so there's nothing wrong with you writing it." Although Hermione always felt that something was wrong, she finally wrote the runes on her wrist. "All right, the purpose of this rune is to ensure your safety. Anyone who leaves the Hogwarts grounds without permission will be detected by this rune and will be forcibly teleported back to the castle. Get out of class is dismissed now." After Kaysen finished speaking, he quickly left the classroom. Autumn. Kaysen sneezed twice in a row and rubbed his nose. One thought and two scolds. Well, it seems that two people miss me. That's actually the case. We still don't know how Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. Dumbledore and several professors said as they sat in a corner of the headmaster's office. I still hold my opinion. Sometimes, for the sake of life safety, you can give up a lot of things: happiness, anger, friendship. I don't think that in order to let Harry Potter have a so-called complete student life, he can be exposed to the shadow of Sirius Black. Snape said this dryly, his eyes also sweeping towards Kaysen and Dumbledore. But Kaysen ignored Snape, but heard Dumbledore say that he still didn't know how Sirius escaped from Azkaban. But logically speaking, Dumbledore should know about this. Lupin should have told Dumbledore that Sirius Black is an animagus, able to escape the gaze of Dementors, escape from Azkaban prison, and dog-paddle from the isolated island of Azkaban to the land. This should make it easy to sort things out. Although Dumbledore is sometimes not serious and likes to play tricks, his IQ is basically normal, even very high. So what is he pretending to be? Kaysen looked at Dumbledore with a strange look, but he did not ask the question directly. He stayed alone only after Snape and several other professors left. Why didn't you say anything about Sirius being an animagus? Dumbledore shrugged. I thought you already knew. To be honest, if you hadn't told me, I would have gone looking for you. What do you mean? Kaysen asked with some confusion. The big black dog in your office. Lupin told me that Sirius Animagus is a big black dog. So are there any other choices besides the one in your office? After all, as far as I know, ordinary dogs can't drive a boat. Dumbledore explained. That dog is not Sirius. In fact, you are too superstitious about yourself, and you underestimate yourself too much. Let us recall in which winter, in which forest, on which cliff your future self faced us, and who was the person next to him? Dumbledore asked. Kaysen was a little stumped for a moment. I really forgot about that. Are you saying that Sirius was rescued by my future self? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, this also explains why he was able to get rid of your monocle. Dumbledore gently took the glasses off Kaysen's eye sockets, placed them in front of his eyes, and said, Do you have any way to verify it? After all, you told me that I have lived under the same roof with a man for such a long time. To be honest, it's quite. Animagus Counter Curse. This is a relatively rare spell. I'll tell you the spell later. Okay, I'll go with you. The two left the office and walked towards the Alchemy office. If your inference is wrong, then will this Animagus Counter Curse cause any harm to Bruce? No. If he wasn't serious, he might not be able to eat for a few days because magic can sometimes sustain life consumption. Dumbledore explained. All right. Soon the two of them pushed open the door of the Alchemy office. This time, Bruce did not go to Gryffindor Tower to eat and drink, nor did he go boating on the ice track. Instead, he took a comfortable nap in the botanical garden near the floor-to-ceiling windows. Why are all the trees you planted square? Dumbledore asked curiously. If you don't want to talk, then don't say it. Dumbledore casually cast a stunning spell on Sirius, followed by an Animagus counterspell. Almost instantly, the drooling big black dog turned into a thin man in a tattered suit, which left Kaysen stunned. Because what he saw through the monocle at this moment was still the entry of Beast. But he soon discovered the trick. He saw a plain ring on Sirius' finger. He took off the ring, and this time Sirius' entry became normal. Human, magic. He looked at the ring in his hand again, but couldn't see anything. It seems that I will be quite awesome 10 years later. Kaysen waved his hand and was about to restrain Sirius, who was lying on the ground with his face up, but was stopped by Dumbledore. What? Dumbledore said nothing, but waved his wand to cancel the Animagus counter curse, and soon he turned into a big black dog again. Let's go back to the principal's office and talk. Dumbledore said this, and operated out of the office. Kaysen rolled his eyes and followed. After returning to the principal's office, he asked directly, Are you trying to say that Sirius was found out and he spent a lot of time alone with Harry, so you suspect that he is really a bad person? That's what I thought. What about you? Call Severus over and let him drink 2 bottles of Veritaserum first, said Kaysen. In fact, 1 or 2 drops are enough. Aren't you curious? He escaped from Azkaban with great difficulty, but did not return to the Black House, but appeared in Hogwarts. Your office? Dumbledore asked, crossing his hands on the desk and supporting his chin. He may have wanted to go back, but was accidentally picked up by the drunk me and Lupin. Kaysen said with a blushing face. Then why did he stay? If he wanted to leave, he would have left already. Do you think he has hostility towards Harry? Kaysen asked back. If there was hostility, Harry and his friends would have died countless times. A wizard like Sirius, even without a wand, is not someone a few young wizards can contend with, Dumbledore explained. What is the purpose of this? To protect Harry? Or is there some other enemy of his here? Kaysen murmured, and then he suddenly realized, I think I know what's going on. What did you think of it? Dumbledore asked curiously. When Lupin and I were exploring before, Lupin told me a little-known fact about werewolves. Werewolves will not attack wild beasts unless they are hungry. Lupin also knew about Sirius and Nimigus form, which means that Lupin and Sirius had a very good relationship at the time. Kaysen said in a series. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. Go on. So Sirius may have learned Animagus in order to keep Lupin company and not be too lonely in werewolf form. Then, was Sirius the only good friend of Lupin at that time? I'm asking you this because I don't know much about their past. Dumbledore nodded. At the beginning, the four of them were very good friends. You already know Lupin and Sirius. The other two are James Potter, Harry's father, and Peter Pettigrew, who has died. That's right. Sirius should have been more than just one learning Animagus at that time. Although I don't know the three of them, I understand the thoughts of young wizards of their age. They would never lag behind others in almost anything. So the other two should have also learned Animagus. Kaysen whispered, Why are you so serious about this? James Potter and Peter Pettigrew have been dead for a long time. Dumbledore said dimly. How they died? James Potter was found and killed by Voldemort at home, and Peter Pettigrew was found and blown up by Sirius on the Muggle Street. Sirius was sent to Azkaban because of this incident. Dumbledore responded, Why did Sirius kill Peter Pettigrew, who was his friend? Dumbledore stood up from his seat and began to talk around the office. At that time, I cast a protective spell on Harry's home, and that spell needed a secret keeper for it to be effective. As long as the secret keeper did not betray, Voldemort would never be able to find the whereabouts of Harry's family. Let me guess, the secret keeper is Sirius? Asked Kaysen. I think so too, but the truth may be different from what I thought. At first I wanted to be the secret keeper, but was rejected by James Potter, Harry's father. He said at the time that he wanted Sirius to be the secret keeper. But if Sirius was really the secret keeper, it doesn't explain why he killed Peter Pettigrew in such a cruel way. A killing curse would have been enough. What you mean by cruel is blasted Peter Pettigrew until only 3 fingers were left. Kaysen touched his chin. You said if it was Sirius? Yes, if Sirius was a traitor, he wouldn't have to use such cruel means on Peter Pettigrew. It was completely unnecessary, except that he and Peter Pettigrew had a hatred for the Great Devil. That's what I wanted to say. Dumbledore nodded. Are you trying to say that the real traitor is Peter Pettigrew, and the real secret keeper is also Peter Pettigrew? Asked Kaysen. I'm afraid so. It would be fine if that weren't the case. If that were true, then Sirius would be a war hero, and you let him stay in Azkaban for so long. I despise you. Kaysen raised his middle finger. That would give him peace of mind. Ha. Wait a minute. I'll go find Lupin and ask him what's going on. After all, he's the person involved. Don't do that yet. Although it's not nice to say this, Voldemort's actions at the time favored werewolves. So at that time, James Potter and others didn't particularly trust Lupin, which was one of the reasons why he didn't become a candidate for the secret keeper. So, this is a sad memory for him. Don't tell him about it, Dumbledore explained. Kaysen shook his head. So more than 10 years ago, his best friends discussed things without him. And now, more than 10 years later, although I may not be his best friend, I still do not take him with me, just like more than 10 years ago. Then ask him to come over, said Dumbledore. Become. Soon Kaysen took Lupin into the principal's office. After listening to Kaysen's analysis along the way, Lupin already had a general idea of how to push forward the current clues. What I know and what I don't know has been deduced by Kaysen, but I can talk about their animagus forms. You all know Sirius's. The rest are James's animagus, a deer, and Pettigrew's, a mouse. Kaysen and Dumbledore nodded. A little mouse. Suddenly, Kaysen suddenly remembered something. Dumbledore, do you have a newspaper here? The Daily Prophet. The one where the Weasleys won the gold galleon jackpot. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a newspaper floated out from a clip on the bookshelf. After Kaysen took it, he spread out the photo of the Weasley family in Egypt on the table. Lupin, come here and take a look. Is this the little mouse? Kaysen said, pointing a little mouse lying on Ron's body. Lupin leaned forward, as if he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that his brother, whom he had misunderstood for more than 10 years, might have been framed, nor could he accept that his other good friend might very well be the real traitor, and he had even faked his death for so many years. But in the end, he just nodded helplessly yes. But his fingers, Dumbledore reminded. Remember the remaining fingers of Peter Pettigrew. They just match up. Now everything almost matches up. Sirius came to Hogwarts just to find Peter Pettigrew and kill him. I was wondering why he was holding Ron like a perverted dog at that time. I see. Kaysen then remembered that Sirius suddenly hugged Ron and almost bit him. He was puzzled at that time. Sirius usually liked Harry the most, so why did he suddenly hug Ron that time? It turned out to be because of Peter Pettigrew. You have solved the problem so perfectly. It seems that people who can be neighbors with a detective have to be quite capable. Lupin looked at Kaysen and said, although I can't compare with that pervert, I do have some talent. Kaysen said with a smile, what about Sirius and Peter Pettigrew now? Lupin asked. After pinning Sirius down, ask Severus to give him some Veritaserum. Go straight to the Hogwarts professors to send him warmth. Check the water meter in Gryffindor Tower, catch Peter Pettigrew, give him some Veritaserum as well, and then the truth will be revealed. Kaysen said as a matter of course, my idea is to keep our troops in place. Dumbledore said with a smile. Both Kaysen and Lupin looked at Dumbledore. What are you up to? Dumbledore pulled out a letter from under his desk. Look at this. After taking the letter, Kaysen tore open the envelope and looked at the contents. The contents were easy to understand. Peter Pettigrew wrote to the headmaster of Durmstrang asking him to come to Hogwarts to save him. So all the letters that we professors and students write to Hogwarts will be monitored by you? Those of you who are recorded by Hogwarts certainly won't. But if the detection magic in the owl shed encounters a strange face or an expired face, then the letter will need to be backed up, Dumbledore explained. The headmaster of Durmstrang is Karkaroff. Will he really come? Lupin asked. It's hard to say. Peter Pettigrew didn't say any threatening words in the letter. From this we can see that they at least have Karkaroff who has not been clear to the matter, but the Death Eaters are aware of it. Dumbledore shook his head. You have to be from Merlin's perspective and want to pull Karkaroff down from his horse. Kaysen said calmly. The Triwizard Tournament will be held next year, and the headmaster of Durmstrang will stay on the grounds of Hogwarts for most of the semester. I think this is very necessary. Dumbledore nodded. Wow, you finally did what a principal should do. Kaysen exclaimed, but the tone of praise always gave people a sarcastic feeling. Dumbledore looked at Kaysen helplessly. Until now, I still don't know what kind of image I have in your mind. You can guess. Kaysen nudged Lupin with his arm after he finished speaking. Do you know the Animagus counter curse? Lupin nodded. That's fine. Let's go back to my office and ask Severus to get some Veritaserum for Sirius. Kaysen spread his hands and said, that's right. No matter how logically consistent our previous reasoning was, it was just reasoning and cannot be used as evidence. Real life is sometimes much more outrageous than fiction. When you write a novel and the events don't conform to logic, the readers will scold you. But when real life doesn't conform to logic, we can only accept it. What if the truth is completely different from our reasoning? Dumbledore fed his Phoenix Fox and sent him to deliver a letter to Snape. Kaysen is right. We should always maintain the most basic humility. Soon Snape knocked on the door of the headmaster's office and walked in without waiting for Dumbledore to speak. He ignored Lupin and looked at Kaysen and Dumbledore. What's the matter? We found Sirius's trace. Where is it? Snape, who was a cold uncle in the last second, had already taken out his wand and asked murderously. In my office. Kaysen raised his hand awkwardly. Snape nodded, then cast a flying spell at 0 frame and turned into a puff of black smoke and flew out of the window in an instant. When Kaysen and Dumbledore saw this, they immediately used their own methods to return to the Alchemy office. Lupin was the only one left in the principal's office, and he could only look helplessly at Fawkes on the bird stand. Fawkes shrugged helplessly and flapped his wings towards Lupin. Thank you so much. You're the most beautiful phoenix I have ever seen. Soon Snape came in through the ventilation window in the corner of the Alchemy office, saw the people in the forest in the office, and flew directly towards there. Then, Kaysen, why is your tree square? Asked Snape. It's convenient to make wooden boards. Kaysen replied dryly. Oh, where's Sirius? Snape nodded and asked. Kaysen pointed at Sirius, who was still sleeping like a dead dog. He looked at Lupin, and Lupin looked at him. Finally, it was Dumbledore who broke the silence. Well, Kaysen doesn't know shit about spells. As he said that, he hit the big black dog on the ground with an animagus counter-curse. The next moment Snape saw his long-cherished enemy, Sirius Black, but Snape was still very rational. He just pointed his wand at him and cast a resurrection spell. Sirius woke up slowly and saw Snape in the dim light. He subconsciously barked, which made Snape smile strangely. Have you forgotten the language of men? Sirius's expression froze for a moment when he heard Snape's sarcasm. Then he lowered his head and saw his old clothes and his human hands. He looked at the other people around him, Lupin, Dumbledore, and Kaysen, my Merlin. Sirius, we have some very important questions for you. Dumbledore said with a light cough. Sirius just breathed a sigh of relief. This is a good opportunity for me to tell you everything. Is there anything you want to ask? I'm sorry, Mr. Prisoner of Azkaban. You can't use your tongue and mind freely now. Drink this. Snape took out a potion bottle from his pocket and threw it over. Lupin looked at the full bottle of potion and quickly looked at Snape, who shrugged his shoulders and said, It's diluted. Don't make a fuss. Truth serum? I have nothing to hide from you. Sirius subconsciously gave Snape a mocking look, then pulled off the cap of the potion bottle and drank the potion in one gulp. The next moment, he almost instantly fell uncontrollably onto the grass, holding his chest and convulsing uncontrollably. Oh, I'm so sorry. I accidentally took the wrong one, but it's also your fault, Sirius Black. You, taste, wrong, don't tell me now. Snape bent down slightly, as if appreciating Sirius' miserable condition at the moment, especially the second half of his words, which he spoke ridiculously slowly, as if he wanted to prolong Sirius' pain as much as possible. Antidote, Snape, Professor Snape, we are now doing serious business. If you want revenge, come to me. Lupin shouted at Snape. Snape just shook his head. He is much worse than you. If you are a fool, then he is a brainless bad guy. He has no idea what consequences his actions will cause. He took a deep breath, as if intoxicated, and then slowly said, For example, he used his best friend to kill his enemy, but he didn't understand the consequences for his best friend at all, and he became a shameful traitor. Humph! Traitors are more hateful than enemies. Unable to stop rolling on the ground, Sirius stared at Snape with his scarlet eyes. I'm not a traitor. It's Peter Pettigrew. Kaysen, who had been stopped by Dumbledore from the beginning, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He shook off Dumbledore's arm and shot a milk magic into Sirius' chest. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the immediate effect. He patted Kaysen's arm and said, That's not necessary. Then he supported himself and sat up. I'm not a traitor. If you don't believe me, you could take out your truth serum and add whatever you want to it. Snape sneered, but still took out the truth serum from his pocket. Unlike the large bottle of poison before, this time there was only a small bottle the size of eye drops, which was not full yet and only had a bottom. Sirius took the truth serum thrown by Snape and poured it directly into his mouth. The next moment his eyes became bright, and he seemed to have lost his soul, becoming an empty shell. Have you betrayed the Potters? Dumbledore came over and asked. No, Who betrayed the Potters? Peter Pettigrew. Who was the secret keeper back then? Peter Pettigrew. Why? It was my idea. I gave the secret of the secret keeper to Peter Pettigrew. I thought we could set two goals. I would attract Voldemort and the Death Eaters in the open, and let Peter Pettigrew hide in the dark and act as the secret keeper. At this time, Lupin couldn't help but walked over and asked, "Why don't I know about this?" We didn't tell anyone at the time. The only ones who knew were me, Peter Pettigrew, James Potter, and Lily Potter. Lupin was a little at a loss. He didn't know how to ask next. In his mind, the four of them should be the best buddies in the world. Although he understood that the more people knew about this kind of thing, the more dangerous it would be, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better, he still asked his question. "Why did you choose Peter Pettigrew instead of me?" "Because you're a werewolf." "What? You'll be very weak after the full moon night." Plus, Greyback was searching for werewolves everywhere, and Voldemort had many preferential policies against werewolves. "We knew you couldn't betray James, but comparing the two of your situations, we chose the safer Peter Pettigrew." When Kaysen heard Sirius answer, he slapped himself on the forehead. Then he subconsciously looked at Lupin, only to see that Lupin had kicked Sirius in the face. With a loud bang, Sirius crashed directly into the square tree behind him, while Lupin walked out of the office angrily. This is such a hurtful truth. Kaysen gritted his teeth and was about to go out to chase Lupin, but was detained back by Dumbledore with magic. "Hear him out," Dumbledore whispered. "Hasn't that all I have to say? That's all there is to it. If there's anything important, just let me know when the time comes." With that, Kaysen teleported out of the office and looked at Lupin, who was standing at the end of the corridor with his hands on his hips looking at the iron golem. "Okay, are you upset?" Kaysen asked, clapping his hands. Lupin turned around and said, "I am angry, but I understand that if I were either of them, I would make the same choice. It's like one is 100%, one is 99.999%. Although the probability is infinitely close, 100% is always the safest choice." "That's good. I thought you were out cosplaying as Sunnydoll. I was scared to death." Kaysen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lupin as if nothing had happened. "Do I look that fragile?" Lupin asked, spreading his hands. "Very similar." Dumbledore appeared next to Kaysen at some point and said, "You're out. Sirius won't be killed by Severus, right?" Both of them looked at Dumbledore, who suddenly appeared, and said helplessly, "Severus is sensible, but I have never been very optimistic about your mentality, Lupin." "Then you're seeing things wrong." Not long after, Sirius, who felt like he had died once, also walked out holding the wall. Kaysen looked at Snape, who was walking behind Sirius, with a confused look on his face. "What did you do again?" Snape did not take the blame. "It's none of my business. Maybe the back of my head hit a tree." "Remus, I apologize to you," Sirius said to Lupin with difficulty. "Oh, actually I'm not mad. But you still have to kick him. How about you kick him a few more times? Just wait," Lupin said with a laughing expression. Leaving the stage to Lupin and Sirius, Kaysen pulled Dumbledore and Snape aside and started talking in private. "What's the next plan? What do you say?" "Hold on." Sirius follows his original plan. "Before we intervened, there were only Sirius and Peter Pettigrew on the chessboard, plus Karkaroff, who was outside the chessboard. Peter Pettigrew couldn't escape. The goal now is to pull Karkaroff in. The probability is small, but it is not impossible. However, if we interfere with this plan, it will be almost impossible for Karkaroff to take the bait." Dumbledore explained, "Why don't we just send a powerful person to find Karkaroff directly, and then—" Kaysen said, holding something vaguely in front of his chest with one hand, and with the other hand, as if holding a rope, he casually wrapped it around twice, and then held it with both hands tightly, gradually tightening the imaginary rope. "So where can we find such a person?" asked Snape. Kaysen patted his chest. "You?" Dumbledore asked incredulously. "Hey, you know alchemy," Kaysen said, spreading his hands. "Kaysen, you know alchemy, asking for gifts. Also, everyone can see that these two chapters have a lot of jokes from previous book reviews. So I drew this picture specially. Everyone should be sensible. Asking for gifts, I think you're a bit too extreme." Snape said dimly. And Kaysen looked at him strangely. Should this be your line? It shouldn't be your line to sneak into someone else's school and assassinate their principal. Snape chuckled twice. Otherwise, I can't let a former Death Eater come to Hogwarts and pose a threat to the young wizards, right? Kaysen said with his hands spread out as a matter of course. Snape, the only genuine former Death Eater among the 5 people present, felt like he was stabbed in the heart. Why do you look so weird? Kaysen asked curiously. Snape shook his head and said, Nothing, I have something else to do. Then he left the corridor. After seeing Snape leave, Kaysen quickly remembered that this was a corridor, and basically every time after every class there would be a little wizard passing by this corridor and knocking on his office door to come in and sit for a while. The flow of people was basically the same as that of the auditorium at dinner time. It was terrifying. Okay, everyone, if you don't want the young wizards to know that Sirius Black, who caused them to go to school with Dementors, is standing in this corridor, please come in. Kaysen opened the office door and asked them to come in quickly. After closing the door, he pressed a button indicating that no one was in the office. Then he returned to his office area and watched Lupin and Sirius drifting the boat with Dumbledore. That's not right. I remember I set up a ban. Kaysen looked at Dumbledore, who had teleported many times in his office, with some confusion, and the latter smiled. Which one are you talking about? I think that thing is constantly emitting magical fluctuations, which is quite dangerous. I stopped it last time I came. Dumbledore pointed at the Ender Pearl in the distance, which was supposed to emit space restrictions all the time, but had been shut down for a long time. When? Kaysen asked calmly. About 3 days ago. Kaysen murmured, picking at his fingers. 3 days ago. Then he saw Sirius getting off the boat and walking towards here. 3 days ago, there was a thief in the house. Don't you know? How did you see the house? Sirius, who was suddenly frightened, pointed at himself and asked, What happened? Ahem, it's irrelevant. Let's continue our conversation. We have been asking you questions before, and now you should ask us too. Dumbledore tried to smooth things over awkwardly. Ask you, Remus, how did you become a professor at Hogwarts now? Sirius asked Lupin. Isn't my academic level enough to be a professor? Lupin asked back. No, I mean as a werewolf. How did you survive the full moon? Is it still the shrieking shack? Lupin's eyes rolled around. His Gryffindor soul was burning at this moment, and soon he came up with an idea. Next week will be the full moon of this month. You will find out when you come with me. Sirius agreed without even thinking about it. After all, he had done this kind of thing countless times when he was a student. Of course, no problem. That's no problem. I'll come find you then. Sirius nodded and looked at Dumbledore again. I heard from Kaysen and Harry before that Harry didn't live well in his aunt's house. That's right. Dumbledore nodded calmly. Those 2 muggles, I knew it would happen. Sirius cursed through gritted teeth. So you feel regretful now? You wishfully thought that locking yourself up in Azkaban was a form of atonement, but you never thought about Harry's life. After all, you are Harry's godfather. Emotionally, you are his last relative. Dumbledore said quietly. I asked Hagrid at the time, and he said you would arrange it. Sirius said dryly. In fact, arrangements and living well cannot be confused. I am not particularly familiar with that period of history, but the Longbottom family was turned into that state by the remnants of the Death Eaters almost overnight, and the fact that Harry has been able to live safely until now is already a very good result. Dumbledore looked at Kaysen in surprise, because it was rare for him to speak for himself. Kaysen had never spoken for him before. He either cosplays as Snape or behaves in all kinds of weird ways. Sometimes verbal attacks aren't enough, and he also likes physical attacks. Today, Kaysen didn't know which medicine he took wrongly, and he actually spoke for himself in an anthropomorphic way. Congratulations, it's a good day. You deserve to reward yourself with a fruit pie. Well, strictly speaking, he is an orphan, and the fact that he has lived to this day, no, I still can't accept it. His parents sacrificed so much for the wizarding world and for you, but their only son, Harry Potter, who defeated Voldemort, has to live like that. Sirius said halfway through when he turned around and caught Dumbledore off guard. Dumbledore just sighed and said, Not all Death Eaters are as brave and courageous as you to go to Azkaban. Most of them have escaped punishment through various means. I am afraid that some of them will reach out to Harry. Have you set up protection for Harry? Sirius asked. What configuration? If it is Harry's own protection, there is actually no need to arrange for other people. He has the protective magic that Lily has cast on him. But if it is set up for him by me, neighbor Mrs. Fig, Dumbledore explained. Fig? Why haven't I heard of this name? Kaysen coughed and decided to stab Dumbledore in the back. He had spoken up for him before, because he was a reasonable person. Dumbledore found an adoptive family for Harry Potter, who would have become an orphan. Regardless of what this family did, at least they raised Harry. But this time, he decided that he should also defend Sirius, right to know? Well, he just wanted to watch the fun. Ahem, Mrs. Fig is a squib. As Kaysen finished speaking, Sirius looked at Dumbledore with a look that seemed to be telling him that he was not trusting anyone. The facts are pretty much as I expected. Harry is safe until now. Dumbledore excused himself dryly. The matter ended when Dumbledore couldn't stand the strange looks from the people present and fled back to his office. What about you two? Do you want me to send Bruce to you? Kaysen looked at Sirius and passively connected Sirius to Bruce's number. My office isn't that big. Lupin shook his head and walked towards his office. Is he angry? Sirius asked. If you're curious, you can turn into Bruce and go ask. Kaysen said as he returned to his office. He studied the plain ring in his hand. It was this thing that allowed Sirius to hide under his monocle for so long. In fact, this ring is not a very sophisticated design. It just releases a position of neither too big nor too small to wrap Sirius, and then changes the name of this position. In this way, what Kaysen saw through his monocle was not actually Sirius himself, but the force field emitted by the ring. This is the basic principle, but he has not yet figured out how the force field of the ring is emitted. However, this kind of thing is not difficult to say, and it is also very simple to say. Grinding wheel, you know it. He initially used the magic symbol of the Ender Pearl ground out by grinding wheel and added it to himself to give himself the ability to teleport. Now, of course, I can use a grinding wheel to grind out the magic symbol of this ring. If I can also spread the force field, wouldn't I be able to teleport people like Phoenix and Apparition? Although the teleportation process is painful, no one can resist such a cool way. After all, no matter how painful it is much better than rolling a person into a softball, stuffing them into a tube, or hooking their belly button with a hook. Soon, with Kaysen holding the ring in one hand and turning the handle on the grinding wheel with the other, a piece of parchment was soon filled with symbols. These symbols must be broken down and reassembled into enchantment books at the most basic level, and finally enchanted on the human body. There was not much to do today, and there were no classes for the whole afternoon. The little wizards didn't have anything free to come over and chat with him, so it gave Kaysen a quiet working environment. After all, even Sirius is not here at this moment. Normally, I have to endure the sound of Sirius jumping up and down, and I don't have the heart to reason with the dog. But now it's different. Sirius was successfully adopted by Lupin, although Lupin didn't agree. Thinking of how shameless Sirius was when he was a dog, Lupin had to move the doghouse upstairs today, whether he wanted to or not. Just as Kaysen was thinking this, Sirius crawled in from the dog hole, swaying his butt. Are you here to move the doghouse? Remember to clean up the dead corners, Kaysen said without raising his head. Sirius turned back into human form. He didn't agree to let me live in his office. You won't go if he doesn't agree? Are you still a Gryffindor? Kaysen asked puzzledly. I can't move in by force, right? What if he doesn't give me food? Sirius said pitifully while sitting on the sofa. Well, before, you were a dog, and we could sleep in the same room, let alone under the same quilt. But now you want me to sleep in the same room with a grown man. Kaysen rarely put down his quill and looked up at Sirius. It doesn't matter. Just keep treating me as Bruce. I'm going to go sail the boat. Bye, Sirius said as he quickly turned back into a dog and ran towards an empty boat. Return. Sirius came running back on all fours. I can't let you eat for free here, can I? Can you do some work? Kaysen asked as he placed the finished enchantment book on the corner of the table. Sirius swallowed his saliva. Although he knew that the alchemy professor in front of him was fond of all kinds of alchemy experiments, which might involve human alchemy experiments, he never thought that he would become. I'll make you a gardener's work backpack. When you're free, go to that plant area and work as a gardener for me, Kaysen said, pointing to the square woods not far away. What? Kaysen asked. You want me to be your alchemical or enchanting experiment subject? Sirius asked. That's all dangerous. I'm not so crazy as to experiment on humans, Kaysen said as he placed the enchantment book directly on the enchantment table. As the enchantment book floated up, a purple magic power quickly penetrated into his body. It happened so fast that Sirius didn't react. He touched his forehead and pinched his arm in confusion. He wondered if he had a fever or was dreaming. After all, the alchemy professor in front of him just said that the experiment was dangerous and humans could not be used for the experiment, and the next second he directly practiced it on himself. Is this right? So if the experiment is dangerous, the practical operation is not dangerous. Then he regained a little bit of his sanity, looked at Kaysen who was lying on the ground, and then ran directly towards the ship. If he had called Lupin or Dumbledore earlier, the poor alchemy professor might have been able to save his life. Just when he was about to touch the boat, he felt a sharp pain in his tail, but he ignored it and jumped directly onto the boat. Soon, Lupin, who got the information from Sirius, felt as if the sky was falling. A big part of my role as the defense against the dark arts professor this semester is to keep an eye on Kaysen to prevent him from doing anything weird while teaching, or to teach while keeping an eye on Kaysen. Then, when I ran to the alchemy office when I had nothing to do before, Kaysen was as quiet as the stone statue, showing Dumbledore the door of the headmaster's office. But today, only one afternoon after he left, he gave me a big surprise. You go find Dumbledore. I'll take Kaysen to the hospital wing, Lupin said, pushing open the door and running towards the alchemy office. When he opened the office door, he saw Kaysen standing at the door as if nothing had happened, holding a piece of black fur in his hand. I have researched a kind of stand magic which allows me to use the ender magic to do anything within the range of the stand. For example, just now I wanted to use ender magic to teleport Sirius back, but unfortunately he ran a little too fast. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise I would have half a dog in my hand. Kaysen explained dryly while holding half of Sirius's dogtail. What is this? Sirius's dogtail, and, you know what I'm saying? Gifts for the family. Where is Sirius now? And how do I glue this thing back to him? Kaysen asked calmly. Probably on the way to the principal's office. You can use, didn't he? Lupin answered both questions. Okay. Kaysen nodded, and the next moment a force field surrounded him and Lupin. The two of them instantly came to the principal's office. Under Dumbledore's confused gaze, Kaysen put the dog's tail on his desk. Then Sirius, who had just obtained permission to enter the principal's office, flew out quickly from the stairs. Then Sirius saw the lively Kaysen, who picked him up and put him on the desk, then picked up an unknown black and red object in front of him that looked very much like his tail. No, that thing looks like my own tail. Do you have any distilled spirits? Kaysen asked Dumbledore and Lupin, and finally Lupin took out a small bottle of distilled spirits from his pocket. After all, as a professor of defense against the dark arts, the young wizards in the class could easily be harmed by all kinds of dark magic creatures, and it was very reasonable for him to carry a bottle of dietary supplement with him as a professor. On the other side, Kaysen took a spoon from Dumbledore and scooped out a spoonful of white fresh from the bottle. Then, he dipped the wound on Sirius' tail into the dipping sauce like a barbecue sauce, and then, after adjusting the position and direction, he pushed it onto the wound on Sirius's tail. A woof woof woof. Sirius howled to the sky, and then fell to the ground a little bit unconscious after being ed by Dumbledore. Kaysen made sure that Sirius' tail had been initially connected with difficile, and then took the gauze from Lupin and wrapped Sirius' tail with a thick layer and tied a beautiful bow by the way. Perfect! Kaysen clapped his hands in satisfaction. Well, now that we have finished the serious business, should we talk about the second thing? Dumbledore smiled. Just now, when Kaysen was sticking the tail on Sirius, Lupin had clearly repeated to Dumbledore how Kaysen had once again made human chainmetal, like a tip from a class teacher. "What's the matter?" Kaysen started to act stupid. "You have started human alchemy again, have you?" Dumbledore asked calmly. "No, absolutely not, I swear." "What about human enchantment?" Dumbledore asked. Kaysen subconsciously looked up at the sky, and then he was about to teleport away, and he also warned in advance. "Well, Sirius's dogtail has a lot of blood. I will go back and clean it up, so as not to scare the little wizard who is going to play in the boat." Dumbledore and Lupin quickly grasped Kaysen's shoulders and said, "The house elves will take care of the office." "Oh, I can't bear to let them clean up such a big office. I will go back and help them share some of the burden. No matter how big the office is, it's just the difference between one magic or multiple magics for them. It's not tiring for them," said Dumbledore. Okay. Kaysen sat on the sofa with his shoulders folded, like a primary school student who had done something wrong, but was usually doted on by his parents. It seemed that such sulking could make the parents temporarily forget the issues that really needed education and turn around to shift the main issue towards the so-called attitude. "This is your most serious problem, more serious than your so-called arrogance." Dumbledore was not at all influenced by Kaysen's little thoughts, but firmly grasped the rhythm and spoke directly. "Oh yes, my mistake. I will be more careful next time. Besides, I have done a lot of experiments, so you don't have to worry at all." Kaysen nodded and said. On the other side, before Dumbledore and Lupin could decide who should say the next sentence, Sirius, who was curled up on his desk, covered his tail or buttocks and struggled to say. He didn't do any experiments. He also said that human experiments are dangerous, and then he directly used the enchantment on himself. Just then, click, Professor McGonagall walked into the principal's office with a pile of documents, and then she saw Kaysen sitting on the sofa looking at the sky with a look of despair, Lupin standing in front of the desk, Dumbledore leaning against the bookshelf, and in front of him there was a man whose face could not be seen lying on the desk with his but covered. Dumbledore, oh my God, this Hogwarts is not clean. Professor McGonagall closed the door again almost instantly. She could still hear her voice getting farther and farther away, and then the voice quickly came from far away. She pushed open the office door again, walked in, grabbed Kaysen, and was about to leave. It would be fine if Dumbledore did that, but I didn't expect that, Lupin. You would also, and you even want to drag Kaysen along? Look at how scared poor Kaysen is by this scene, Professor McGonagall said as she touched Kaysen's fake, desperate face. As Kaysen was dragged away by Professor McGonagall without looking back, he still had time to show a weird smile to Dumbledore and the others, and he also had time to wave his hands and mouth, "Bye." Dumbledore and Lupin looked at each other, and then they looked at Sirius, who was lying on the table with his butt covered. "Get up." Dumbledore felt as if he had been harmed, but he still controlled his emotions and pulled Sirius up. Did Professor McGonagall misunderstand something? Sirius said, somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm afraid so." Dumbledore nodded. "Then why don't you go and explain to Professor McGonagall?" Lupin asked in confusion. "It is you, Lupin, who should go to Minerva to explain, not me. Clam.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.